Dario Argento. Dario Argento.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 195 of the 22 Shots and Moods and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, the Dark Passenger Discussion Detonator, causing mad panic in the PC podcast world. And still, the toxic offender, Moods. Yeah. And of course, I have my dark dingleberries with me in the studio tonight. First up, we have the man that thinks Deep Red is the most overrated film ever made. Double Mexican understand the movie J, aka JP. Next, we have Ellen, obesely obsessed with the news, degenerate, also known as the Jew, Jeremy. Next up, we have the Canadian curtain crusher, the prowling penis, Dave, also known as Mr. Parker. And finally, we are very proud to welcome back to the show, the living podcast legend, and 1/3 of the greatest horror podcast on the airwaves, Dave Zee, also known as Dave to the Z later. What's going on, guys?
What I think is even more frightening is the fact that JP likes Taylor Swift. I think that's the most disturbing thing.
I don't like,
dude.
Like, I'm not like a
Taylor
Swift fan. I said I liked some songs.
You do not like Taylor Swift, man. Stop bullshitting. Come on.
She's hot.
It's catchy, man. Some of her songs are catchy. I'm saying
she got that "Shake It Off" song, or what is it?
I don't know enough.
What's the song? She got one hit. I only know one song, and I don't even know the name. Shake It Off. Shake It. What is it?
Come on, you've never had one of those songs that get stuck in your head, even though it's like super lame. Like
because I'm not lame. I don't sing. Like, come on, dude.
Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
You never had like a Cyndi Lauper song stuck in your head.
Cyndi Lauper fucking rules, though. Cyndi Lauper's legitimate.
Cyndi Lauper's awesome.
Yeah.
You don't like Mbop by Hanson? Like, come on.
God, nobody. I don't even think Hanson likes Mbop. Dave, what's up, man? Dave to the Z. What's going on, buddy?
Wow, thanks for having me here. It's been a fucking such a long time, and I'm so happy to be here. The last episode I did, well, it had to be had to be a top 10 of what year? What, 02 or?
No, 02 was way long ago.
96?
Let me think about this. 96?
No, it was probably 76. Did you do 76?
No. No, you know when it was? Because it was what year? Give me a second. It was
86.
Did we do 80? Was it 86? No, it wasn't 86. It was the one after.
82 with us?
Yes, 82.
Okay, it was 82 then.
Because Amityville 2. Yep, it was definitely 82. That was the last show, yeah.
Yeah,
my dumbass didn't want to do 72, and now I'm punished forever because I came off. And now I want to be on all these shows, and you have such
now
a
you
full
missed
house.
85.
Yeah, but you want to do 2005?
Yes, I do. I want to do all of them. I love
them.
them.
Invite him on for 2005. Why not?
Yeah, we should kick Derek out.
That's right. Because you were actually supposed to be on the 86 show, and I think me and you were having a little bit of a cat fight, so you didn't end up doing that show.
No, he did 86.
Was he on 86?
It was 76. It was 76.
Was it 76 the one? Was that? Oh, that would have been after, right? Because, back and forth. Okay.
Yeah. But then he came back. He came back for 82, which was after 76.
Oh, I can't even remember the order, man. There's too many top 10 shows, dude. Like 22 Shots trivia is not my forte.
Whoa!
The top 10s are my favorites. I like the top 10s the best.
I don't like lists in general.
They're fun to prep for. I'm not so sure about 2005 right now, but
me either, man. I'm only at 12 though.
I mean,
2005 is fine. Who cares? So just watch 40 movies and be done. Be happy about it.
Can't do that. I can't. I gotta watch 105 and I want to kill myself.
Yeah, I gotta watch 105 also. I mean, it's just we overdo the prep, but that's what we're all about here. And
I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it to 105. I'm not. I'm at like 12, and I'm already seeing like a lot of threes. Now I rate different. Like a 3, I think is good and watchable. A 3, I'm like, yeah, I give that a slight recommend. I would say it's good.
Some of you guys out of 10.
No, a 3 out of 5.
I think
So
he's
6
talking
out of
about letterbox ratings.
Yeah. So like a 3 to me, I'll put a heart by it sometimes. That means I really like the movie, but I know it's not great. I know it has problems, but like I'm getting 3s and I'm only in the 12. Like I've already I know I've already hit like 2 of the hidden gems on my list. I'm like, man, I don't have many great movies that I haven't seen yet. I really don't. I really don't.
What are you talking about?
2005. I feel like
Talking about The
of
Empty Man, don't you know?
Don't bring up that. I ain't watched.
I think 2005 is okay, man.
Not for 105 movies though. I think like there'll be like 30 great ones and then like 170 mediocre ones.
Yeah, but you're ridiculous. Like it's so funny because Brandon stopped doing the top 10s with us, and you literally like were the perfect replacement because you basically do everything he would over prepare.
I'm very obsessive compulsive. But
yeah, it's so funny. You remind me so much of how he would prepare with the like overboard stuff. Like 91. What'd you do? 106 for 91 or something?
Shit like that. But if I wouldn't have watched all those movies, I wouldn't have seen fucking Turtle Vision or Lesbian Honey Rape. And I love those movies, and I watched a bunch of movies from that director. But in 2005, I'm not gonna find anything like that.
You were even hard on the Irish one that I really like.
I gave it a shot.
The killer cow one.
I thought it was going to be like an 8.5, 9. I was like, oh, this movie's going to be great. I watched it. I was like,
it's good.
What, Isolation?
It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll never watch it again.
Why?
It's not a rewatch. It's boring.
I watched it once, and I'll watch it again.
It's a good movie, but it bored me.
Are you sure you're not jaded? Because then you're really becoming Brandon.
Dude, I think I am. This whole week I was being a little bitch. We got to talk about Dave Zee. I'm on this show all the time now. Get Dave Zee up there.
I'll come on anytime. Now, especially now that you guys, if you always do Friday nights, I'll come on any damn time I'm asked at this point. Are you kidding me? Shit.
Yeah, because we were doing like midnights, which I know is way past your bedtime.
Unfortunately,
why did you give him shit for being way past his bedtime?
Yeah, I even used to hate starting that late. Man, it was just too much, man. But yeah, this is a perfect episode to have you, Dave Zee on the show. Argentos 6, Argento being your favorite director of all time. So I mean, it was kind of fitting that that we would do 3 of his best films, to end it and stuff. So he was on Argento 2.
Was it 2? I was going to ask you guys, because obviously I was 3 Mothers, and it was done out of order. So did you guys do Animal Trilogy first, and then year 2?
Yeah.
That? Okay, all right.
Yeah, so you were on Argento 2, which I believe was like episode 60 something.
I think that was the end of the JF1 era.
Probably 90.
So I wasn't there. That was before the JF1.
It was like episode 91 or something like that.
Yeah, that's why these last couple episodes are a little bit out of chronological order, but all good.
Hey,
all good.
How many episodes was Derek
Well,
on?
he did about
going for his record.
Oh, I'm going for his record.
Yeah,
there was a time where he did around a dozen in a row.
I want to tie that record too.
Well, there was a period where Derek was on.
Merriman was actually closing in on it for a little bit.
I definitely wanted to be ahead of Merriman. That's all I had. That's all I had.
Derek's going to be tough, though. I think he's been on, with the top 10 shows, he's been on probably close to 25 episodes now. Because there was a stretch where he did at least a dozen in a row, right?
It was 11, I think.
11. So it was close to,
99 back. He was on 99, which was 11 back.
And that was the Hatchet trilogy show, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was like the Irish or the Ozploitation up until the Hatchet trilogy, back when it was a trilogy.
But the real question is, so what? This is Italian Horror Month 6, right?
Yeah,
we
didn't do Italian Horror Month the first year that we were around.
Because we started in this month.
We started in November. Yeah. In the end of November. So we're actually, in a couple weeks, we'll have passed our 7-year anniversary.
That's insane.
That is crazy.
I say it all the time. That I never thought that we'd still be doing it 7 years. That's a long fucking time, 7 years. That's insane.
It is a long-running show.
Yeah,
We've had our ups and downs. And
we're OGs in the podcast game.
It is kind of crazy, man. Like 7 years is a long time. We've seen Jeremy go from diapers and graduate into, just kind of a young man now, into pull-ups and... But 7 years is a long time. It's actually quite crazy. We're approaching 200 episodes, and man, dude,
Crazy.
It's just been a long ride, and I still want to do it for years to come. I still love doing this, and that's what I love these things, man, that we have this. And like Italian Horror Month to me, man, has become something special because people support it now. Like you look on all social media and stuff and people are hashtagging Italian Horror Month and shit, and that's 100% us. Like we came up with that idea.
It's cool. Yeah, we came up with like how there's women in horror and black horror. What is it? Fucking Black History horror? I don't know what they call it.
Black History Month. I don't know if it takes.
Well, there's a horror one too.
Probably February, right?
Yeah, and we created January. We created Italian Horror Month for November, which is dope, and it hasn't caught on you would maybe want it one day, but every year it seems more people are doing it, which is cool with me. Like even Don Anelli has been posting he's been going crazy with Italian Horror Month reviews, which is pretty cool. He was a guest on I think the third
He's a
or
big
fourth
Italian horror fan.
Yeah, he was on the Bianchi episode.
He gave that shitty movie a 9 out of 10. What the?
Yeah, we gave it like a 2.
What was it called, Moods? Massacre.
Oh, that movie is fucking terrible. Yeah, you go from Burial Grounds to that bullshit. It was like, oh man.
It's Burial Ground, Mood.
Whatever.
Burial Ground.
Yeah.
Did I pluralize that? Whatever.
It's pretty
JP
cool.
always started that shit. He always calls it Burial Grounds.
I think I just naturally just say Burial Grounds because I don't know. But I actually just rewatched it the other night too.
It should be Burial Grounds.
Burial Ground.
Burial Ground does make sense to the narrative.
Stupid. It should be Burial Grounds.
The whole movie's stupid, but I love it.
Oh, it's amazing.
I love
It's one of the best bad movies ever made.
It's got the
one of my
greatest looking
favorite
zombies
Italian
in it.
films, I think.
It's basically just a rip off of Fulci's Zombie. It's hilarious, man.
Even the fucking cover art's a rip off of City of the Living Dead.
Yeah, it's even got the classic scenes in it where the zombies coming up out of the ground and shit. It's amazing. But
the same 12 zombies that die every fucking 10 minutes. And
they look so awesome though, man. It's great shit, man.
I love it.
So how was your guys' Halloween?
Pretty low key.
We set up a haunted house in my house, just a mini haunted house for my my family and friends, kids and shit. Scared the fuck out of them.
Man, it was eerie. I gotta say, man, it was eerie. I stayed in with the family, fucking just ate our faces off, watch movies and shit. But it was really eerie outside because there was literally nobody trick-or-treating. And actually, it was dark because everybody had their lights off on their house and shit. It was really crazy, man. So,
but the real question is, does JP still hate that stupid candy that we talk about every year?
Oh, what he calls Mary Janes?
Mary Janes.
They are
Mary Janes.
They are Mary Janes.
Talk about
they got a different name up here. Me and the wife were actually arguing about that. And I come to conclude that she likes those things too. And I'm like, you and JP might be the only people on the face of the planet that like those fucking things because they're gross.
I hate those things. What are you talking about?
No, you like them, man. You're always talking about you secretly like those things, man. Come on.
Mary Janes and pennies,
I'd eat the Mary Janes if they were free. I would never ever.
They're so gross. They're so gross.
That's like candy corn. I could never eat candy corn.
I'll eat any candy except
candy corn is like got to be the most overrated candy in the world, man. That shit is just, it's nasty. It really is, man. And I like every year when they come out like these special flavored candy corns and stuff, and they're even worse. I'm like, stop doing this. Like, fuck.
There was like a Thanksgiving dinner candy corn that's coming out now. It tastes like fucking Thanksgiving dinner. Like,
yeah, they got the Christmas ones.
What is this fucking Willy Wonka with freaking the meal and the gum? Like, what the hell is this?
Right? I don't know, but that's what I heard. It's gonna be like potatoes and some other shit and fucking green beans or some nasty shit.
I feel like it's like eating earwax.
I think people still believe in God and they make shit like that.
I can't stand candy corn.
So
I don't eat candy.
I like it. If it's there, I'll eat it, but I don't know a way to eat it.
Any candy except Whoppers. Now I won't pay for any Whoppers, but
Whoppers
I hate Whoppers.
Whoppers, Circus Peanuts, Bit of Honey.
Oh, Circus.
I'll eat any candy, I think. Wow.
I'll eat any candy except Whoppers. I'll eat black licorice. I don't give a fuck.
I'll even eat black licorice. I don't care.
I'll eat that too.
Oh, not that.
Dude, I got slammed on Halloween. I ran out of candy. We had so many fucking... I usually get like between 150 and 200 kids. This is like Halloween. Like, people come to this neighborhood in carloads, and because I guess we're known for it. Which is great because, I love Halloween. So I just happen to move into Halloween town here. But everybody goes crazy every Halloween. Of course, this year, I would say only maybe 50% of the people decorated like usual. So it was kind of scaled down. But still, when Halloween night came, and because daylight savings hadn't happened yet, it was bright, and I bought like 2 or 3 bags of candy at Walmart, those big bags, and I'm thinking, okay, I don't want to have too much because then I don't want candy in my house. I don't want extra.
Oh yeah, I don't blame you.
You know, so I'd rather buy a little bit and then, you know, pray that I don't run out. Well, I'm telling you what, Halloween is from 4 to 8 here where I live.
That's a long ass time.
I know.
Wow, 4 o'clock, crazy. I
know, 4 to 8, but by 6:30, I was out of candy. I felt like a piece of shit because I had to fucking turn the light. I told my wife, please, I said, just go to the store and I don't want to be that guy that freaking shuts off the light on Halloween night. I'm the guy that gives everything away. I don't want to be that guy. And I had to. It's I had like 100 kids. A little over 100, and I was
we had like 152 or something crazy.
Man, we usually only get like 30 or 40. And of course, this year, like I said, everyone, like I actually live adjacent to a street that every house on the whole block, you know, goes crazy with their decorations and stuff. It's like a big communal thing, right? But this year, the only decorations they had on their front lawn were signs saying Halloween's canceled. And I was like, oh, this is so depressing, man. It was fucking, it was odd. It was really odd.
Didn't give a fuck.
Well, I also live in a neighborhood. It's actually kind of odd because we have this, you know, the street that completely celebrates Halloween to the max, but we don't really have a lot of kids in our neighborhood because I live in a neighborhood with a lot of like kind of older people. It's weird. Like there's just not a lot of kids here. So we don't really generally get a lot of trick-or-treaters. So I think that's why also people were just like, fuck it. You know, it's not really worth the time, you know, to hand out for like 50 kids or whatever. But it was eerie as fuck, man. It was eerie as fuck. Dave, you mentioned, you said the word Halloween Town. I actually watched Halloween Town 1 and 2 with my kid on Halloween, which was, fun. It was fun revisiting those. I hadn't seen them in years. Good fun.
I've never seen them.
Yeah, they're fun kid films, man. I mean, Disney made them. They're okay. They're all right for the time they came out and shit. But highlight though, man, besides, you know, obviously Trick or Treat and stuff, Tales of Halloween was the new Scooby-Doo film, the Halloween one. It's awesome. It's fun as hell.
Dude, I was here buying full-size candy bars to give to like my kid, like my cousins' kids and like friends' kids and shit. We gave 14 kids came over and walked through the haunted house that we had.
Yeah.
And then I ended up walking around with my cousin's kids by their parents' house or some shit. And there was a bunch of people out, not as many as usual, but it almost seemed kind of normal. Except the mask.
How was your yearly party, JP?
It was dope. Okay,
now what was the lineup? What was the lineup of films? Now I'm curious.
Okay, so the lineup was now we made a bunch of food and stuff, which was pretty cool. It actually, I was worried that we weren't going to have enough people to like eat, and we just wasted a bunch of money making food that now we're going to have to eat. So we actually ended up having a few different groups of people come at different times. So the only me, Carly, and Austin were there the whole time, and then one of Carly's friends came over, and then one of our friends and her boyfriend came over, and
spreading the COVID.
Andrew and yeah, I guess I don't care.
What kind of food did you make?
I'm so over COVID, dude. I just don't give a fuck about it.
What kind of food did you make?
Little wieners.
Little wieners. We made little wieners.
Who made them? Did you or Carly prepare them this year?
I made that. I pretty much make everything. She helps, but I'm more of a cook. But she's gonna be so mad when she hears that.
If you're the cook, is she the Leatherface?
Yeah. So we started with the classic, which this year we decided to go with Children of the Corn.
Good Halloween feel.
Yeah, you know, and I had the nice
cornfields, man.
Arrow Blu-ray, and man, I love that movie. I really do. It's
that Arrow release is so overloaded too. It's too much. There's too many features on that release.
It's cool that they have the short film on there too.
Yeah. Do they have it on there?
Wrath of Crows,
Disciple of the Crows?
Yeah.
That's so funny because this year I made like little YouTube playlists of stuff to watch in between the movies until we like, you know, set up or you know, get, you know, take a little break or whatever. And I put a shitty YouTube version of that on in between. So
that's why you need to collect those trailer compilations, man. They're perfect for that shit. When I have people over and we're just kind of mingling, drinking, doing whatever, I always throw those shits on, man. They're perfect.
I have a few.
Yeah.
I have a few of them.
I got all the trailer traumas. Those are cool. I have to get the new one.
Oh, dude, honestly, man, the new action one is fucking awesome.
Well, I was waiting to see if they did a Black Friday sale like they did last year.
Yeah, that was a good sale,
Maybe
man.
I'll grab it. Yeah,
Oh,
$10
like
a
$10
piece.
a pop.
Yeah, man, that action one is awesome. I actually watched it back to back twice in one night. It was great. It's hilarious. I can't wait for the next. That's a 70s one. They're totally going to be doing an 80s one next, but I highly recommend it. It's fun.
Those things are exhausting to me because I lose interest, but I also want to write down like 500 titles, so I can't like just block. I'm like, I'm going to get this.
Well,
fucking
the
thing.
beauty of them, though,
like, terrible.
The beauty is that you don't really have to pay attention to the whole thing, man, and you can just keep
it's good
throwing
for
it on.
parties, for sure.
Oh, they're great because I love when I have people over and I'll pop this thing on. People won't even realize it's even on until someone looks over the TV and goes, "Oh, there's tits," and then someone else will go, "Oh, there's Muff," or something like. I fucking love. It's just hilarious. Like, what the hell are we watching? I'm like, it's trailers. What the fuck are trailer comps? Yeah, all my friends are lame. So,
but so yeah, I threw on like a couple of short films on there, like The Season's Greeting, which is where Sam came from, Scott Derrickson's college animated film, and just a few other, like I put like a couple Rob Zombie music videos and just other stuff like that, and then the second film was Austin's pick. Now I feel bad because Austin's pick got ruined. His pick was WNUF Halloween Special.
He would have loved that.
But the rules state that it has to be if you're shooting for a film none of us have seen, and then he saw me log it on Letterboxd like 2 weeks before the event, so he like scrambled to pick something else. But he ended up giving me his DVD copy of WNUF, so that's pretty cool. And
wait a minute. Children of the Corn, nobody ever saw.
No. The opener is a classic film everybody's seen.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the opener is a
Dave.
classic.
I know.
Then it's followed by 3 picks of me, Carly, and Austin. It used to be me, Carly, and Matt, but my friend Matt had to work this year. By the way, this whole concept I stole from Tom Horsball. He does this. I stole this like 3 or 4 years ago, but he's been doing it for like 10. I adjusted it a little bit, obviously, but
doesn't he usually like rent out like some type of hall or whatever and have a big screen and like it's a big production?
I don't know about that. I just know that.
I know one year. I remember he was showing
saw
Zombie and a couple other films, and he literally it almost looked like he'd rented out a fucking church or whatever and played these Italian horror flicks in it. But it was pretty cool, man. I was like,
yeah, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, dude, it was really neat.
I know he did.
Speaking of renting out of places,
years ago.
Speaking of renting out a place, I see I know this talked about before, but it'd be hilarious to go rent out one of these movie theaters now that they're all renting them out and fucking show like Slaughter Vomit Dolls or
the
August
thing
Underground.
Is, a lot of the ones around here, they have you pick from like you can't pick your.
Well, I've seen some places where you could like bring a Blu-ray in or something. It's like so you could pick anything.
That would be cool. So
I don't think they'll let you play Slow Torture Pew Chamber though. If I was running that place, I'd be like, nah, bro, get this shit out of here. I'd be like Slow Torture Pew Chamber.
Could you please play Crazy Murder and you hand them the DVD and they have no idea what it is, and then
I want to see.
They don't even allow you to play those Lucer Valentine films where I live, and he's from here, so fuck that.
Yeah, I think you might get arrested for that.
Yeah,
You might deserve it.
Yeah. So the picks were. You're trying to just find something that's either going to play well in front of a crowd or just be a really good movie that nobody's seen and is awesome and epic. But, where you fall in that line is usually not where you want to. Austin went with a film called Effects. It's the
Tom Savini one?
The Tom
Savini
one. Pilato.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh film. It was okay. I don't think it played that great with an audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
see, the story of it is a little bit more interesting because that was a film that was made, in the early 80s, but then was shelved until like the mid 2000s.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
So
that.
it got its first release on Synapse, like in the later 2000s. It was shelved for like 25 or 26 years or something like that. No one had ever seen it. So that was why when that movie got released by Synapse, it was kind of a big deal because it was like, oh, it's got Joe Pilato and it's got fucking, Tom Savini and shit, and it was a shelved film that no one had seen.
If he led with that story, I think it would have hit better.
Of course.
We didn't know any of that.
Yeah. Actually, oddly enough,
children, JP?
that was one of the.
That would be an interesting one, but
the children would be a good crowd.
But I've already seen it, so it couldn't count it.
You ever see The Child? You ever see The Child, JP?
No.
Child is great.
Put that one in. 1977. No, The Child.
No, not The Children. The Child.
The Child's better, I think.
Yeah,
because it's a bad movie, but it's fucking so weird and great at the same time. I really like it.
It's so weird, man.
Yeah, we've had some successful weird ones, like Patrick Still Lives.
Still Lives. Wow.
From last year. Carly actually has picked some decent ones over the years, like the Hollowgate one was a big crowd. Like everybody had mad fun with that one. Okay, so then we went with my pick, which I normally try to pick something good. Like the first year I picked Miss 45, I picked Payneful, I picked the Keep, which did not play well at all. Everybody hated it. So I decided to go, instead of trying to pick something that was like good and unknown, I just went with something weird. So I picked the gore cut of Tammy and the T-Rex, which did play well. Everybody.
That's a good crowd. That's probably my favorite theatrical experience I've ever had.
Wow.
Seeing Tammy and the T-Rex, the first screening ever of the gore cut ever. The first public screening ever of Tammy and the T-Rex in 35
So was that
millimeter.
the first ever, Jeremy?
First ever, Dave.
Okay,
it was
one
the
more
first
time,
ever.
I didn't hear the
ever,
emphasis in ever.
It was awesome. People were losing their shit. It was fun.
Yeah, Tammy and the T-Rex played pretty well. It was, it's so ridiculous that you're like, how was this made, and how did they release it as like a PG film, a PG-13 film at first? It's just so weird. But and the actors, Paul Walker, like it's just weird. So then we went.
Drop the fag quite often in that movie too. It's kind of crazy. It's in the PG cut too.
Yeah, that's
great. Different time though, man.
Yeah, Monster Squad.
I was watching Little Monsters the other day, and there's a lot of man, dude, that movie's so inappropriate for kids. Like, there's so many lines in that film. You're just like, what the fuck? This is made for kids.
Dude, the best line in Little Monsters is when he's like, where he's like,
the masturbation line.
I've eaten it already. No, he's like, if it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna make you eat this. Sure. He's like, I'm surprised you haven't eaten it already.
Yeah, right.
Was in tears.
I can't remember the exact line, but he totally spits like a masturbation line, and the kid, and he's saying it to a kid, right? And the kid's like looking at him like he's not even old enough to do that shit yet. It's ridiculous. Like Howie Mandel, it's like he just kind of ad-libbed the whole thing and just came up with all these lines. Like, fuck it, we'll keep it in there.
Nice cards, got him, beat him, got him. He grabs his balls.
Dude, it's there's a lot of shit. Like, there's a lot of swearing in that movie, and it's straight up PG. Just different time, man. I love those kid movies from back in the day that were made for kids but totally appeal to adults. Love that shit.
Yeah. Peanut butter solution.
Oh, that's a perfect one, man. Canadian weirdness. Ugh.
If we got 89, I bet Little Monsters would make my top 10, and then you'd all laugh at me like I'm scared.
Dude, I love Little Monsters, man.
Dude, Nothing But Trouble was my number one, bro. Nobody's gonna laugh more than that. Come on.
I think at that point,
nobody could laugh at that, Jeremy, because everyone was too shocked. But because I was like, what? I didn't even think it was horror. I've actually never seen it, so I thought it was straight up comedy.
I was shocked. I was shocked to hear that, because I was around when that movie came out, and all I remember about the marketing was the freaking Digital Underground song, and never once did it even crossed my mind that it was horror. I just thought it was like horror in the way maybe like Beetlejuice is horror, I guess.
Yeah,
the only thing I could think of. So when you said that, I was like, to each his own. I'm not mocking you for it. It just took me by surprise, I was like, wow, no shit. I never even saw it. I just knew it was like a makeup extravaganza because they were all dressed up in like different roles, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone had bullshit number ones except me, anyways. I had the only true number one.
So then
what do you mean? What was wrong with my number one?
Oh, yours was okay.
It was the Resurrected. Come on, man.
Yeah. Resurrected
People Under the Stairs, dude.
That's classic H.P. Lovecraft shit, man. It's fucking come on.
Craven.
I was Silence of the Lambs because of it. For some reason, I was like, I'm going objectivity at number one just because it's too good not to be.
Hey, of course it's number one.
Objectively, I still think People Under the Stairs is better, man.
No.
See, objectively, I think it's the best movie of '91 too. But I always make my list by favorites, and I love the movie, but I put in the Resurrected. I've watched that movie like 3 times in like the last year and a half, so I love that shit.
I love the Resurrected.
It's one of the best Lovecraft adaptations, man. I love that shit, man.
It is very good.
Yeah.
So then Carly's pick, she went foreign with this one with a Japanese film called Uzumaki, which actually, Dave, you were familiar with that because you had that film on the summer series.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's pretty well. I don't think she'll like it at all. And she liked it, you're saying?
Yeah,
she
we all liked it. We all liked it.
Really? It doesn't seem like something that she'd be into. Wow.
Yeah, really, that doesn't seem like it at all.
It was weird. You know, I didn't love it or anything, but the more I thought about it afterwards, I was like, that movie was like pretty cool just because it was like so out there. But yeah, so that was her pick. And then our headliner, we kind of struggled with that this year because normally we have something we know what's coming out a little bit better, but with COVID, it really kind of screwed everything up. So first we were going to go with Antebellum, but then so many bad reviews or mediocre reviews, we decided to not do that. Then we were like, well, The Craft comes out like that day, maybe we should watch that. And then of course that got bad reviews, which didn't surprise. So did it though? What, The Craft?
Yeah,
I never really read many.
So bad that I'm not going to even watch it.
It looked like shit. Just by the
it did look like shit.
This is
I'm
number
just
1
saying.
in 96, I think, or 2. Number 2.
It looked like fucking fart bubbles. I ain't gonna watch it.
But so we decided, we saw that another film had just released and it was getting better reviews, so we went with The Spell. Or Spell. It's just
I'm going to see it tomorrow. It's playing in my theater. I think I'm going to go see it tomorrow after work.
And everybody liked it. It was good. It was a good movie. We had some issues a little bit narratively, but it was good. And then we did an encore this year, which we haven't always done, and we just went with another classic, which we did Slumber Party Massacre, because I wanted to see some titties.
Naturally.
Were you drunk at that point?
No, I didn't drink, actually.
What?
JP doesn't drink very often.
So
I don't drink at all, so...
I drank like
asleep.
a ton growing up and in like 16 to like 22, and I don't drink that much anymore.
I stopped drinking when I was like 18. I was like, I got a lot of drinking in me already. I'm good.
Right. That's kind of how I felt. So yeah, it turned out really good. You know, I think the film, this definitely wasn't our best year with the film picks. We've definitely had some better years with more entertainment.
So what
in
won?
terms of picks. What's that?
What won?
I think the year we did like Summer of *84 was really solid.
No, but which one won this year?
Oh, I think we went with the headliner, so Spell, because we can't count the classic because that was
a classic.
But out of the 3 that we picked, Tammy and the T-Rex got the most love. So for 1 year, I finally picked the best one.
Did you watch the 4K?
No, she doesn't have 4K, but I did have the 4K. Luckily, it comes with a Blu-ray.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was really
Spell?
good, really fun time.
Spell, yeah.
That was worth seeing, huh? It's a new one, 2020?
Yeah, it's from Paramount.
Yep,
Paramount
it's good.
released it.
Son of a bitch! I thought I was done. I gotta add another movie because I posted some things recently.
There's a couple that came out this week. There's the Kindred came out today.
Kindred, is it a remake?
No, it's IFC Midnight.
Can you imagine if they remade that fucking
Right,
with a bottle baby thing?
It's
Yeah,
not called The
that'd be great.
Kindred. This is called Kindred, IFC Midnight, and then Spell, which was a couple weeks ago, and then that new movie from the guy who did The Strangers came out today, which is getting fantastic
yeah.
reviews.
Curious about that.
What was it called?
The Dark and the Wicked. It's getting amazing reviews. So
I added
Yeah,
that
there's
to
definitely
that.
some more films to come out before the end of the year. I think that'll probably.
Man,
I'm only
fucking
doing 100 though.
Damn.
yeah, fucking.
I had a perfect thing here. I had 40 movies in that I watched, right? And I put up a list in the Exploding Heads pages, and I said I want to watch 12 more. I want to make it an even 52. Just 1 year, I want to do 52, one for each week. So I said I put all the ones out there that were recommended, and I said, hey, please vote, and I'm gonna watch the top 12 vote getters based on what everybody says I should watch. And if there's one that's not there that I should see, please mention it. Nobody brought up this movie Spell, and now I had 12 movies in, and they're all picked. And now I got a leak on a new movie that came out recently that nobody's talking about. That now it's going to be 53 and now 54. Damn.
Yeah, and there's other films that might drop before the end of the year
Hey,
too.
what
Man.
12 do you have, Dave?
What's that? What, Dave?
What are the 12 you have? Maybe one of us knows one's a piece of shit. You can switch it out.
Okay, here's the 12. Let me go to my page here. Okay, here's the final 12. Possessor, Mortuary, whatever.
Definitely watch.
Oh yeah, that Mortuary thing. That.
Yeah, I gotta watch that one.
Watch that one too.
Okay, Alone.
Yep.
That thing about the
good.
wolf, Snow Wolf, or the. fuck
Yep,
it's
that's
called.
good.
Okay.
Yep.
Spiral, Sputnik.
I wasn't a big fan of Spiral.
I like
People
Spiral.
it, though.
I liked it.
Sputnik is good. I like Sputnik.
Well, okay, so far okay for the most part. Cadaver.
What's
No,
that?
no.
Yeah,
I watched.
the new Netflix.
I watched it a couple days ago. I didn't really care for it.
You say no? Oh wow.
Different country? What is it? American?
No,
I don't remember. All I know is it's
no,
it
it's
won my
European. I can't remember where it's from.
His House. That's the new Netflix one. People are really liking it.
I liked it. Yep.
Random Acts of Violence.
I thought it was awesome.
All right, Alive, and Alive. So
Alive.
2 Alive movies.
Hashtag
wait.
alive.
Oh, hashtag alive. I didn't
Did
care
we
for
do
it.
an alive?
I actually like hashtag alive, but do you like zombies, Dave Z?
No, but I hear that this Alive is worth checking out. I mean, I like a good zombie movie.
It's a good zombie movie, but it's not anything you haven't seen. I really like it, but
I didn't
it's
like
nothing
it.
you haven't seen.
Is that a regular Alive or hashtag? You're talking
Okay,
about?
Hashtag
regular alive you can skip.
Really? Damn.
Yeah, it's okay, but not worth. In my opinion, and it's not going to even crack a top 20.
Oh well, see, I only want to watch stuff that's going to crack a top 20. That's
Yeah,
the
so-
idea of me being so selective. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
Cadaver and Alive.
You should ask the Swerve tier list.
The
What's
Swerve.
that?
That's a 9 out of 10 for me.
Dude, I'm going to add that to my list. The Swerve.
The Swerve.
Heard of
It came
That's the
out
thing,
from
man.
Epic Pictures. I saw it at Cinepocalypse.
How was that one movie, the Secret Chronic or whatever it is called? What is that
He
called?
said it wasn't really horror. Jeremy, Synchronic.
Oh yeah, Synchronic. It's not really horror. It's more sci-fi. Really fucking good though. I really liked it.
Like, will that be a film that's going to show up on horror lists, or like not horror enough at all?
I don't think it's horror enough at all, to be honest. I think it's just a straight sci-fi movie.
There you go. My last movie is Run Up Hell. That was the 12.
I heard that's good.
Yeah, Run Up Hell. But then I heard one the other day. Duncan mentioned one. It's a found footage one, and you know me and found footage, so I want to see it. And
Host?
I wrote it down someplace. No. That's
North
something-
Korea
this is
Murder
something-
Town?
Oh, that one.
I think that's the one.
I wasn't
Yeah.
a fan.
Dude,
of
I
it.
highly
gave it a
recommend
5.
that.
Death
I gave
Murder
it a-
something or Murder Kill something. What'd you say?
Death Koreatown or something like that? Koreatown something murder?
Yeah, I think
See,
it's a,
the
like
thing with that movie is
murder,
insane
death,
because
that. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
all. He didn't tell anybody that he was making a movie. He like actually convinced people that there was an actual murder going on. It's an insane story. Once you watch it, you should read into
Yeah,
it.
it plays out
It's up-
like so goddamn real. It's really, it's almost eerie when you watch it. It's fucking, I thought it was really cool, man.
Well, I just realized I'm fucked for the year because there's like a million movies that I need to see.
So
Me too.
I have really, since the summer ended, man, I've been really putting in work. I'm up to 96 on the year right now. This last week
I'm
I
at
watched a
70.
few good ones, but I finally checked out the cleansing hour, and that's the thing, man. If you have Shudder, man, they keep adding like a foreign film like
Shudder
every
has
week,
been-
man.
It's been the year of Shudder.
Dude, they've every movie that they put on there is like 90% for. It's really cool, man. But I finally checked out the cleansing hour, which is American, but that movie was pretty cool. I had a blast with that.
I was okay with it, but I don't like possession movies
Um,
anymore. But it was a good movie. I just don't.
but it was
know.
like it's possession, but it, you know, on the fact of like straight demon shit though too, right?
yeah. The
Did you
ending's
guys
cool.
watch the Possessor yet?
No,
No, it's
I
not
still
out
need to
yet.
check it out.
Oh, came out 2 days ago, right?
Dave,
yeah,
did you
yeah,
watch
Couple days.
32 Malisana Street?
Is that good?
I thought it was okay. It was okay. People are liking it a little bit more than I did, but you know, it wasn't too bad. I watched this really bizarre film called The Special. Have you guys heard of it?
What's
No.
the special? Is it like
No.
shitting on someone's chest?
It's about this dude that fucking convinces his buddy to basically kind of takes him to like a fucking whorehouse, you know, because he thought that his wife had cheated on him. So he's like, you know what, man? Revenge is the best way to get back at your wife or whatever for cheating on you. So takes him to this place and he ends up kind of putting his dick into like this box and shit. It's
What the
In a
fuck?
box.
dude, it just goes batshit. Like this movie is
His dick in the
totally
trash
bizarre.
box, doesn't it?
So yeah,
It's
like
trapped
that's
in
the
box.
special. Like this guy goes off and does this thing with these women, and then there's this room called the special, and it's got this box, and it literally says, "Put your dick in here" or whatever. And so he does it, but then and the movie's like played straightforward too. It's crazy, and then it just goes batshit. The whole thing is just totally bizarre. It's really really bizarre. I don't know. Did you
Sounds
guys?
weird.
Did anybody watch the Nobody Sleeps in the Woods tonight? I think it's the Polish film on
That's
Netflix.
the Netflix one?
Yeah.
No.
It was okay. It was okay. And I finally checked out the platform.
These ones that are okay.
Great, but don't even bother. He's like,
yeah, I'm not watching.
I'm like waiting for like a punchline where he's like, it's fucking fantastic. He's like, it's okay.
No, I was just kind of going through some of the films I watched. But actually, the one I did love, I finally watched The Platform. I fucking loved it. It's excellent.
I heard that.
That's good.
What about this Queen of Black Magic remake? Anybody see that? I'm interested in that.
No.
It's a remake of the Indonesian movie. I haven't seen it, but it's the floating head shit.
Never heard of it.
Indonesian movies were like the heads that fly on the fucking off of the crazy ones.
Like Mystics and Bali?
Yeah. This one, the Queen of Black Magic, the one Mondo Macabro put out. They fucking remade it.
I didn't know they remade that movie. That's crazy.
It's coming out. It came out this year.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
dude.
random.
And Kimo Sambol did it. The dude who worked on like The Raid and shit. No, not The Raid. I'm looking at his movies here. He did The Killers and Headshot. Dude, he's with the other dude.
Oh, cool,
who
man.
did the
Headshot was fun.
Kimo and whatever their fucking names are.
Weird.
I was hoping
what a
that
weird
Neil
one to
Marshall's
remake.
new film dropped before the end of the year, but I don't know if it's going to.
Love and Monsters.
There were so many
Which one
movies that
is
were
it
supposed to
dropped?
come out this year that didn't drop, like James Wan's new movie, Edgar Wright's movie, fucking
Yeah,
all
that's
these
Hollywood though. Of course
Antlers.
it's not out. Yeah.
Yeah, but Dave,
I'm
we
not
all
really
like
overly
Hollywood.
concerned.
You're the only ones.
No, Jeremy. I'm saying No. I like Hollywood too. I'm just saying we know why they didn't come out because they were going to play theaters. That's I mean.
Yeah, well, I think Dave Zee might be the most Hollywood guy on this podcast right now.
Hey, I'm an equal opportunity guy. I do like some Hollywood flicks. Sure, I like them all. You know. Here's what I wanted to ask. Abracadabra. Did anybody see that or not?
That's
Nope.
like the
Reach
Giallo.
out and grab you? No.
You guys don't know what I'm talking about? It's the guy
Yes.
that did Francesca. It's a Giallo. I think you can only watch it on YouTube or something.
I've got the
it's
Blu-ray
out there.
coming. I mean,
on
it's been released.
Oh, I
It's
do
been
have
released.
that. I do
Oh,
have
it
that.
has been released?
Yeah.
Yeah, they put it out from that new company that Jesse from Diabolic runs. What the fuck's the name of that company? It was their first release.
I know they put it out with I think another.
Why am I old?
Was it a
I can't
Lenzi or
remember.
Martino film? I can't remember.
I can't remember shit anymore. It was the Sergio Martino American Rickshaw movie.
Yeah. I can't remember the company either, man. But anyways, they just announced a couple new titles. But yeah, no, it's out. They have the standard editions coming out, I believe, in a few weeks. The standards are coming out. I have them on pre-order because I didn't care about the slipcover. So,
Love and Monsters. Anybody see that? Is that a horror movie? Is that good? So nobody's seen it?
No. I want to see this movie where the guy puts his dick in the box. That sounds cool.
it's fucking.
course
It's just.
you do.
It's so crazy, man.
Oh, December 15th. That's when Abracadabra's coming out on Blue.
Yeah.
The special.
So it'll be out for the end of the year then.
Moods is the only one that's seen the special. Where'd you watch this, Moods?
I watched it somewhere online.
See it with someone you hate. That's what the tagline is.
Dude, it's just, oh my god, man. I was like,
Oh,
I
the
can't believe this
TikTok
shit's playing
movie?
itself straightforward. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what was the one earlier in the year? Butt Boy.
Butt Boy's cool.
Just a ridiculous premise,
I feel
but
like
played
there's always
straightforward.
like a couple of those, like Bad Milo. There's always like one of those that come out every year.
Right.
It's, like,
Yeah.
Weird.
But Butt Boy plays it straight. Butt Boy is a serial killer movie about a guy who kills people by shoving them up his ass. But
Yeah,
it plays it straight. It's so fucking dumb, but it's so serious that it's great.
They should make a
Man.
sequel to The Greasy Strangler.
You know, there was a movie this year actually with Michaels or whatever, called Fingers, and it's got Jeremy Garner in it. I don't know if I mentioned it to you guys.
That guy friend requested me. The old guy, Greasy Strangler, he friend requested me.
Yeah, Michael St. Michaels. Anyways, yeah, the guy from the Greasy Strangler. But there's a movie called Fingers which stars Jeremy Garner and Michael
Is
St.
it better
Michaels.
than Love Story or whatever the fuck he did?
After Midnight. I like that.
After Midnight? No, dude, that movie was so
Yeah,
fucking-
dude. Actually, this is the
liked
best
it.
movie of the 3 Jeremy Garner films to come out this year. It's, I wouldn't say it's as extreme and absurd as The Greasy Strangler, but honestly, dude, the premise in this film, the narrative is fucking hilarious, man. I have to say, the reveal of why this shit's happening to this dude throughout the film is on the same hilarity level as the movie fucking Chop that came out years ago from Bloody Disgusting. I don't know if you guys ever seen that movie, but it's like, it's about this dude that's like been kind of kidnapped. He's being tortured and fucking just, the whole film. But then at the end of the film, it shows you why he's doing it to this guy. And it's pure, utter hilarity. right? And this was kind of like comparatively to that, man. It had me in stitches, man. It was pretty funny, but Jeremy Gardner kicks ass in this movie.
Get on my 2020s, dude.
Yeah. Honestly, Jeremy Gardner kills this movie, dude. And the weirdest thing, man, me and Godzilla were talking about this the other night. He was over at the house watching a couple movies, and we were talking about Jeremy Gardner, and he's like, this guy's dropped 3 movies this year, and not one of them, like, they all just kind of slipped under the radar and just kind of came out. And I'm like, I know, it's weird, man.
You mean as an actor?
Yeah, like, I haven't seen any of these films promoted. I didn't even know Jeremy Gardner was in Fingers.
Well, he directed the Love Story one.
Yeah. But again, that wasn't really overly promoted and stuff. But like I said, though, you know, this movie came. I was looking at the premise of Fingers, and I was like, okay, whatever. I think it was how they described it. It was like if Harmony Korine and Louis Buñuel had taken a crack code directing Office Space, still wouldn't be as bizarre filmmaker as this film. Blah blah blah. And I was like, oh shit. And then I looked who was in it, and I was like, oh my god. This sounds okay, and then it was just kind of worth checking out, man, to be honest. But
if you want to see a real weird one, there's 2 called Jesus Take the Highway or some shit. Jesus Turn Off the Highway. Batshit crazy South American movie. I don't know if it's a horror movie, but it's fucking nuts.
I think you mentioned that once before.
Monster is also crazy. I don't know if I mentioned the Jesus one, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe Jesus I'm thinking of something else. Maybe I'm thinking something else because there's another movie with Jesus in the title. Is it recent? Like from this year?
Yeah, it's from this year. This one and Lake Michigan Monster count as this year.
Yeah. Too. Someone just mentioned that to me the other day, actually, about that one. So
Lake Michigan Monster is an acquired taste. Like it's so like weird comedy. Like you'll either hate it or you'll like it.
Yeah.
Is it like that? Is it like that one movie? Fuck, I can't remember the name. With the three prostitutes who live down by the lake.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like these 3 girls. I watched it for somebody gave it to me for Patreon.
Is it new?
No, it's old. I'll try and find the name.
What year?
I don't remember.
So JP.
I mean, it's so vague. 3 girls by the lake.
I'll try and find it. I can't remember the name.
What does it even matter? It's
so
not
JP,
relevant to the conversation.
It sounded like the Lake Michigan movie, you dickhead.
Okay, so JP, so going from you thinking Deep Red is like the most overrated film to I noticed on your...
I said it's the most overrated Argento.
Oh, give me a fucking break. You even said ever. So then I noticed on your rating... Oh, give me... You guys are on fucking drugs. Anyways... I noticed that you gave Suspiria recently a 10 out of 10, so you've had a change of heart on that one.
Well, I've always liked Suspiria, and then I've come to love Suspiria.
Is it because you watched it in 4K?
No. I saw it in the drive-in, or not the drive-in, the theater. When Synapse first did that restoration, there was a screening out here. This was probably like 3 years ago. Me, Austin, and Carly went, and seeing it in a theater, I loved it more than I ever had. And then watching it in 4K, definitely. I mean, it's just such a beautiful movie, and
4K was made for movies like Suspiria.
Yeah, and also just the soundtrack and it's just so good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Suspiria, but Suspiria has been my, one of my favorite Argentos for the last like 4 or 5 years. I think, when we covered it on the show, I wasn't as high on it as. But that was in like 2014 or something, like 2015. Yeah. So it's been quite a while since then.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I was so excited about this when you guys started doing all the Argentos and JP hadn't seen any. And I was sitting back just saying to myself, I hope that he watches all these movies, and then at the end he's going to see how great Argento is and why he's the best. Because if you just take any other director and watch him from beginning to end, I don't think anybody's as strong. Of course, that's just one man's opinion, but JP was a virgin to him. So I'm like, okay, he's going to come in there. He's unclouded. He's seeing them now. He's an experienced watcher of horror. He could just watch these movies, and I want to hear, now that you've seen them all, when we get to the end of this, I'd love to know, what you think about him in general. But it sounds like you're coming up on Suspiria, so that's a great start.
Mm-hmm. I also just to update, I rewatched Inferno last night, and I haven't watched that since we covered it on the show. That's the one that I had the most problem with when we covered the Three Mothers trilogy. I didn't see it as good as you guys did. It didn't like massively fly up my list or anything, but I definitely liked it a lot more than the first time.
I'm actually wearing the Inferno shirt right now because I love that movie.
Yeah, I love it.
It has everything I love about films, man. So
the only thing questionable about that one for me is I think like some of the soundtrack is a bit weird.
I like the soundtrack.
I like the soundtrack too, actually. I mean, it's not one of the best ones, but that he's had. But
Emerson. It's actually
Emerson.
Yeah.
It's good though.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think anyone's had a run like Argento's, like from 72, from his start up until friggin' Opera. I don't think any directors had a run like that from 1970 to.
What about Cronenberg, man? Cronenberg had a good run.
Well, Cronenberg in my top 5.
We did discuss that actually. Yeah.
Cronenberg did have a great run, but he's in my top 5, might be my number like 3, honestly. But the thing is, for me, I hadn't seen Rabid and Shivers yet. Mm-hmm. And here's what I did. I watched Rabid for the first time like 2 months ago, and it was boring to me. I was this is the first time.
I love Rabid.
It moves so slow. I mean, it's not bad. It's not a bad movie, but I don't think he can do a bad movie. But to me, it was just like 6 out of 10 range, where everything else to me was much better. Again,
Rabid's one of my favorites.
Is it really? It just moved really slow and was kind of.
I saw it young. I saw it really young though, and I saw it a lot. That plays a factor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. When you think about runs, it is a good argument with Argento, because even the people that don't like his later films, that's not until like the 90s. You know what I mean? And
right. 90s is his worst decade.
What's that?
I believe the 90s to be his worst decade. I think
his first real hit was fucking Trauma. I think that was his first kind of miss, like big miss, where I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I agree.
I like Trauma.
But it's obviously a fucking downfall in considering comparative.
Yeah. And then like you look at even Carpenter had some misses in the what
was after Prince of Darkness?
Well, Carpenter, I'm thinking strictly from a horror perspective. Carpenter ventured outside of it, so I can't really say from that perspective. As a regular director, including everything, maybe he did not have a miss for a very long time. I don't know.
His first miss was
Village of the Damned.
Village of the Damned was the big miss for me, and then Craven obviously had a miss like the fucking same year that he put out Elm Street.
Craven was a hit and miss back and forth his whole career. He was like, I got to hit. Fuck.
Craven never really had a huge stretch of great films.
But I can see your argument for why Argento, in terms of a pure run, I think the two that I think of that have the best, the 2 or 3 is probably Cronenberg, Argento, and maybe Carpenter up until Village of the Damned.
I think Romero had a bad. He had like 6 films in a row that were all good too.
Right. If you start his sample size is definitely a lot smaller, but I agree with you.
I mean, Cronenberg 75 to like 2002, man. Oh.
Day of the Dead. Those are 5 greats, and then what was after that? After Day of the Dead, well, I tried Night Riders is in there too. Not a horror movie, but very good. That's 6.
Yeah, it's earlier. Yeah, earlier.
Where is Romero's miss?
Some people would say Monkey Shines. Monkey Shines.
No,
I like Monkey Shines.
I don't think Monkey Shines is regarded that highly. I'm okay with it, but I think
Dark Half actually isn't that great for me either.
No, it's not. It's not regarded high.
Those are both good movies, but they're not great.
Okay.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
But I wouldn't call it a miss.
It's not a miss, but it's not like strong. Like Argento from 1970 to 89, they're all strong. I mean, there's not a miss. An opera.
It's not as well made as Opera.
Right.
Even if you enjoy Monkey Shines more, no one can look you in the face and say that there's better filmmaking techniques in Monkey Shines than Opera.
Cronenberg and Argento are 2 of the longest streaks for sure. I mean, Cronenberg, in my opinion, goes from 75 to 2002 without a miss.
What about Fulci? Because I'm not as familiar with you as you are, Moods, but where's like Fulci's first miss?
Manhattan Baby sucks balls, and that's right in the middle. Manhattan Baby's a piece of shit.
So
that's kind of, yeah, I know that one is definitely.
I don't know what happened with Manhattan Baby. That's a miss. That's a fucking miss.
It is. It's such a shame too, because it has such an amazing soundtrack and it's got lots of good elements to the film, and it was made.
It should be great.
And it was made right in the fucking middle. Like, I mean, you look at this. Okay, well, I mean, See, again, it's hard to judge this run too, because, you know, if you start with Zombie in 79, which there's obviously films before that. I'm not discounting, you know, A Lizard in Woman's Skin and Don't Torture a Duckling
we can go before that.
Well, you could technically he
didn't really have a bad movie before Zombie. He never really had a bad movie before Zombie, and then all those movies came after. His bad movies came after.
Yeah, for sure. But
the Psychic's fantastic.
But my point is, though, I'm just talking about streaks of general films, because he did mix in a lot of different type of genres too. Right? He had 4 of the Apocalypse was in there, spaghetti western and stuff. Too. So if you
Conquest.
Okay, so if you start with, you know, The Exorcist or whatever, The Eroticist, which is good,
which I've not seen.
Or actually, start with Lizard. Start with Lizard in 71 to Eroticist, which is really cool. Don't Torture Duckling, White Fang. I've actually never seen before. Onto the sequel For the Apocalypse, which is amazing. Then you go into The Psychic, and then Zombie, which is 79, and then
let's start with The Psychic, because that's a horror movie. And what was, you know what I mean? We'll start with The Psychic, because that's a horror movie.
He did Silver Saddle, which is another spaghetti western in there too. But then, okay, so you go Zombie into 1980, which is Contraband, which is an amazing, you know, kind of crime type film, really gory and shit. It's awesome, man. And then City Living Dead in 80. The Black Cat in 81, The Beyond in 81, House of Cemetery 81, New York Ripper 82, Manhattan Baby also in 82, and he shot those movies like back to back, which is
he's got 7. He's got 7.
It's so weird because if you look at this from City to Manhattan Baby is so weird. Like what happened?
Baby's a turd bomb.
But then and then 83 he made Conquest, which is like the Sandals and Swords fucking film, which I love. Yeah. It's great.
Dude, fucking Manhattan Baby. Listen to this. I used to have this movie club where like 5 or 6 of us. We tried to get it, but it was only ever like 3 of us because nobody ever could come because work. But I was young. I was like 19, maybe younger. And we're like, we'll do these 2 movies a night. So I was like, all right. I hadn't seen Manhattan Baby, so I planned that for the second movie because people will be here more later. And I put the first movie as this cheesy movie called Playroom that I hadn't seen by Manny Coto, who did Dr. Giggles. So I put Playroom in. Mm-hmm. It's funny. It's goofy. I actually enjoyed it. And then I'm excited to put Manhattan Baby, and I'm hyping up Fulci. I'm like, he's the best. Watch, this movie's going to be awesome. We put it in, I was like, oh my God, this is the worst Fulci I've ever seen.
Right.
I was embarrassed. I was everybody was like, this sucks. I was like, shit.
And you probably had City and
that's all that happened in the movie.
Yeah, the whole Gates of Hell trilogy sitting right there, and you're playing Manhattan Baby. Damn.
Well, I hadn't seen it. So I hyped up Fulci, and then I showed him a fucking turd.
Yeah,
I'd be like hyping up, like, guys, check this out. I lead him right in my bathroom and point to the toilet, and there's a big floater in there.
Man, I rewatched The Black Cat the other night because it's Italian Horror Month, and, you know, I'm just watching Italian films, and I forgot how much I love that film, man. I absolutely love his vision to the Poe story, man. It's great. It's actually it's one of my favorites. It's up there with the Karloff film from, like, you know, 32.
Well, nothing compares to Luigi Cozzi's, right?
I keep up. I can't find the goddamn name of that.
Are you still on that?
I'm looking the whole time.
What happens in it?
It's like these 3 girls. They like drive in the car and they kidnap this guy and they kill him and they hate men, and then they go and they live down the beach, and there's like this other girl who lives with this old man, and they live in this shack, and then there's like a giant monster who lives in the water and it picks people off. That's about it.
How old is it?
I don't know, like 10 years old.
10 years old.
Damn.
Is it have a really dumb name, like does it have like half naked chicks on it, Monster of the Sea or something like that?
Maybe.
Dude, I bet I haven't seen it, but I bet I know what it is.
I'm gonna find it.
It honestly sounds vaguely familiar. I'm not gonna lie. Can't put a title to it though, but
I'm stumped. I'll tell you what, though, Mood, you helped answer a question, because inadvertently the other day on Exploding Heads we were talking about the fact that Cronenberg came out with 2 great movies the same year. In 83, he came out with Videodrome and The Dead Zone. And we were talking on the show, has any other director come out with 2 great movies in the same year? And we said off the top of our heads, right, we couldn't think of it. But just now when he was talking about 2 of them being from the Gates of Hell trilogy, and then I think, if I'm not mistaken, so Fulci's the other answer. Now I'm thinking Argento. Didn't two of the Animal trilogy come out the first?
Four Flies and
in 73, I think, maybe.
So there you go. There's the answer. Only Italians have done it, and Cronenberg. I mean, it's hard to find a director that put out 2 movies at all in the same year.
Somebody did that recently.
Really?
Somebody put out.
Oh yeah,
Vigos.
it's
Joe
71.
Vigos
Yeah, Cat o' Nine Tails
Joe
and
Vigos did Bliss and VFW, technically both 2019 movies, and they're both really good.
Yeah, there was another one too, though.
Don't say Eli Roth. I know you're going to go there.
Was it Eli Roth?
Well, yeah, because remember that one year he came out. You had them both in your top 10. Knock Knock and Green Inferno.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
That just occurred to me right now.
both misses
While
for
we were
me.
doing Exploding Heads.
I would not put Green Inferno in my top 10 still, but Knock Knock definitely.
No,
I love that
No,
Knock Knock is vastly superior to Green Inferno.
yeah, it is
Yeah,
definitely
Knock Knock
better
is
for sure.
Great.
Yeah, it is
It's
definitely
great.
better, but it's a decent remake, anyways. But
I don't hate it. Well, what I hate Green Inferno. I don't
Yeah,
want to talk
that movie-
about
That
it.
is interesting though. Whenever you
It's
have
terrible.
a director put out 2 movies in a year.
Right.
Especially
it
when they're
honestly
not
isn't that uncommon for Italian directors because they used to just,
Right.
they used to just pump
Right.
out shit, right? So
Well, what was Fulci's 1980 again? You said City of Living Dead and which other one?
Contraband.
Okay, and what was his 81? Beyond and
81 was actually amazing. It was The Black Cat, The Beyond, and House by the Cemetery.
House by the
3.
Cemetery, The Beyond are fucking
Wow.
amazing.
Yeah,
Black
so
Cat-
The Black Cat is great too. Like
Damn.
it's 3 really damn good films. Like,
No, it's 2 of my top 20s and then 1 good one.
yeah, The Beyond's literally my second
Holy
favorite movie of all
shit.
time.
So Beyond's in my top 10.
I bet Mike probably did it too, all the movies he cranks
Oh,
out. I
yeah,
bet
he's
he's
done
good
done
horror movies.
that.
It's kind of crazy
One
actually.
year.
Like in that 2-year
Monstro
span.
from 2010.
Yeah, I figured it was that one. The cover has a girl in a
Monstro.
bikini on it, right?
El Monstro
Black
del
and
Mar.
Yeah,
That's the one. Yeah, that's
the
one I was
Stuart
thinking
the
of.
Stuart Simpson movie.
that's the one.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like it starts out kind of like a Tarantino film, and then it goes like all bad shit with this fucking creature in the water and shit.
Craven did Craven put? I think Craven put out My Soul to Take and Scream 4 in the same year. Both great movies.
Stuart Simpson
He also-
actually doesn't have a miss for me, man. Demons Among Us and Strawberry Vanilla Chocolate. Is that how it goes? I don't
Put
know.
that
Yeah.
one out too. I love Chocolate Strawberry. Vanilla.
Yeah, those are the 3 films that he's directed in his career, the full-length films, and they're all hits to me, man.
I need to watch that El Monstro because I really like Chocolate Strawberry Vanilla. That was like my favorite movie that came out that year.
Yeah, me too.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, it was great.
Kind of reminded me of what's the other Ice Cream Man movie that is
Cream
underrated?
Man?
Big Boy? Oh, no, forget.
Ice Cream Man. That's the only a lot.
That's what I said.
I don't know what the fuck they are.
I'm having a fucking bad day.
You thinking of Bag Boy, Lover Boy?
Yeah, because it's like that. I would say it's like in the
Oh, that movie's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of that. Because he was
Yeah.
selling. Yeah.
Just like a bunch of weird. Just follow this weirdo the whole movie and watch him do fucking weird shit and watch him break down.
Yeah.
Like Norman Bates on acid or some shit.
Oh, speaking of Simpson, so I'm watching The Barn because I told Moods I would, and my wife keeps coming around with these comments because she's not really watching it. She's in and out of the room and whatnot, and she hears the one guy making noise. I think it's the sackhead guy, and he has some type of laugh. And my wife thought that it was Homer Simpson. She's like, "That sounds like Homer Simpson." I said, "What?" Here's what I wanted to ask you, especially you specifically, Moods,
Yeah.
because you might know. She was insisting that this was voiceover. And I said, I go, these are what some of these low-budget movies do. She goes, no, look at how loud their voices are compared to everything else. She's insisting. She goes, that's got to be voiceover. I'm like, no, there's no way the lip syncing would never miss if that was the case.
If
But-
it was outside, it was probably ADR because they do ADR on a lot of outside.
Yeah,
Because of the
Yeah, but the
wind
whole
and-
audio track, the whole movie, their voices are all that volume, way above everything else. And again, she hasn't seen low budget movies like this before. And I'm just trying to tell her, hey, no, I've seen movies like this. That's just the way they are. I don't know why they are that way, but it's not voiceover. There's just no way they could do it that well.
It could explain why some of the acting is really flat. If it's a voiceover, it could have fucked up the performances.
I don't know if they voiced over in that one. I think what they might have done is filtered out because I think they shot with audio in that film. And I think what they might have done is they might have filtered out the back so much that it actually sounds like you're doing a voiceover, doing ADR in the studio after. Because sometimes if you over filter the sound, because when you shoot outside with audio and stuff, you're obviously going to get the wind sound in there, right? You're going to have background noises, right? It's just naturally going to pick up on the mic. So if you filter that shit right out, it kind of sounds like, you're doing ADR in the studio after kind of thing. So I honestly don't think that they would have done that for The Barn, but
I bet some of the lines are. I bet some of the lines
I'm not saying that they're all probably not like that, but of course that's like every movie. A lot of low budget films they'll go in and do
every movie outside. They always get clean audio on the dialogue.
Yeah.
Separate, just in case.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll go in if they do have clean audio outside and stuff, they'll keep that and they'll go back in and do ADR. But the whole film, I doubt it. I honestly doubt it.
The whole movie. Yeah,
I doubt it too. I just wanted to put it out there. I just thought it was an interesting because I don't know if your wife's the same way, but like I'll get the strangest observations from her because she's not she's a casual observer of horror. So she'll come in the room and she'll see me watching a movie that she would never think to watch. You know how it goes, I'm sure. And she comes up, you know what I mean? She'll come up with these observations that you being, or both, just us, all of us here, being seasoned watchers of these movies that never think about it, but getting that outside perspective. She always does that. Her and my daughter both. They always come up with these things, and I always end up bringing them up on the podcast because it's interesting the stuff that they see that we just don't think about. I guess.
Yeah, we're used to some shit, and they're not.
Yeah, it's so weird, and then you start thinking about it, and you almost get like insecure a little bit about watching that kind of movie.
Or embarrassed. You ever been watching a movie, then somebody walks in, they're like, "What the fuck is that stupid shit?" Or they ruin a movie for you completely. Like, why would this character do that? And like. I've had two people like ruin a movie for me. Like they tell me all this shit about it, and I'm like, "Fuck, dude, I don't like this movie anymore." Thanks. I used to love this movie.
Yeah, I think a lot of it to do with a lot of it has to do with like a mixing too, right? Because if you shot, say the barn is shot outside, obviously, and they shot with audio and shit like that. If they over filter, the background noises and they don't mix in the ambience after, it'll have that kind of pause sound, right?
Or if they didn't get room tone outside at all.
Exactly. Like if you put an ambient track, like you're outside, if you're doing this, post or whatever, it has the illusion that audio is coming straight from there too, right? So it won't have that kind of cut sound. And
audio is the hardest thing to get in a low budget movie.
Exactly. But yeah, I noticed that in a lot of low budget films where they kind of forget to put the ambience, the natural ambience of when you're shooting a scene. And if you over filter that shit out of the natural, the sound, then, and you don't put it in, after it sounds odd. It sounds like you're cut and pasting. It sounds like you can hear it going back and forth and you're like, what the fuck? But they're like, it's just over filtered, but you have to fill in the gap with that ambience, right? You have to have that natural sound.
That room tone. Or it's
room tone.
Because it doesn't matter where you're shooting, unless you're shooting in a fucking soundproof room, you're gonna have ambient sound, right? And so when you take that out, it sounds like cut and paste. All right, so
why they always got to record room tone, bro.
Yeah. The bad man, I sat there and waited for him to record so much goddamn room tone. It was like, all right, room tone. We're like half tired, falling asleep for 25.
So then you put that in there so you don't have that cut sound. Yeah. It's just, and it's hard to mix too because you don't want that shit too loud because when you're putting it in after, you have to have the right mix too, right? Or else it just sounds fake also. So. Yeah.
And that's what I think happens in those kind of movies. And that was actually my comparison to that movie. When I watched that movie, my initial issue with the barn was that the way it was marketed more than anything, which of course that'll get you every time. But like it was marketed as this 80s thing. So as I'm watching it and the same exact thing happened again today, I had a different experience overall, but I still kept being reminded of these two movies that I saw in the early 2000s when I was still getting free rentals from Hollywood Video. Just because they were free, I would take these movies home. So I took home two movies. One of them was called Dead and Rotting, 2002.
Yeah, that movie's
a full mood Tempe movie.
Yeah.
Okay, and another was Killjoy 2, and those are the movies that the look and the sound and the acting and everything about them. That is what the barn reminded me of the first time I saw it. And this time, and I think that I was angry at the barn because I was hoping it was going to feel like a genuine 80s thing. And I'm like, no, this is more like an early 2000s freaking direct-to-video film than anything. And that was what I took from it. And that's what I took now. And those movies sounded the same way and they had that feel. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm not saying it to insult the movie.
I definitely know what you're talking about.
No. I mean, I've done sound for films of those type of budgets and stuff, and it's just the way it is. It just depends on your final mixes and shit, right? I mean, it's really going to depend on it. And I think like for somebody like you're noticing that too, so it's also off-putting in the acting too. Like Dave kind of said, maybe it was coming off sounding kind of flat and shit because when you do have that kind of cut sound and shit, it's noticeable. When you're noticing things like that, you start focusing on it, right? It's not fluid.
And he had no passion in his eyes.
Right. And I when you explain it like that, I can completely understand where you're coming from because I've dealt with shit like this before. I worked on this fucking horrendous fucking vampire film. But honestly, the sound mix I did for it was great. No, Vampircon, yeah.
That's also what
But honestly, my mix I did for it was great. It sounded awesome and shit like that. But the movie was just like, oh, it was dreadful. I actually never even seen the full thing, to be honest. I have my name in the credits too. It's crazy. But yeah, so I mean, I get where you're coming from for sure. I mean, I've just seen so many movies of this caliber, like low budget things with those type of sound mixes and stuff. Over time, you just kind of get used to it and shit. And I understand it. You know, sometimes, you know, I mean, again, going back to, you know, low budget filmmaking and shit like that, everything's not going to be perfect, right? But
I think it's how you use the budget. This is what it could like. Look at movies now that we watch, like in 2019 and 20 and 18. Look how many independent movies that have made like our top 10 or top 20s that you look at. If this movie only had a budget of $100,000.
Hagawaswaga. What's that? What's the Hagawaswaga?
Hagazusa.
Yeah, that one.
Well, we see a lot of these low budget movies.
That one was very professional for the budget.
Right. And that's what it is. And we always end up saying this looks like it's $1 million picture and sounds. And how did they do it? Then you see these other movies with similar budgets, and you feel every bit of it as you're watching it.
The Barn was only probably like $15,000 though. $20,000.
Honestly, what they did with the budget is
a lot of like do it yourself.
But you know what's crazy about the Barn though?
Overseas, they get grants. They get grants. And they get to use the college professional equipment in Hagazusa and shit.
Right. Yeah, it was literally a college film.
They don't give you shit.
Yeah, it was a college student film. But you know, the thing with the Barn that's actually quite crazy, I mean, it's really, really low budget. And of course, it is a lot of do-it-yourself and stuff, which makes kind of sense. But the fact that they even had like an original score soundtrack for it is really insane too. Right?
Yeah,
I liked it.
That's very uncommon for a film of that type of budget to have, you know, that, and the music's fantastic, right?
It really was good. You know what a lot of it reminded me of? And they did that, I think, intentionally, but I listened to this album more than any other album I own, the Halloween 3 soundtrack. There were certain beats from certain tracks in that they totally did. I don't know if it was a tribute or just because, you know, just to do it, but I thought the soundtrack was good. So
you want to know what I think is, you know, is the best lowest budget movie I've seen? Probably Blood Runs Cold, to be honest. That movie was made for like $5,000.
Is that a Scandinavian slash?
Yeah, it's the
okay.
Swedish one.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
it's only made for $5,000. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about this movie?
Please do.
Did the lead actor have passion in his eyes? That's what I need to know. I say he did not.
I didn't really
seem to agree with that.
I tried not to look at that stuff in this movie. I tried to give it a fair shake. I did not look in the eyes. I didn't go out of my way. I noticed that all the acting is the same thing with like those other movies I referenced, like Killjoy and like fucking Dead and Rotting. It's the actors for me. They always feel like they're acting. They don't feel natural. And I'm not dissing them. I'm not saying somebody. I think the worst performance was that one guy's father. And anyone that listens to my shows will tell you, I never say someone's a bad actor. I've done it like 3 times in fucking 8 years I've been doing this. People complain about acting all the time, and I say I didn't notice it being bad. So if I say it, it's very rare. I'm not one of those guys that...
I would say myself, too. Know? Usually I'm good. Like, people complain. I never complain about the Friday the 13th. So I'm like, I like it. No, so I don't mind it.
But sometimes guys stand out. Like, there was a couple lines delivered by that one guy's father when he was scolding him that it was a little bit shitty, I thought. But nothing that's like, oh, my God, the acting was horrible. No. But it still has that same feel that those early 2000 low-budget movies that I rented... It feels the same way, even right down to the acting, just the way the lines are delivered. And
it was good enough for me to care about the acting. It was a good enough movie where I paid attention to the acting, which probably hurt.
See, the difference for me, the difference for me, like I honestly never, like I've said a million times, I don't really focus too much on super indie films like this on the acting, but for me, man, I mean, the fact that they put a lot of effort into, creating mythology with these characters and stuff, and a lot of the effects were really good and shit, and that's kind of what's selling it for me. It's got a really good Halloween aesthetic, and it's all those elements that I can overlook, certain types of acting. Yeah, I agree. Like, it's just something I don't focus on. I don't really worry too much about it, man. There's certain characters, certain deliveries and shit like that, like having passion in your eyes. I wasn't actually looking that deep into it at the time, but I'm more focused, like the way if there's a great atmosphere and a great soundtrack and a great concept, and things, I'm fucking in there, man. I'm cool with that, but I get where you're coming from for sure. But
yeah, 100%.
I don't hate it. I just wanted to let you know I don't hate it. You guys are talking on the show like that Dave Zee. He gives it a 3 out of 10. And this, I don't know.
What's your rating? What's your rating?
It's 6 out of 10.
I'm a 6.5, so we're not too far off.
Okay, you know what? The first hour I was at about the 6.5. I liked the atmosphere, I liked everything. I just kind of fell out of it in the third act, which does happen to me sometimes. I just stopped caring as much. But I enjoyed the first hour. You know, just
it's almost like that last half an hour didn't have as much passion in it.
Oh, for fuck's sake! But man, it's just like a lot of films from the company and shit, like Close Calls. I know Dave again. That was acting in that film, but the soundtrack was done by the same guy,
movie
Rocky
with the girl
Gray.
with the big titties that you're talking about.
Yeah, so
100% effort as well. 100% effort as well. But
Rocky Gray did the music for that film too, and you can tell though, man, it's that very symphonic type fucking music. It's awesome and shit. He did the music for 1031, I think, also, and I think the sequel too. So all those movies kind of have that same type of sound, which is great because I love that shit. So
if that dude does a Kickstarter for his next movie, I'm donating for sure. That's how much I believe he makes a great movie. But I just
is the Kickstarter still going for the Barn too? Can you still donate to that?
I don't know.
What about Dustin's new Kickstarter? Fucking
that's a Puppet Monster Massacre remake, which
dude
is crazy.
Is Dustin seriously at that point in his career where he's remaking his own films now?
He's always wanted to do a sequel to it. He thought about doing a remake. He just was his first movie, and he's like, I can make this way better and way bigger and different too. Yeah. So,
yeah, I just thought it was interesting.
It's been over 10 years, I think.
I just thought it was very interesting that Dustin was going to remake one of his films, considering he's always, to me, he's one of the most original indie filmmakers of the last 20 years. He's done a lot of really cool concepts.
This will be different than the original, I'm sure of it.
But I think, for that first film, The Puppet Monster Massacre was insane to tackle as your first film.
Oh, it's super ambitious.
But I mean, honestly, man, most of his projects are very ambitious. He usually comes up really interesting concepts, whether you like him or not, but they're always interesting in that aspect. And I think he's a very overlooked filmmaker
all
for that.
Different too, all different.
That's what I'm saying. Every film is so different in concept and the way he delivers it and shit. It's just really crazy, man. So
he's got one coming out at the end of December on Blu-ray from Grindhouse Video. Rip.
Wow, man, crazy.
And I was in that one. Pretty good sized role.
You showed your wiener
3 years ago. Huh? No, not that kind of movie. You seem to be the only one concerned about it, though.
I just got to bring it up.
What about Argento's Kickstarter?
What was the name of that one, Dave? Was it the Neon Doom one?
That one's not coming out. No, this one's called Rip, Rest in Pieces.
Oh, the Rest in Pieces. Okay.
It's like a crime movie, but it turns into a slasher. I mean, it's low budget. But
I was going to ask you, whatever happened to Neon Doom?
I don't know.
Because that one was in production, years ago, right? 4 or 5?
Filmed. It's already been filmed. It's just post-production, and it takes so long to work on the digital effects and stuff. And it's kind of that deal where he does it, and then he's like, I can do better than that. And then he makes movies that he thinks are probably way ahead of that. So he's like, where do I put this now? Considering it'd be like releasing a movie I made 4 years ago, it's going to look way cheaper than the movies I'm making now.
Yeah.
Because Rip was filmed 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
cool, man. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm always looking forward to his films.
Oh, wait, I have to ask my weekly question. JP, have we any news from Peter? I was gonna phone. Phone into the last episode and ask, but nobody would answer. So
you didn't call me.
Yeah, you didn't call. I was waiting for you to call.
Oh, that's a bunch of fucking bullshit, and you know it.
You made a comment that he called and you forgot it. You're like, shit, I didn't answer. I didn't see it.
No, I mean he was trying to he was like, "Sup, bro? What do you think of this?" He was trying to talk to me, and I just never answered him I normally don't. So
he wants to play it easy to get in on you, and then when you answer, he'd be like, "Fuck you."
But did you say he sent a normal email where he's like, "I was wondering what JP thought about this movie"?
Yeah, he's done that a few. That's what these types were.
It's so weird.
Wow.
Yeah,
He's gonna be like the next. What's his name? Luca Magnotta. That's him.
Oh God.
Seriously, except instead of cats, it's fucking.
Don't fuck with
hamsters.
It's hamsters. You know.
Nice.
All right. Thanks for my weekly Peter update.
All right. Cool, man. Anything else?
Oh, Dave. I got one serious question for Dave.
Okay.
It's about one of your co-hosts.
Uh-oh. Okay. Fire
so,
away.
When we cover the Ghoulies franchise, is Christian going to come on the show?
You'll have to ask him.
You gotta get if we ever cover the Ghoulies franchise, you gotta get Christian on the show just to watch.
Patreon.com/22 Shots Podcast. Make it happen.
It'll be the Canadians versus the Americans on that one.
He might do it just to hang out with you guys because it's been a while. So I think, I don't know. Right now, if it happens like in the near future while he's still able to work from home and has a little bit more spare time, he just may do it. How many movies are in the Ghoulies franchise?
Four. And I don't even like two of them. I don't even like two of them. And you guys know who I am. I'm the guy who likes Chud too.
JP, is that the one that we did a commentary for the sequel?
No, we did a commentary on the best one, which was Ghoulies 2.
Ghoulies 2.
I love Ghoulies 2.
Yeah, he might do it. 4 movies is pretty much his limit these days. But I think to hang out with you guys and to talk about Ghoulies.
Oh man.
He hates fucking Ghoulies Go to College. But then again, I saw it once too, and I thought it was god awful as well.
It's objectively a bad movie.
I don't like it either. It's almost too goofy for me.
It is too goofy, but I like it.
If it's too goofy for you, it's way too goofy for me. And
Kane Hodder has a cameo at the beginning. I think
every time I watch Ghoulies 3...
He's just there. He's the stuntman in that movie.
I think every time I watch Ghoulies 3, I make the mistake of watching it after part 2, because part 2 is like legitimately pretty good. And then you watch part 3 and it's like this total shift in tone and it's just goofy and weird and dumb. I can't take it. It just doesn't work.
I hate when franchises do that, when they change complete tone and go into comedy and never look back. It happens so many times. Why comedy?
And then you got franchises like Chucky who do that, and then they're like, we're going to tone it down. We're going to go back to our roots. And then the very fucking next movie, they go back to the bullshit.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I thought Cult of Chucky had like 1 or 2 moments like that, but overall, I think the tone was still more serious than Bride and Seed and those movies. I don't know. I know you hate that one scene with this and that, but I think you're just hanging on to fucking those particular scenes and not the movie as a whole. And we all do it. We do that sometimes.
I haven't rewatched it. I was not happy with that at all.
You should rewatch it. Dude, it's all about the rewatch. How many times do I got to say that? I prove it to myself all the fucking time. Like The Barn, for example. You know what I mean? I went for I didn't really have it. I'm not going to say I went from a 3 to a 6, but I was really motherfucking it before, and now I'm not. It's just, you get something stuck in your head, and you remember one thing about that movie, and it sticks in your craw. And then you go back and watch it with that knowledge, and like, okay, I know this is going to happen, but let's see how the rest is. And
it happens to me sometimes.
Yeah, it does. It happens.
You get hung up on some stupid bullshit you can't get your mind. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to give movies a second chance, especially if there's a reason to, like it's part of a franchise, or there's like other aspects about it, or the actor or the director or whatever it is.
You should give Jason Goes to Hell a 19th chance then.
I just watched it. I tried. I just watched the whole thing when I got the box set in a row. I marathoned this fucking.
I stopped at part 3.
I haven't even opened my box set yet.
Dude, what the fuck?
Dude,
I watched the first one again. Transfer's crazy on it.
Time, dude.
I really don't have time.
Stop waking up at 2 in the morning and you'll have more time.
Dude,
watch 2005 bullshit.
I gotta watch 2005 bullshit. I gotta watch 2020 bullshit. I gotta watch bullshit for the episode 200. And then on top of that, I gotta watch all the fucking movies I get to review. And then a Patreon movie every week. I got no time. And you're like this. Like, you should squeeze in pelts. I'm like, motherfucker, dude.
It's only an hour or 2.
I goddamn time all the time. He's like, you should watch
50 minutes, dude.
Dude, 50 minutes is all my time. I don't have
half a movie.
I don't got fucking 5 minutes. I shit when I walk. I wear diapers now.
Welcome to my world.
Well, that's what
I just upgraded the pull-ups.
22 shots, bro.
Shit. Yeah, well, Moon said that one comment. He's like, thanks for the Secret Satan gifts. Now you can stay on the show. I was like, if I known that was what was going to happen, I would have got your ass fucking violent shit franchise. Kick me out real quick.
I got that.
Did you guys see
But I have all the violent shit movies.
Secret Satan, bro?
What?
Did you see my Secret Satan?
Yes, we know.
For 4 hours.
Bro.
Like, every time you do a show like a podcast, I swear you try to sell me something. You make a great salesman, like those infomercials. Like, this thing is so great,
bro. Listen,
you cannot believe how well this thing cleans.
Last night, bro, I swear to God, this guy came in and to work where I was.
What, you sold him a bunch of pencils off the counter?
No, and he came in, right, and he was like, man, he's like, if you ever want to get out of this, and get into sales, he gave me his card. He works for Serta. We make the world's best mattresses. He's the senior account manager. Yeah, but he gave me his card. He's like, hit me. He's like, basically call me. But yeah, maybe sales is what I should do.
You got a good person. You talk to people pretty well, and you're not afraid to talk to anybody. You know, you don't get intimidated by shit. So you'd be good at it, I think.
All right, so before we end this intro, Dave, I just want to get your quick little opinion since we're both Bills fans. Next 2 weeks, we got the Seahawks in 2 days, and then we got Arizona next week. What are your predictions on those games?
2 losses.
It's 2 really fucking tough games, but I guess we'll see.
You're going to win the Seattle one, and you're going to lose the Arizona one.
Probably, yes. Probably, yes. See, my opinion on the Bills, because I've been watching them forever, I'm not going to say I know them better than everybody else, but when even people in Buffalo, they always say things, and then like me and my brother watch the games every week, and we're like, how come you people are surprised? Haven't you been watching the same team we've been watching all these years? And it's true. And it's like, and this is what they do. They tend to blow it against the bad teams. This has been fucking for years, and they tend to show up at least keep it close for a half against the good teams and sometimes beat them. I'm actually I usually give them more of a chance against good teams than bad teams, because that's the kind of football
sounds
they
like
play.
the Steelers.
I mean, this week against the Seahawks, just kind of, it's the head-to-head match, man, between Allen and Wilson. I mean, Wilson's killing it this year, man. I mean, first half of the season, they're like,
Seattle's defense is a problem.
They're like, man, this guy is fucking MVP this year in the first half of the season. Wilson's been killing it, man. Yeah, their defense is kind of the problem for sure, but it's going to be an interesting game because when Allen's on, he is fucking on. And I was predicting that one could be close, might be lost, and maybe beat Arizona, but
watch.
If I get one of the 2 out of there, I'm happy. So.
Oh, we'll get one of the 2. I don't know which one for sure. But
the Steelers are 7-0. We beat the Ravens, which everybody has.
That's not me. That is not me. I'm just gonna say.
That's me. I'm sorry.
Before I get blamed.
We got the the dog shit Cowboys next week. Watch, it'll be like a field goal game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That's always that way.
Because that's the type of shit we do, man.
Well, I'm just saying.
All I know is
but be happy. Be happy.
I'm gonna win 3 Blu-rays from JP, or a Blu-ray and $20.
I mean,
maybe.
Wait,
that
why?
7th team is the factor, dude. The 7th team in the playoffs is a factor.
As of right now, the Bears aren't in the playoffs.
As of right now.
All they got to do is keep the part-time lover healthy until December when it's the only time he's good. So if he's healthy in December, the Bears.
You talking about Big Dick Nick?
Yeah.
The only other game of the whole year I'm even worried about is in Week 14 against the Steelers. But as for the rest of the whole season, I think we probably should technically win all the other games. So
I'm not changing what I said before the season. 10-6.
No, we'll finish better than that. I can't see us losing 4 more games. I mean, 3 to tops. But I'm going to say we're going to show up against Steelers and beat them, though. So I'm actually hoping the Steelers are undefeated at that point, and then we go in and beat them.
Buddy, we're freaking lax.
No, I'm hoping that they're undefeated at that point, and we go in and walk on them. That'd be fucking amazing.
I'm not worried about the Bills. Probably the least team I'm worried about right now.
Oh, fuck off. You have such an easy schedule. You guys are 7-0 because you guys are the shit fucking teams.
What?
We beat Baltimore.
The fucking Steelers are good, bro.
We beat Baltimore.
I'm not saying they're not good. Yeah, Baltimore.
Tennessee.
Okay.
Who have you beat?
Well, we got 6 wins. That's what it comes down
to.
That's what it comes down to.
It's true, though. The JP is right. They're better coached, and they have a more experienced quarterback. It's just simple as that. This is coming from a Bills fan. You know what I mean? I am a Josh Allen guy. I'm a Josh Allen guy before anybody in this neighborhood was. I never blindly jump on anything. I wanted them to draft Josh Allen. After he was drafted, my wife, who doesn't know a whole lot about all the football I talk and who I love, she went out and for my birthday, which was August 2nd, she bought me the Josh Allen jersey just before he ever played a down for the Buffalo Bills. So I was already a fan, and I've been defending him all the time, mostly blaming the coaching. for not letting him throw and this and that and not making excuses for him, but I've been defending him. So I am a Josh Allen guy, yes, but
I think it is changing. I think they're starting to realize that Allen, I think he's gaining the respect though too of, because he's still a rookie, right? Like, I mean, let's face it here, he doesn't have that much experience, but he is learning week by week. And I think it's, like any rookie quarterback, you're going to have your ups and downs and stuff. But I think that in the long run, this is his experience here now. He's only going to get better, man. And, honestly, I think the coaches are going to learn that, hey, we're going to have to let him, kind of decide some shit because, I mean, they got high hopes for this guy. I mean, they're calling him like the next fucking Brady and shit, which is insane to even say.
That's nuts. Yeah.
But he has so many great elements.
Any quarterback that's
I'll be happy if he's top 10.
It's too early.
Right.
Maybe
I just want him to be a
Mahomes.
top 10. I'll be happy. No, Mahomes is still the fucking man. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the only person I'll let.
And the Bears passed on him to pick up Mitchell Trubisky.
I know the Bears.
Yeah,
are
Mahomes just has to stop fucking running so much and get hit. That's his fucking
projected
problem.
Quarterbacks.
And they passed up on Watson too, both of them.
We'll see. I mean, it's way too early to say anything like that, but I mean, in the long run, I think it's going to work out.
I think for the Bills, a wild card win this year would be a good step for the Bills.
That's growth. Yes, because we had a drought forever. Now the drought's done. Now we'll be making the playoffs 2 out of 3 seasons.
Yeah, but this year's going to be a division championship.
It's not going to be enough.
Well, we're going to win the division this year, so I'm not worried about no fucking making the wild card bullshit.
No, it'll be a wild card game, unless because you're not going to pass up the Steelers or the Chiefs for the 1 or 2 seed, I assume. So you'll be playing. Well, shit. This year you play, even if you're the 2nd seed, you play a wild card game.
Yeah. This year.
Oh, is that how that's working?
I just want to win a playoff game.
It doesn't. It honestly doesn't matter to me. If we win the division, I'll be happy with that, and then we'll go from there. So.
I think you should have your sights set for a playoff win this year.
Of course.
I think if you don't win one playoff game, it would be a disappointing season, even if you win the division, because the Bills' trajectory is going up. But feel like if they just win the division, it just is a flat.
Yeah,
because it's going to be a question. Okay, can we win a playoff game now?
They need better coaching. And I'll say that to the grave. I don't like the coaching team. I despise the freaking offensive coordinator, and I have to give the head coach a little bit of the blame because he could make changes and he hasn't. And I'll leave it not. I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but I have been watching this guy call plays for 3 years, and he's way too.
Well, it's definitely different this year, though, man. You can see the changes with Allen, though. It's a little bit different. I think honestly, the defensive coordinator, we have problems stopping the ball up the middle, man. That's the biggest problem that we have on that team. Like
you guys got 5 tough games. See, you mentioned Seattle and Arizona, but even the Chargers game is losable, and then the 49ers, then the Steelers. That's a rough streak right there, man.
I'm not worried about the 49ers are done this season, man. I bet you they lose out.
They're dangerous.
But I mean, you're also the same team that's
they're all half their team's gone the rest of the year.
Like you won by 3 points against the Dolphins.
Dude, the Dolphins are a lot better than people are giving them credit for, though.
Now, man. but week 2 Dolphins weren't. And then the Rams game you won by 3 points. You got blown out by the Titans.
But those are good. Those are good wins to win those close games, though, man.
The Pats you won by 3 points. So I'm saying like and I'm not saying like Steelers, all their games were pretty much close, almost. But the 49ers, like they could make it a scrappy game, and then when it's a close game like that, it comes down to a lot of times.
No, 49ers are done, man.
I think
they have nothing. They have nothing left.
Okay, you better not lose to the 49ers, because if you do, I'm popping it in your damn face.
Dude, they're not going to have anybody by the time we play them. And they're like half the team's fucking hurt, man. It's not my fault, but
doesn't matter. But Moods, there it is. They're a bad team. I fear them more. That's the way it is. And being in Buffalo, it's true. I'm sorry. You can make book on this. The Bills are going to go either 3-2 or 2-3 the next 5 games. I will bet any fucking amount of money right now on that. They're not going to go 4-1 or 1-4. Guaranteed.
I mean, honestly, man, I think it's changing. We haven't lost that many bad. We've only got 2 losses this year, but I think both the losses are not. They're not against horrible fucking teams. What's that?
Yeah, the Chiefs and the Titans. Those are both great teams.
That's what I'm saying. So
yeah, but they barely got by some fucking shitball teams too, man.
Even New England,
everybody back in the game
right now. It's
right?
a close game.
They let the Jets back in almost, for Christ's sakes. I mean, what the fuck?
That was the most embarrassing shit I've seen all fucking in a long time. That was ridiculous.
And let's not forget that Rams game. You guys had to you guys almost blew a fucking like 20 point lead or something.
Dude, that's why I'm not as high as everyone. Believe me, I've been a Buffalo.
But we still won, and also it was the fucking Rams too. I mean, how many games in the last years, and with tons of teams, have you seen teams fucking come back? In the last few minutes.
This year we've seen it a ton.
It's crazy, all these mad comebacks. Like, it's just ridiculous in football. I don't know what it's like. They're doing it for TV or some shit. It's really bizarre. Like, look at fucking 49ers last night. They got 2 touchdowns in, a minute at the end of that game? It was ridiculous. I mean, obviously, it didn't matter in the score, but the point is.
Halftime.
Yeah.
22 shots of football and horror.
I know. I know some of the listeners are like, "Fuck you guys." Some of the listeners are like, "Can we get a spin-off show where you talk sports?"
That's why I wanted to transition with that. I was really just asking Dave for a quick little opinion, but of course JP had to step up and talk about how he's sucking his fucking Steelers dicks over there. Fucking Steelers, fucking man, and whatever. All right, that's gonna do it for the intro, guys. Let's move this along.
Do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right, JP, do we got some news this week?
Yeah. We got some news. Not gonna have a crazy amount, but the probably the biggest news I would say in the past week was that Jordan Peele, of course, the director of Us as well as Get Out, 2 films that made very high in my top 10s. Us was my number 1 of last year, and then he's now produced. He produced the new Candyman and wrote it. He is going to be doing a new take on the Wes Craven classic, The People Under the Stairs, for Universal. We don't know if he is writing the film, but he is at least producing, probably overseeing the project. I think that if you're gonna remake People Under the Stairs, now's a good time. And 2, like Jordan Peele, I'm sure completely understands what Wes Craven was going for in that film.
Probably gets it more.
Right.
Well, I would
exactly.
Probably explain why he's redoing it, putting his vision into it. So makes sense. Very relevant, though. I
think there is room to do something different with People Under the Stairs, because as we know, there is a lightheartedness to it at the same time as there is a dark factor. If you accentuate the dark factor and get rid of the lightheartedness, it becomes a different movie, and I think something I would be more interested in seeing done in a completely serious tone if we're going to make it.
Jordan Peele doesn't do anything completely serious, though.
That is true. You have a fair point. But he isn't directing. And Candyman looked pretty... It didn't look to have any type of comedy.
But I think, though, if you're going to remake this movie, you do it serious. Because those are actually some of my major complaints with The People Under the Stairs, because they have such a good idea. And within the narrative, there's some goofiness. And it takes me out of it all the time. Every time I watch it, I said my piece with it on the 91 show, but I think if you're going to redo, you got to do it serious, especially for the time. It's a perfect time, like Jeremy just said. It's a great time to redo it, so you might as well do it serious, because everyone is being super fucking PC serious right now, so you might as well do it up. People are going to buy it. They're going to love it. So
this is when this got announced, my eyebrows did a raise, and I was like, I kind of like this. And then I was talking to Lacey, and she cannot stand this idea. Because she's such a huge fan of the original. Then I got into the conversation with her, like, basically saying, like, that never really factors in for me, because I don't, like, the original's still going to be there, So, again, with that conversation of, do remakes hurt the original? To some people, they do.
Okay.
I don't care as long as they're not lazy.
Right.
Like, I honestly, I've never understood. I've never understood the argument.
Remix.
I've never understood this argument that when you remake a movie, it hurts the original. How in the flying fuck does it hurt the original film? Just because this shitty remake exists, it should not affect your enjoyment for the original film if you like it that much. Like, it's not like, I watched, the original Suspiria just went from a 10 out of 10 to 8 because the remake sucked. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Explain that shit to me. And literally, that's how people perceive these bad remakes. Or like, it hurts the original. But explain this to me. It doesn't even make sense in any type of theory.
I did see somebody else comment on there that, like, with it, that new one came out and then everybody started shitting on the original. But
not true at all. I've always heard people bitch about the old one. A lot of my friends hated it. Like,
a lot of your friends are dumb.
See, I was one of those indifferent. I always liked it.
I'm not talking about Facebook friends. Dustin Mills never liked the original It movie.
Dustin Mills is dumb.
Dustin Mills is probably twice the IQ of you. That's probably has twice the IQ of me too. He's like smart.
Man, I've done a complete 180 on the way I felt about remakes 15 years ago and now. I've come around so much on it that when the Exorcist thing was announced, everybody was shitting on it, and here's me. That movie's been in my top 2 or top 3 for fucking 30 years. Longer. Forever. Forever. And I did not... When people were blasting it, I was saying, you know what? I adore the original, and I am okay with someone else taking a stab at it. I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope that I get a great movie. Mm-hmm. And that's it. And if it sucks, it sucks. Was The Fog a great movie? Sure, to me it was. Was the remake a piece of shit? Yeah. Psycho,
I was going to
say,
if you thought the remake was a good movie.
That's what I thought he was saying at first. He's like, was The Fog a good movie? Sure. No, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, they're both great. No. I'm just saying, sometimes a remake is great, like Maniac or Suspiria, in my opinion. Sometimes there's shit. Like sometimes The Fog or Psycho.
Black Christmas.
Does it take away from the original?
See, Suspiria to me is not a good remake at all.
I loved it. It was my movie of the year. As a matter of fact, it's the only original and remake that I give both 10 out of 10s. That's the only. I don't think it'll ever happen again. I hope it does, honestly, but
I'm pretty close on Maniac with that one. That's a good OG remake
Maniac
type.
I'm close to.
But so, yeah, Dave, that kind of makes sense. Dave, 15 years ago, you said that's that's when it kind of started with the remakes. So that makes sense because that's really when they all started kind of coming out, right?
Everybody was
weren't you guys all a little bit like
honestly, dude?
Because it was Dawn of the Dead and Texas Chainsaw.
Early 2000s, man. I was very indifferent with it, man. I was enjoying. The odd remake here and there. And of course, Dawn of the Dead, we've talked about many, many times. It's just depleted in quality for myself over the years and stuff. But yeah, I went through, kind of a roller coaster with remakes because, it was kind of exciting that these films are being remade. You're like, oh, that's kind of cool. But then they just kept coming and coming and coming. And you're like, what the fuck, dude? It was like
I would say
oversaturation of remakes.
I was sick of them. 2010, I was sick of them.
That's the thing.
When they first started, I was so into it because you got a picture. I was young at the time. And to see these properties that I loved, like Texas Chainsaw and stuff, get these reboots, and I'm like, whoa, like this is cool. It was all exciting for me as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think the attitude shift. I literally think there was an attitude in the air where it just like took over, where everybody was mad about it. And now no one really gives a shit.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I mean. I think the start of like the remake era where there was some decent ones, and then I think what happened though, by the time you hit like 2010, there was a bunch of really, really shitty remakes in there, and it just kind of
just pumping them out.
That's the thing, and it just got oversaturated with them. And I think it started to, the bad ones started to outweigh the good ones, and then people's mentality were like, fuck remakes, and then it kind of balanced itself out for a little while, and then they started making some really good ones. And I think it's been so many years since this whole explosion really happened that we've kind of gotten past it, and now we can kind of look at it objectively, from a horror fan standpoint, and be like, fuck it, man, it is what it is, and I just accept it for what it is. And like, going back to the original argument, I'm just like, I don't understand how anybody can sit there and say that a remake has ruined their enjoyment for original film. I would like to bring on some people that have that thought and just question it and just be like, explain yourself, because I don't see how that could even be plausible.
Literally the only way, like, I feel like 15 years ago I was like that too, but I was way younger. I was like 19, and you still have that weird fucking ownership of movies. Like, you own it. Like, it's personal to me. And then when you get older, you're like, you know what? This ain't fucking my movie. I don't fucking own this.
But
shit.
Again, Dave, I see this.
It is, but it isn't.
I can see that point.
Now I don't care.
Yeah, I can see that point from 15 years ago for sure, man. Like, having that ownership,
I think all
that
of us
comes up and we're like, are you fucking serious?
I was young though.
Yeah, they're going to remake that.
All of us thought like that when we were younger, though.
Yeah, I think there was a point but like all these years later, but we're talking 2020, and you take someone like Lacey who's pissed off that this movie's being remade and stuff, and I'm like, and nothing against Lacey, I love Lacey, but I'm just saying she has a mentality right now where she's like, it's kind of bugging her that it's just being remade, and it might infract her, her love for the original film. I'm like, this is crazy shit to me, man. It just really boggles my mind.
That's what I do.
So exactly. If you don't want to,
what it could be. it could be this. Think about it from this perspective. Maybe she, or maybe even us at certain times, or anybody, see that a movie is being remade. Let's say any movie, a movie you love, whatever. The Shining. Okay, they're remaking The Shining. Maybe people get angry because they think that like the younger generation that doesn't know about the first one is going to watch the new one, and all of a sudden that's going to be like that's the movie everybody refers to.
Yeah.
That's the effect.
There you go. I think that people sometimes make it a little bothered by this. Oh yeah, everyone's going to be talking about this movie and how great it is. Meanwhile, you have the original right here, which is so much better. Which of course they're going to say that even before it comes out, but you know what
right. I mean? I get that, and I see where you're coming from, and I was actually going to bring this up because
I told that story, man, when I went and seen the It remake, the first part of it. There was people that I could hear talking about it, had no idea that there was an original film. I told this story. Right. And I was like, this is crazy to me. And that's alluding to what you just said. It is kind of crazy. And I can see where someone of my...
They never would have seen the original anyways because they don't give a fuck.
Well, there's 2 points to that because...
But sometimes it opens the door.
And The Shining is another... The Doctor Sleep was another example of people like didn't know about The Shining. But, on one hand, it does bring attention to the original film too because... a lot more people checked out The Shining and It and stuff when the new ones were so successful. Carly was at work like a couple weeks ago, and they were talking about somebody's name or something, and it was like something like Norman Bates or something like that. And she was like, and the people at her work is like, yeah, it's like that TV show, the Bates Motel. Like nobody knew that there was a fucking... movie from 1960.
That's
right. A bunch of sequels that came out afterwards. They only knew it by the TV show. They had no clue about the original Psycho. And I think that, but when you have something new, it does bring attention to the older stuff too. So I like that. I think at the end of the day, what Dave said, Old Man and Parka, what he said is the most important. This one doesn't feel like a cheap cash in, right? Because it feels relevant to what Jordan Peele does. So it feels like it's going to be done with care. Now, when we hear Insides being remade or Martyrs, and it's just an English translation of that
those
film,
are cash. Those are cashes.
Those are cash grabs. We get annoyed at those.
Yeah, they are.
But this one feels different. I'm down with this.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, Peele's about that, and I think we as fans understand that this is what he's doing is purely for the relevance of the time, right?
I think especially if we see Candyman, and if Candyman is as good as the last 2 movies.
It looked amazing, and I didn't
feel like
the trailer, but
we'll see.
It's also
in my opinion,
I know, but he still wrote it though.
In my opinion,
he was involved with the Annabellum, and I heard that's not very good.
Which one is it?
That was a producer thing.
Yeah, he produced that. Still,
which one? Annabelle.
Annabellum.
Oh, Annabelle.
That came out on 4K today.
I have high hopes for this Candyman film because, I do like the original Candyman film. It's a film that I used to love when it came out. Seen it many, many times when it first came out. It was one of those things that was just on repeat. But throughout the years, I just, it's depleted with my likeness for it. But I still like it, But I have high hopes for this remake, and I think they're going to do big things with it.
Not a remake, it's a sequel.
A sequel. I'm just hoping that it's going to, just be, kind of top the original film, So
I was so happy to see them mention like Cabrini Green and stuff. So that's what you can tell it is. You know what I mean? So it's
I know I keep calling it a remake, but it's not. It's a sequel.
Yeah, and also
called Candyman, and that's the problem. When you call it Candyman,
it's an adaptation. Okay, we know it's an adaptation, not a fucking remake.
But
we don't
care.
It's
the same thing with fucking Halloween, dude. Like, don't call it Halloween. It's so stupid. We have 3 films called Halloween. We have 3 Halloween 2s.
Yeah, why don't you call it something good like Halloween Kills? That's a
I would have preferred Halloween Returns.
Yeah, remember how everybody shit on that though? Remember when they said Halloween Returns was going to be the title of the first one, and all of us shit on it. That's a stupid Halloween Return. How does a holiday return? This and that. And we all now in retrospect, don't you wish that it was
for Halloween?
Yeah, we would kill for
Halloween Returns.
It is one of the messiest organized franchises, and also the worst named films and franchises.
It's not as bad as Fast and the Furious is worse.
That one is pretty bad.
Fast and the Furious is pretty fucking horrible.
It is pretty bad.
Texas Chainsaw. I mean, there's Leatherface. There's Leatherface 3D.
There's the Fast and the Furious.
Texas Chainsaw 3D.
There's the Fast and the Furious. Too Fast, Too Furious. Tokyo Drift, and then just
we already did that.
this. It's like, you what? Fuck you.
You actually did, though. I remember you did that before. You made fun of this already.
Fuck you, Dave.
That's horrible.
What?
You know what really sucks? The Purge and another movie in the same franchise called The First Purge. So when you're talking about it, you're like, yeah, did you see The First Purge? Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually the fourth one. Fuck you.
What about the Final Destination?
Oh, dude, that's a good point.
The fifth one's the Final Destination.
Yeah.
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 So stupid.
The first one's Final Destination. The fourth one's The Final Destination.
Yeah. Fuck off, guys.
Dude, if there's one thing I hate, it's titles of like. I just wish people. It's like they're embarrassed that they made so many, so they start taking the number away. After the films become more and more, they take the number away, which is where you need the fucking number.
Yeah.
If there's only 12 of them,
go
you
to
don't
the
need the
theater for the
number.
first time to see Halloween 12. Man, I don't know. I haven't seen the first 11 though.
Well, you know damn well if they ever get the rights, even though they really shouldn't, they're going to have Friday the 13th Part 13 just to say it. Even though there's a remake and a freaking crossover film in there, it really wouldn't be Friday the 13th Part 13, but that's a cash grab. You know that's marketing.
Oh, that's how you have to market it. How could you not? How could you not?
It's really
market
not
it like that?
Friday the 13th, man.
Yeah.
Watch.
It's going to be called The Friday the 13th.
Oh my!
You know,
Exactly.
The Friday the 13th, the rebirth.
The 13th Friday.
I was just going to say that shitball movie, yeah.
Dude, I cannot stand fucking titles, man. Okay, let's move on. Clive Barker officially joins HBO's Hellraiser series as an executive producer. I think that's good news. The more you have Clive Barker involved with his own worlds, the better chance that it's going to succeed. I think that I don't watch a lot of TV, and none of us here do. But if there's a Hellraiser TV series for HBO, I will watch that shit day one.
Me too.
I hope he actually gets involved with that title, though. You know.
Right. Well, Michael Dougherty's directing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only bad thing is David Gordon Green is attached. Sorry.
Why is that a bad thing?
Gordon Green is directing the pilot.
Why is that
and Michael Dougherty is writing. So I would rather have Dougherty writing than David Gordon Green.
So I mean, I'd rather have Clive doing it, but
right.
Clive should write for sure.
I mean, if you're gonna have that executive, I mean, fuck this. Why not start writing with it too, man? Do it properly. I don't know. It just makes a lot of sense to me. If you're gonna be that involved with it, money wise and shit, like why wouldn't you want to put some, words on paper for it too? So I don't know.
And he's a writer.
You gotta
well, that's what I'm saying. Like fucking write for it too.
But a lot of times when these guys come on as executive producers, they're also, especially on TV shows, TV shows writing is so misleading because you just think one guy does it. It's a team.
It's always a team. It's always a team.
It's a team, but they only can give one person the credit because when they credit more people, they have to pay more people for writing credits.
Yeah,
so I guarantee Clive, it has his hand in the writing process too.
No doubt.
No, basically what happens with a writing team on a show or whatever, they credit one guy, and when he gets that paycheck, he has to divvy it up to all the other people on his crew. Fucking stupid, man.
But yeah, so I'm excited about that. I think HBO is the perfect place for it because HBO
creative
usually
control.
You can get away with a lot. They're not afraid to push the envelope a little bit, so I'm down with that.
I'm ready to see some fucking nasty shit.
Right.
Change come back.
I doubt it's going to be nasty, but I bet you it will be adult.
It has to be nasty, or else it's.
Well, it's HBO. I mean, it's got to be good.
It's got to be
big
highly
things.
sexualized because it's Hellraiser and just dark and twisted. Or there's no
right, but most of HBO's stuff is pretty sexualized, right? Like even their biggest show, Game of Thrones, wasn't that pretty sexualized?
Yes.
I want to see a sex scene with CD Cinnabite.
Dude, there's no CD Cinnabite.
What? They're cutting him out? CD Cinnabite
Disc changer.
How do you know that? Really?
Wrong Turn Foundation has been officially rated, so I guess the movie's complete.
Oh, Foundation.
It's not 7, or would it be 7?
No.
It would be 7.
It would be 7.
It's called It's called Foundation.
The Foundation.
Is it fucking makeup?
Fucking garbage.
Wrong Turn, The Foundation.
It's supposed to be a reboot, but the original writers involved. I don't know. I don't like that. I mean, just fucking continue, man. I mean, these are direct-to-video trash. Let's just fucking not pretend that it's going to be something special.
That'd be like the Witchcraft. We're going to reboot Witchcraft. Like,
yeah, but the thing with Witchcraft is they make 4 of them in a day, so it's like...
Yeah, but the last one's going to be a reboot.
They create a whole franchise in one day? Yeah.
Pretty much.
They're going to have Witchcraft spin-offs.
I mean, you got David Sterling. It's not that hard.
Right.
Dave's best friend, by the way.
I don't know. Yeah, Dave Zee.
No. Old man Dave.
Yeah, Dave Zee.
What?
He's being rude to you, Dave.
Oh, now we're getting so confused here.
Oh, he's not talking about me. No one ever called me an old man. Shit.
I'm the oldest guy here.
Okay, really quickly here, a couple of announcements. We got I Know What You Did Last Summer trilogy coming from 88 Films. Is that going to be part of the slasher line?
Yeah, no shit. Who wants that box set?
You know what's
I'm
funny?
happy for those guys, though. I'm happy for the fans of the 90s. Because, dude, the 90s kids had nothing. They had fucking Scream. And then, what else did you guys have?
93 was good.
Candyman.
No, but I mean the 90s kids that came up on fucking, like, where Scream was their first big fucking, like...
Yeah.
That's me.
You know what the 90s kids had, Dave? They had Full Moon.
Yeah.
If you were willing to rent those at the
watch-
video store, you had Full Moon.
They also had HIV, and it's pretty bad.
That was the early 90s, yeah.
But they came up on Scream. Scream is like their favorite movie. They swear by it. They got this. I feel so bad for them because I do. And I don't mean this to.
Were we talking about that?
Yeah.
I do feel bad for them because, and I don't mean this to be pompous or anything like that. Because yes, I had Friday the 13th and all that other stuff, but I also
have
had
Saw. Fuck you
70s.
guys.
Dude, I love Saw. It's my second favorite franchise. That's fine. I love it all. But all I'm saying is that the kids that came up in the 90s that are fans of all those movies, that are fans of the I Know What You Did Last Summer.
The Floating Heads.
The Floating Heads era.
And maybe H2O is good to them. But I mean, what did they have? They had shit. They have nothing to hang their hats on except that's why they're so passionate about Scream, because that's all they have. You know what I mean? So
Right.
You're describing JP right now. This is amazing. I'm loving
pretty
this.
true.
Can you imagine a big speech of a 90s kid? Like, nobody never gave me nothing. Except Scream.
JP's not a Scream fanboy, though. I don't lump JP along with those people. You're not a Scream fanboy that way, like because you came up on Friday the 13th and everything else, and you're different. But those other guys, that's all
he's
they
a Scream
had.
fanboy.
And well, I don't know. Did he rank Scream 2 anything higher than an 8? If he did, then he's a fanboy. Yeah, I don't remember what his.
Oh, I think it was higher than 8. Yeah.
No, get the fuck
only
out
a
of here,
real
was it?
Scream fanboy could rate that higher than an 8.
I don't know.
And
You
that's
haven't updated the website in 4 years, so I'm not sure.
I think that's probably on there. Let me look.
No, I think you did. You're pretty fucking high on part 2.
What? I don't even like that.
You guys were even arguing that one scene where it was. Oh my god, I don't even want to get into it. Fuck Scream.
I
man.
gave it an 8.
But anyways,
I
going
gave it a 10.
Going back to the 88, I don't know if it's part of the slasher line. I didn't notice the slasher line logo anywhere on that. Maybe they're just, which would be weird to release that separately and not include in part of their slasher line.
Line is a mess. Half the shit ain't even.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because they've
you're
released so
right
many
about that.
movies on that line that aren't even slashers, and then to not include a slasher trilogy would be
They're
bizarre.
actually making a new line for this. Did you know that? They're making a new line. It's like a subgenre of the slasher line. It's called the poop slashers.
No. I just read it's called the fucking Floating Heads line.
Yeah.
They are literally going to release all the Floating Head slashers.
Yeah, but all the destroyers are going to be the only ones that buy them. So
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
I love the first 2. I Know What You Did Last Summers.
Dude,
They
part 3
are
is so
fucking
much better than
childhood
part
love.
2.
What's that?
Part 3, I'm still sticking by what I said when we reviewed it, man. Part 3 is better than part 2.
It's okay. I gave Scream an 8.
Would you give it?
Scream 2 an 8.
There you go,
Okay, well, I
fanboy.
said higher than an 8, you'd be a fanboy.
Yeah, that's
so I
not
guess
higher
you're
than an 8.
No, but
It's an
8 is higher than 8's still an 8. That's fanboy status. Thank
It's a
you
great movie.
for proving.
Lacey gave it a fucking 10, dude.
yeah, but Lacey's retarded.
10.
What's
Dude.
your favorite movies?
Well, they have nothing else. That's what I'm saying. If you came up on, that's why I feel bad for them. That's why I'm happy that they got this.
Gave them nothing.
They have nothing. They don't have shit. These guys, like, what? Seriously, you know what they got? They got slashers that don't even have any gore. And not that I'm into it, but I know a lot of people are. They didn't have any TNA either. You know what I mean? People,
Yeah, the 90s had like low TNA.
They're
for
fucking
sure.
There's no
fans.
TNA now.
They had terrible scores too. Terrible
Yeah, but they're
scores.
slashers. Yeah, they had no music. They had nothing. Like Scream,
like,
the
fucking
original, is a
MTV
fucking
music.
great movie.
I should be a 90s kid technically too, but I grew up as a
the
video
90s
kid.
catalog fucking soundtracks. Yeah, man.
They had no posters, no soundtracks, no fucking gore.
You know what, Dave? That's actually one of my
awesome.
biggest complaints with the 90s, man, is the fucking lack of creativity when it came to promoting, because obviously they didn't give a fuck about the movies themselves, so the poster art was reflecting their attitude towards the films that they were releasing. But man, the posters were fucking terrible, man. Like, name me one legitimate amazing poster from the 90s.
Yeah, they suck, but like,
well,
in the 90s,
post 91,
there's never a scene like where you get taken back. Like, even in Friday the 13th, like, let's say part 4, when that machete hits fucking Crispin Glover's face, you're like, holy shit, just for a second. Yeah. Even though it's only a goddamn second, it's still like, whoa.
And the noise.
Yeah,
you know,
because I like the poster art for like Resurrected, and also Child's Play 3 is pretty cool. But anyways, post 91,
early 90s, I love. After it hit
93,
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying post kind of 91ish, like the post, it just gets bad, really bad. So
the slashers were just not good. Like the first Scream is fucking amazing. To me, it's 10 out of 10. It's the top 10 slasher of all time.
Classic.
But that movie doesn't exist without Halloween. If there's never a slasher boom in the 80s, there's no such thing as fucking Scream.
Right.
Well, there couldn't be, because it's
That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's a satire most of the time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's based off those films, right? So yeah.
And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, without it, it's not going to be there. And that's one of the great things about Scream, the original. But after that, what did they really have? They really didn't have anything. They have so little to hang their hats on that they have to make it sound like Scream 2 and Scream 3 and fucking Valentine and I Know What You Did Last Summer.
All those movies were the same.
They did the slasher genre after
Urban Legends,
because they couldn't really go anywhere after that. It was kind of over.
It was all that whole era was just cast of beautiful people and hack them up, and with the shitty ass poster art, man.
And they didn't even get naked. None of the beautiful people got naked.
It. I don't care.
I do kind of like Urban Legend. I'm not gonna lie though, man, because I'm a big
Legends
Urban Legend. Because I'm a Urban Legend. I
like the second
Urban Legends. Like I'm a big fan of Urban Legends.
The second one's better than the first.
Yeah.
Of what? Urban Legend?
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. The Theater Bazaar was one of Severin's Black Friday titles. That was bizarre.
Well, they had some production on it.
That's what I thought, because I was like, why is this getting like the super cool edition? It does have their
second announcement was pretty shitty though.
Toads. What's that?
I said the second one that they announced was
right. I'll get to that in a second. Kino Lober announced Mardi Gras Massacre from '78, which I believe is a proto slasher.
It's just a reprint of the Code Red disc. They're reprinting a lot of Code Red disc. It's already been on blue.
Yeah, but I don't buy Code Reds like ever.
Yeah, well, they're hard to get. They're expensive.
It's an original video nasty, and it's horrible.
Yeah,
so remake the Blood Feast, right?
Not good.
It's fucking awful. It's actually legitimately horrible.
The next Black Friday announcement from Severin was the Attic Expedition, which I've never even heard of.
I don't understand this title. This is like a 2000 random indie film. Not indie, but it's whatever. Straight to DVD. But what the fuck?
You ever seen it? It has Jeffrey Combs in it.
No, I own it. I actually own it, but I just don't understand why this is being released on Severin's label. It's weird.
Ed Raimi, Alice Cooper, good cast. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of a,
it's an oddball.
Well, I mean, at what point does 2001 become retro, though? I mean, do you know what I mean? It's kind of there.
Apparently, right now in 2020.
Oh, dude, can I rant about something?
What?
So I got my Psycho replacement disc in the mail. And these motherfuckers just placed the fucking thing in a bubble mailer with no they just put the disc in the bubble mailer and nothing else. What the fuck is up with this fucking shit? Why the fuck
did that, Jeremy?
I can't believe it. They didn't even put it in a freaking paper sleeve, which is like 2 cents. They just fucking threw it right in the bubble mailer and said, "Oh, if it gets there, it gets there." It's like, what the hell is this bullshit?
Disgusting. Did it get there though?
And it wasn't even. And it wasn't even. They didn't even fix it, did they?
They didn't even fix it, so they're going to have to do it again anyway.
What's wrong with it?
It still doesn't have the mono track on it.
Were you going to watch it in mono, or were you going to watch it 5.1 or whatever it has?
Because that's the way Hitchcock wanted.
Oh man, I wouldn't. No, I'd watch it in mono all day, man.
Yeah, you guys always watch it in regular.
The old mixes like that, yeah. That's what I love about Arrow. That's what I love about Arrow, because they release a lot of their retro films with the original mixes, and they don't try to do that. Like sometimes when you remix shit into 5.1, it sounds awkward. It does sound odd, right? And so if you're watching these older films that were done in mono, they sound correct, and it's fitting.
The Running Man always sounded fucked up to me when the DVD came out.
Yeah.
He's missing out on all
There's
this good
multiple
news.
movies I could say I've listened to, like the new 5.1 mixes, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like I can
Let's
hear
see.
it. It's all fucking panned off. Like everything's just fucking weird, man. I'm like, no, it's not good.
You forgot that Ty West is coming out with a new horror movie with A24. You missed that. That's kind of important, don't you think?
Not really.
No, it is important because Ty West
hasn't
is
made
doing
a
another horror
fucking
film.
horror movie in 8 years.
I don't think Ty West is overly as good. You like blow the dude. He's
Yeah, I
okay.
think he's good.
He's okay.
I like Ty
He's
West. I
decent.
don't think Ty West is, phenomenal, but he's done some really good films.
He's popular.
I'm a fan of The Innkeepers, and a lot of people aren't, so fuck him, whatever. I like it.
I like the Innkeepers and House of the Devil.
House of the Devil.
Even like his... Dude, I even like the thing in VHS that everybody hates.
I hate it.
I love that segment. It's
Ugh.
great.
Why are you gonna fuck with a dude's toothbrush if you're gonna kill him anyways? What the fuck's the point?
Why
they
does
can laugh at
anybody
it
fuck
later.
with anybody's anything?
Then why do you fuck with a toothbrush and not show him that you fuck with a toothbrush? And why do you fuck with a toothbrush?
Why does
he's
somebody
gonna
spit in
kiss
your food?
the girl. He's gonna kiss the girl.
And you don't tell them that you spit in their food, right? You just know.
But why would you film it?
You're right.
like,
He is going to kiss the
why are
girl.
you gonna minorly inconvenience someone if you're gonna cut their fucking head off? And in minor inconvenience where they won't even know. It doesn't matter.
Because you don't like them. You're mad.
It's stupid. It was dumb.
You're dumb.
No, it's dumb.
Patrick,
It's
about
dumb as
Patrick
fuck.
That's a good
Wilson.
point, though. That's a
There was
good
no
point,
point.
Dave.
I don't even remember it, dude. It
Then
was
why
like,
are you arguing, dude? Shut the fuck
Why-
up. You're like, oh, no, dude. Literally, because I hated it so much. That's the one segment that almost ruined that fucking movie for me.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, and I liked it, but I'll admit that. See, I can be swayed. That is kind
It
of
just
stupid.
makes sense, but it's weird. Like at the same time, you're gonna spit in dude's toothbrush, and you know that dude's gonna kiss the girl that you're gonna kiss. So why? Like,
Yeah, you're right.
it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense why. Like, there's some good movies I like that do shit like that though too. So and I forgive them, but obviously I wasn't digging that one anyway. It's just pointless to me.
Grizzly 2 got announced for Blu-ray 1/8 by Gravitas Adventures.
What a weird
I
company.
never knew it existed. How about that?
Grizzly 2?
They
I
fixed
didn't even know
everything.
there was one.
It was partially filmed in 1983.
That's so crazy this is coming out. So crazy.
But did they finish it with like CGI and shit, or what's going on?
I don't know what
It was
they
never
did,
finished.
man.
It was never
I
finished.
don't know.
But how about it's just a CGI bear? All the shots that are finished like a fucking like.
No.
Another Code Red coming is through
That was what
Kino
I
is Slithis.
Slit this.
Spawn of Stilthus.
What?
I've got the Blu-ray.
Slithis or something.
Oh, that's got a great cover, man. The old
Slithis.
VHS.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
it's a fun movie, man. It's fun.
I saw it at the drive-in.
It's all right.
And then Warner Archive announced the Curse of Frankenstein 2-disc special edition.
I know they're
fucking
doing
God.
features on this now. It's crazy.
Dude,
I mean, there are some
Frankenstein.
features on some of the Warner
Yeah, and
Archives,
some of them.
but
Yeah.
All
this one's
6
like a
Hammer
2-disc.
Frankensteins are on Blu-ray except that one in the States. That was the only one not put on Blu-ray in the States. The first one.
nice.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Here's a little. I don't know if this is still the case. Let me just double check here for the listeners out there. Yeah. So right now, the out of print Scream Factory double feature
I
of
saw
Terror
this.
Vision and the Video Dead is available on Amazon for $16, which is like a fucking steal because it's out of print.
Wow.
So
I just bought 2
get
copies,
that.
and it's sold out now.
Yeah, I love that release.
Well,
All right, and that's it.
Did you order it from
Wait, I
Amazon
got-
Canada? Because you won't get it.
Right.
What
No,
about Target's
I don't need it.
coming
Fuck,
out
I
on
bought it when
Blu-ray?
it first came out, man. It's like one of my favorite releases.
Oh yeah,
Targets.
Targets is
Who's putting
Target.
Targets out?
BFI in the UK. Target's coming to Blu-ray.
I don't do much foreigns.
Also,
release news.
Devil's Wedding Night is coming out on Blu-ray, and it was a Code Red release, which was on Blu-ray, but that release is out of print and very expensive, and I do not have it, and Kino's re-releasing it, and I will be buying that.
Oh, sweet, dude. I did not know that. That's all because I missed
Yeah.
that too. Awesome.
Yeah, me too. I missed that one. I've been looking for it, but I don't want to pay $60.
Oh,
and
that's
put it
fucking
out. It's
totally-
right now for pre-order for like $26.99 on Target. I'm like, nope, I'll wait for $20.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And
Sweet.
Patrick Wilson is directing Insidious 5.
Yeah, I usually, if it's over like 5 days old news, I don't usually talk about it.
Which is kind of strange because we don't post the show until
A week later.
week
It would be
later.
like fucking 18 days later.
Right.
Right. That's why I don't go past 5 days back.
Yeah,
I guess.
that makes
Yeah, it makes
sense.
sense.
That's like the Jim Gaffigan joke. Like, hey guys, I just saw Heat.
Good one.
Thank you. I wrote that one down last night for you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I thought you'd like that one.
So when you were jerking your ween.
That guy cracks me up, man. Fuck, it's clean as comedy and it's so funny.
He just talks about food the whole time.
He really does, man. He really does. And he always talks about how fat he is, and he's not even that fat. It's weird. He has a little bit of a belly, but come on.
I mean, everybody's fat.
No, I'm PHAT fat. Come on.
What is this, 1997?
Oh, fuck off.
Baby
this,
fat.
What's wrong with fat? The fat slang is never going to die, man. That's still 2020 relevance, baby. All right.
It's got to be as lifelong as fucking as life. Yeah. Just cut that. Well,
it was kind of a joke too that I got really skinny again. So, anyways,
Yeah, keep going, homie. Nice.
Oh no, I'm done. I'm at my weight. I don't want to go any
I
smaller.
can't stop. I keep getting new target, and I can't stop. I'm like, well, I'm seeing this, but now that I've seen this, I want to keep going. I want to see, and I've been doing this for a year. I'm just like, I'm shrinking away, but I'm still not happy. It's
How
crazy.
tall are you, Dave Zee? 5'7"?
Almost 5'8". Yeah, 5'7" and a half-ish.
What's your target? Like 120? Would you be really skinny?
Oh my God, 120. I'd be a 12. I was 125 when I graduated, and I was skin and bones then. So right now I'm 138, but I just can't stop. My original target was 150. Then I got there. Then I was like, okay, I'll go to 145. And now I hit 138 once. And I said, well, that's the new target. So now I'm there. And I'm like, well, maybe 135 will feel nice. I don't know. It's weird. But,
Yeah, I'm done. I'm 185. I'm 6'1", so 185 is good.
Oh,
good
yeah.
weight.
Well,
Yeah,
I just
I'm
bought
175 at 6 foot.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just bought Terror Vision Video Dead because you said it was.
Did you really? Nice. Good job.
Yeah,
You like those movies, Dave?
I haven't seen them since the 80s, so I don't know, but they seem to have decent ratings on the B, so I'm like, well.
You should actually text Christian right now and be like, yo, man.
Christian won't like those movies. They're fun.
I know he hates the one.
Terror
Because he was in shock when it was in my top 10, yeah.
I love Terror Vision. It would have made my top 10 too.
I love it.
It's
So
just
good.
such
If
a
I
fun.
get it and it sucks, I'll flip it. I'll sell it for fucking probably. It's out of print, right? So I'll sell the fucking thing if I don't like them. That's how I look at it,
Mm-hmm.
I should go buy like 10 of them right now.
They're worth having. Just be like the double feature itself is really fun because they're both like the video.
It's themed.
They're themed.
Let's go.
Yeah, and those are both movies that were impossible to get on DVD because they were released, and VHS, they were hard to find. I had both of them, and I paid a lot for them. There's movies I really liked growing up, so when they both hit on Blu-ray, it was early in the Shout Factory line, and it was just like, holy shit, this company's doing something. And then they released Lake Placid, and I was like, what are they doing now?
Yeah, right.
That was the first title. I was like,
Toolbox Murders 2.
No, it was the House on Haunted Hill remake, and I was like, what?
Title. When they released Lake Placid, I was like, what?
But they released the House on Haunted Hill remake as a collector's edition. I'm like, really, guys?
What's wrong with Lake Placid?
Nothing.
But that was another collector's edition too. It's like
it was one I didn't need. It wasn't like one that I had to buy. I was like, I'll wait for that one. And I recently bought it like last year.
Mm-hmm.
It's because the '90s kids, they have nothing. They have to cash in on them.
right.
It's funny though because they released Ginger Snaps and everybody's like, yeah, but that came out after Lake Placid.
That was kind of an indie darling though. Indie darlings get away with shit.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you like that one, Dave, because it's Canadian.
Yeah, I had trouble, but I
It's my favorite werewolf film.
I haven't watched Ginger Snaps in like 10 years. Maybe I don't like it anymore.
I really like the sequel too.
It's up there for me. It's not my favorite, but
I like it.
But then again, American Werewolf in London, I don't even think makes my top 5s, which is, people always snarl at me when I say that, but I'm like, I don't discredit for being a great movie. It's just not one of my favorites. I think, honestly, any movie that their best scene in the film is a dream sequence is just awkward to me, man. That's just me.
Wait a minute. The transformation scene isn't the best scene?
No,
yeah, that's
you don't think?
Sure.
Holy fuck, that was one of the best scenes in horror period that year, probably, if you think about it. No?
Even me, who's not like a huge
I would say one of the best effect
transformation
scenes
is fucking dope.
One of the best effect scenes.
American Werewolf in London is objectively a 10 out of 10 for me. And I couldn't give it anything less.
I just think that dream sequence is fucking crazy. It's awesome, but
it is cool.
But the dream sequences make sense because he's actively turning into a werewolf.
Oh no, I know. I get it, but
it's not like a shoot in one where it's just like, hey, there's a dream sequence because we didn't write anything for a scare. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's also 81. We're not talking about 2010 dream sequence. I understand though what you mean. It is one of the craziest scenes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, so is that it for the news, JP?
Yeah.
All right, that is the news.
Fucking thing sucks!
22 shots. All right, so moving along here, let's get into a quick little knowledge segment.
The word I bring to you today is knowledge reigns supreme. You got no time to joke and play, cause knowledge reigns supreme.
JP, do you got a Dario Argento update for us?
Yeah, so I tried to look and see if there was any type of update for, obviously, The Sandman, which we talk about every year, just because it was a $200,000 Indiegogo campaign and nothing has been done. You know what I mean? They just stole $200,000, and it's so fascinating. You know what I mean?
Class action lawsuit incoming.
So
that's what he's making his new movie with. I'm telling you, he's making his new movie from the Sandman money.
Well,
it's going to be called
actually
AKA Sandman.
I was reading some of the comments that came in. So 6 months ago, somebody said, seriously disgraceful. This is somebody who backed the project. Apparently, Argento is making a new film called Black Glasses. What gives? While Argento may not have been in charge of the money, he could at least say something to us, which is a very fair point.
He should just say me scoozy.
Yeah. The people who are his fans and have paid our own money towards his filmmaking, I am absolutely disgusted.
What a fucking how much money did he put in?
That guy should write into Fangoria. It sounds like a lot of Fangoria.
He's a Fangoria. I fucking put $5 in this and I am fucking mad.
So this guy says, I suppose looking at it holistically, I made enough of a profit of selling my cult film Suspiria Steelbook to cover my small loss on this. But the fact is...
He took it out on his own personal collection? What an idiot.
Right.
Like those people that burn Ryan Nicholson movies, it's like, good job, dude.
Right.
The fact is, this burned me on crowdfunding, and the lack of communication for this project highlights what a scam it was. And that companies like Indiegogo do not care. The simple fact is the backers have been defrauded and there's no recourse. Indiegogo and other companies like them should be forced to save 5% of their profits to refund people like us.
People are dying all over the world, and they're like complaining about. I see if you spend over like $50, I'd be pissed. But if it's $50, I'm like, Dario fucked me for $50. It's kind of fun.
It's not even about the money. It's about the lack of communication and just the disregard for people supporting you. Like, I mean, it is pretty pathetic, though, man. It is pretty fucking pathetic that like you're gonna contribute to as someone as big as Dario Argento's new project, and then like nothing, just fucking straight crickets, man.
He's Scoozy.
Excuse you, yeah. But like honestly, at this point, it's just like, where the fuck is the money? I would want answers. Right?
I mean, I think
aren't the people entitled
in like
to
2013 or 14 or something? This guy 8 months ago, he says, is there a chance that this movie will be finished, or that I get my money back? Is there an insurance from Indiegogo that covers this? Dude, you donated like 8 years ago. Consider it lost, bro.
Oh shit.
But anyways, it should have. There
ahead,
honestly should be a fucking stipulation there, man. If this movie doesn't get made, the money goes back to you, because obviously it's not being made. So you should get your fucking money back, right? Like, shouldn't it work like that?
Can't be happening though, right?
What?
Because otherwise, it's literally just legal stealing. Like you're just taking from fucking people.
Hey, the next person, I just want to be like that big speech from True Romance at the end when he's like, "You fucking stabbed me in the heart." That would be the best repost that.
Okay, so the next guy said,
right?
The next guy said, what's that, Dave?
There has to be a rule. Like Indiegogo, there must be something in the small print.
In their terms and conditions.
Or in the there has to be something. Otherwise, the fucking, I don't know, all of us could sit here together right now and come up with a thing and put up there tomorrow and say, this podcast, we're going to come up with fucking something okay, we're gonna make a movie. Here it is, and then just take the money and not do anything and not get in trouble.
Well, that's what I'm
What
saying.
I would do?
That's
if
what
I
I'm
was
saying.
Dario Argento, I would film 20 minutes of me sleeping and send it to everybody and say, "It's the
This is the
Sandman."
Sandman. Me
I would.
scusi.
What that song is.
What's it?
No, that'll actually cost money. They can't
See, like
I would just fucking
we
send
got
the
Goblin. We got Goblin to make the soundtrack to.
Eddie doing Mr. Sandman.
Yep.
I just fucking sent him the clip of Back to the Future.
So this other guy said, so all I signed up for was the I Want to Be Your Dog tier. $45 for a digital copy of the score. That's a ripoff, by the way. From what I had
Digital
read somewhere
copy.
back in the last 6 years, the score was finished. Can I please get the copy?
You're
of
not
it?
getting your money for that because that's just you're an idiot for paying $45 for a digital copy,
You got a raw dog.
right?
Right.
You're an idiot for that, but 100%, Dave. That's what I was saying.
Oh,
There's got to
here's
be
one.
something. It's literally just a way
Something.
to steal money from people.
They can't be.
Right?
There
This
has
doesn't
to
make
be
any
something.
fucking sense at all, man. Someone has to be accountable for this money. It has to go back to the people, man. It's
Okay,
crazy to me.
Here's one that puts a little insight. Dario Argento is not to blame. The producer team is. They could not get this project off the ground. I invested $25,000
God.
See?
to receive an executive
Uh-huh.
producer credit. One of the producers, Jeff Rogers, has always been in touch until recently. I know there are 3 or 4 more people who have invested $25,000. This is outside of Indiegogo. Please contact me to join me in the plight to get our money back. 5 years of waiting is enough.
Wow.
Yeah, suing overseas is going to be difficult. And no, I don't want to say this rudely, but if you got the money to lose, and I wouldn't put it up unless you got somebody's like, man, I need that money desperately. It's like, you shouldn't have put it up if you can't afford
Yeah,
to lose.
$25,000.
I know, but at the same time, people have to be accountable for this, man. It's,
Yeah,
it's still a
it's
business,
fucked
right?
up.
You can't be taking $25,000 from anybody and not give them anything in return. Like,
But
it's
I
fucking
don't
crazy.
think you're understanding the importance of the me scoozy move.
All right. So, the speaking of Dario Argento updates, so this was back in January of 2020. So a few months after we did our last Argento show, there was an article out that announced a new Dario Argento project in the works. This was at Fright Fest. I sent Moods the clip of this. Dario Argento announced his next film titled some Italian word that I can't pronounce, aka Black Glasses. And the film apparently has been something Argento wrote a long while ago and tried to get off the ground.
What was it called? What was it called? It was called The Sandman Part 2?
Black glasses.
Sandman Part 2?
It's Sandman Part 2, but he never releases the first one.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to have IGI in it. And it is a crime film, and it was set.
Well, that
to
makes sense if
film-
it's a crime film, because
I know,
film
it's
back
about the
in-
first fucking Indiegogo.
it's about stealing the money from the first Indiegogo campaign.
I need to kill you. To steal American money.
Excuse me.
It was set to film in March, I believe, but then they basically the COVID thing, I guess. But then in April, we got an update on it. So this past April, 6 months ago. So apparently, in a chat with Italian website, it was announced that Daft Punk was attached to score the film.
Cool.
I think I heard about that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, yeah, and this was back in April. They said that
How the hell could they afford Daft Punk?
to score the film.
They got $200,000, Jeremy. I don't know where it came from, but
Yeah,
that's what
they're
got.
paying Daft Punk with the Sandman money.
Right,
But Daft Punk hasn't fucking scored a movie since Tron Legacy. Are you telling me they're gonna come for fucking Argento?
A lot of people work for Argento.
Yeah,
I
I think it's
believe
pretty
it.
staple for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Argento said they are my admirers. They know all my cinema. They heard from French friends that I was shooting a new film called Black Glasses, and reached out and said, we want to work with you. So Daft Punk reached out to Argento.
Wow.
Cool.
Yeah. He said, it will be a return to my crime films. It's an adventure in nocturnal Rome of a Chinese girl and child.
Return to his crime films?
Probably the original Giallo.
Yeah, Giallo, you know?
I guess that's what he refers to as crime films. I call them Giallos, I guess. But
right. So that was the last update we had on Black Glasses. There was another thing that said that Asia was actually not going to be in the film now that they casted a new girl for her role. I'm sure she was.
Well, wasn't she having didn't she have like a fallout with her fucking dad and she hasn't talked to him in a while and shit like that? So kind of makes sense. Yeah.
So that's the knowledge on Dario Argento's updated thing. I mean, I think that we were talking before the show. You guys assume that this film is not going to get off the ground.
He's like 107.
How old is?
It's like I doubt.
I think he's 80.
I doubt Carpenter makes another movie. I doubt.
Well, Carpenter
Argento
said he's not going to.
Movie.
Yeah, Carpenter is working on like the Halloween films though. Which is cool.
He's involved in those things, but I think he's stated that he's doing his music thing. He's putting out Lost Themes Volume 3. I think it just came out, touring and shit. And good for him though. You know?
I mean, he's involved with the movies by walking to the bank and cashing a check.
Oh, dude, he is bringing in all the fucking royalty, all the shit that he's collecting from all the all his movies being re-released. Oh my god,
Good.
he's getting he's banking, dude. He's banking. He's making more money now than he was when he was actually making movies. 100%.
Good.
100%. The royalties are insane for him.
Those two. It's interesting that we're talking about those two and Dario and everything here. Somebody asked us, Last Exploding Heads, somebody asked us a question. They said, if you could give either 2020 John Carpenter or 2020 Dario Argento a $10 million budget and complete creative control to make a film, who would you choose? And I surprised them by saying, I'm not choosing Argento. I don't think at this point.
Carpenter.
Carpenter has more to say still. You know what I mean? Yeah. Argento is 80 years old. For him to put out something good requires way too much. He's too much. He
requires his crew too that he doesn't have anymore.
The way I look at it, if you take Dario Argento and John Carpenter, the stages in their career, I think fuck, Jesus Christ, JP.
Damn.
That's not cool.
I'm thinking George Romero though.
But I would, you guys, come on.
Well, you have a fantasy fucking $10 million. Why can't I have a fantasy alive?
Okay, well, I'm just saying between these two guys,
back with $2 million.
I'm picking
$2 million
Carpenter.
To bring Romero back, $8 million to make the movie.
I'm picking Carpenter. I'm picking Carpenter all day because I feel that he's more in touch with what's going on and shit. So I think Argento's been out of touch with shit for years and years and years. I mean, it kind of shows in his last few films. I mean, they have one thing in common. They're not very original, but I think Carpenter could still come up with something pretty original and shit. I think he's still very creative. I mean, he's still doing original music and shit. He's got that creative flow going. I think he could definitely do something very, very fucking worthwhile. Argento's just old, man. I'm sorry, but he's washed up. He's done.
I'm with you, buddy. I agree. And I think Carpenter's probably, I think, look at Carpenter's latest movies. They're not special either, but I just think that Carpenter, between the two, Carpenter is going to have a bug up his ass about certain things politically and everything. He's the kind of guy that has something to say, I think, at all times.
Yeah.
So for that reason alone, you know what I mean? I want to see what he could put on film. Where Argento, I just don't think it's there. I don't want to see the Sandman or anything else now. It's sad that he has to go out on Dracula as being his last film, but I truly think.
Well, you could see his age showing right from, I mean, we'll get into these in a minute here, but, even when 2005 with Like Hitchcock, I mean, and to Giallo and Dracula and stuff, I mean, like I said, there's one thing in common. These aren't that original films. Like, he's lost that originality in the last 15 years, 100%. Right, his earlier films are so original and so creative, and there's so much style and substance in those films. And
he made comments on society too, and he poked back at like journalists and film fans in his movies, like Tenenbaum.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But then
you're right. He doesn't say anything anymore.
Exactly, and these movies are literally just...
It's like he's going through the motions.
It's a product of, how he's kind of lost with, originality, and, he just has nothing else to offer. So I think Carpenter, though, I mean, again, going back to him even putting out new music to this day, Lost Themes 3 just came. It's him being creative, dude. There's so much more to offer there. It's just, I would love for Carpenter or any filmmaker to come back and do a film. I mean, he left us with, what was it? What was the last one he did?
The Ward.
Oh, The Ward, which he was just a direct hire, hiring for director kind of. He didn't write that shit, but bad taste, right?
And then Cigarette Burns, right?
Which is really good. I mean, that was done. That was done before.
Yeah. I know, but I'm saying it was Cigarette Burns and then The Ward, right? That was it.
Around there, yeah. Cigarette Burns.
Did Carpenter do a second in the Masters of Horror?
No,
he just did Cigarette, which was a really good one.
Did he do Pro Life? Who did that one?
He did do Pro.
No,
it wasn't Carpenter, but
John Landis. No,
I can't remember. I remember the episode though, but I can't remember.
I'm gonna look it up.
I'm looking
I
at
think
it
Carpenter
first.
might have done a second one.
No, I'm pretty sure Carpenter did do Pro Life actually. Now when I think
maybe
about
I'm
it.
wrong. Shit.
You're right. It
There
was
you go.
John.
Yeah,
Carpenter.
I think he
I
thought
told
was
you,
too.
and I didn't even watch those.
Look at you. Shit.
Yeah.
Been a while since I thought about it, but anyway, Cigarette Burns. But yeah, I think Carpenter still could have something in him. 100%.
That was the one with Ron Perlman. I remember that.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
Oh
people
yeah,
hate
that
Ghost
was
of
okay.
Mars. People hate Ghost of Mars, but I don't hate it.
I
know it's
love
fine.
Ghost of Mars.
I love me and JP liking this to fucking. It's like a bunch of criminals and shit. I like it. It's fun.
I'm not joking. I haven't seen Ghost of Mars in like over 20 years.
It's a space western.
Fun, man.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
It's a stupid space western. I enjoy it though. It's fun.
I gotta grab that
I bought
Blu-ray
The
from
Ward.
the UK.
I haven't watched The Ward, but
I've never seen The Ward.
I
The
just
Ward-
bought it because it was one of those Family Dollar deals where I got it for like $1 or something.
It's generic.
I'll watch
Why
it
not?
on
Some
Blu-ray.
people really like
No.
it, but I find it very, very generic. It doesn't have any Carpenter in it, man. It's just,
Carpenter could use his new music too. He could throw that shit in there. He has plenty of music. Yeah, Carpenter is the guy to go with. Because Dario doesn't
Between
have
the two, yeah.
I
doesn't
love
have
his
his
Lost
proof, man.
Theme records, man. I can't wait to get the third one, man. Like I love it, and I love the way he describes how he made those records too. Like him and his son Cody, and they would basically come up with these fictitious, storylines to these movies. They would just come up with these ideas, and then they would write the music to these fake movies that they've came up with
We'll
and
make
shit.
one of those.
And it's so cool because when you hear the music, like you can fucking hear the type of movie that they possibly came up with. Like I'm thinking like this beat right here is totally from like a post-apocalyptic type thing, and it's fucking cool, man. I think they're great. I think they're absolutely fantastic.
Okay, so there actually is a second update on Black Glasses here that I just found from an Italian website. I had to translate it to English back in July. So Dario was interviewed, and this was all in Italian. But he said Black Glasses, which will be filming soon as possible, compatibility with COVID regulations. It will be a thriller set in Rome. The director will shoot a lot in the countryside around the capital, which he finds harsh and mysterious. The film will have to do with Edgar Allan Poe, as the title already understands, even more than my other works. He says, it leads me to stir in my depth and to rediscover my nightmares. It's a process which I also find joyful. It makes me very afraid. I'm terrified of COVID, of being infected. My film speaks of the atavistic fears of the dark half. And then it says a little bit, he's talking about the festival, I guess. So yeah, he said a little bit more about it. Still optimistic that it's going to happen. What do you think? Okay, because we do this all the time, right? We talk about films. I mean, just look at our news segment throughout 7 years. A lot of films never happen. What do you think the actual percentage chance that this does happen? Are you saying 0%?
20.
It sounds promising, honestly, but again, there's the whole COVID thing is a big deal right now, man. I mean, I think the longer the shit gets pushed, man, the less chance it has. So I'm looking at like a 15% chance here, man. Like you got, okay, there's a lot of major factors here. Again, the situation that we're sitting in the world's a big factor, right? But then we're also dealing with Argento's lifespan. He's getting fucking old, dude. Like, I don't know how healthy he is right now, and the longer this goes on, I think the less chance it's actually going to materialize for those exact reasons. So, I mean, dude, what the fuck? What is that?
Dave?
That's Dave. That's not me.
Okay.
Not me.
But you know what I'm saying?
So why don't you fucking yell at Dave like you yell at me?
Dave.
I didn't know who it was.
I'm off. I was mic'd off.
Dave? The other Dave?
It's not
I
me.
can't hear anything.
It's Jeremy.
I swear to God.
I don't know, but that was
light's blinking. You're mic'd off, right?
Should be.
Yeah, I was off.
JP.
Right. Well, I did look up it wasn't me. The production company that is producing the film, I wanted to see if they did anything else. And they have 2 films, Italian films, so I can't read the titles, but they have 2 films currently in post-production.
Okay.
So
I'm just saying.
It won't happen. If it does happen, Argento will no longer be of this earth. It will not happen while he is living and breathing. And if it does, I'll retire from podcasting. That's how sure it's not going to happen.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, though, I would have a higher percentage on this if the world wasn't in the state it was in right now. But like I said, he's 80 years old, man. He's got to be getting a little bit tired. I get that he's trying to be ambitious about this, but he at the same time, you got to be realistic too, right? And
he's terrified of COVID. He'll die if he gets.
Well, obviously, but that's the thing, right? Like, I mean, Italy. We already know what they went through in the early stages of this. They were like the hardest hit area in the world. I'd be fucking scared right now if I was him, 80 years old and fucking fragile and shit. But I don't know, man. I'm giving this a pretty low percentage of actually coming out. I mean, especially coming off the whole fiasco of The Sandman. Like, I mean, I just don't even, where do you trust it? Where the fuck do you trust it? I get it. Like, this isn't necessarily, I don't know, man. I just don't know where to trust and believe, so.
Right.
Yeah.
What is that?
ratings.
I'm gonna give on that Sandman 5 out of 10, and I'll give Black Glasses 4.5.
All right.
Black Glasses.
All right. So
Black Glasses.
Is that it for all the Argento news, JP?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
so that's going to conclude Black Glasses, aka the Sandman Part 2 news.
Mi scusi.
There was another Italian, what was it? The Nightmare City remake?
Yeah,
I think that had...
died, though. He died.
But still, I mean, that was like years ago.
Yeah,
Savini was supposed to do it, right?
Yeah.
Did we ever get any type of updates with that?
We had a long discussion about that. Moods thinks that it would make a lot of money.
Oh,
I said it possibly could if marketed properly.
Never would happen.
Yeah, but that's just your opinion.
I stand by that.
So you have no faith in marketing at all?
I'm definitely going to ask him about that because it was in 2015 that Indiegogo.
You attached Savini's name to a right marketing plan.
Nobody knows Savini besides us.
That's bullshit. That's absolute utter bullshit, man. That's bullshit.
You'd have to do some marketing on it,
dude. There's
horror fans know, but not not like the regular people outside.
But I think there's enough. Yeah. Anyways,
you know what I mean.
Savini was on The Simpsons.
Yeah,
Tom Savini is a lot more famous.
$50 million to make Nightmare City. Go ahead.
He's
honestly, I'm just saying you're not going to get your money back,
dude. I don't know why you always have to be such a dick about it, man. I'm just saying, with the right marketing, you can fucking do it properly.
I was a dick about it. This is the first time we've talked about it in 3 years, dude.
But that's the exact same thing you said to me last time too with the money. It's hilarious.
I guess you wouldn't have got your money back, Moots, because the movie got canceled.
No, dude, I'm not contributing to any more movies because every time I contributed to a Kickstarter, the movie doesn't come out. I've been burned like 5 times. So I understand what these people are going through with the Sandman also. But I'm just saying, I think that Tom Savini's name is a lot bigger than people give him credit for. I always hear the same thing. It's like people in the horror community only know who Tom Savini is. I'm like, I don't think that's right. I don't think that's true, man. I think he's a lot bigger.
Big name.
He's a fucking really big name. There's a lot of fucking people out there that know who he is, and I think it could be if marketed properly, and that's the key. But you would have to have the money to market it too, though. So that's
the last update
problem
for Nightmare City was in 2017.
You know, I guess Savini does have some appeal as an actor at this point too, in certain spots. So I could see that people that are like into like B movies and shit like that.
Dude, these are so funny. Like, if you read the comments on the backers, another project I backed and got zilch. Any news at all? That was 7 months ago. The other one was 22 days ago. What a sham. Silence kills. Well, guess that was a total waste of money.
Again, people just getting fucked.
Am I the only one that has talked directly to Hines lately? Try sending him a message. He has always been pretty good at responding to mine. He has assured me that the film will be made. That was 1 year ago.
Hey, did you see this last update in 2019?
No.
Dude, it's fucking pretty crazy, man. It's pretty out there.
Yeah,
It
you're
just
being a
says,
fucking dick. ...
me scoozy.
Dude, fuck Kickstarters, man. I've been burned so many times. Fuck those things, dude. I hate them.
But these ones where there's actual names attached and like big stuff, like you just expect more out of them. Like,
of course,
I get
of course.
if the film isn't working out, but you should at least update. Like, how are you gonna your last update besides the Miscusi one is gonna be 2017? Like, get out of here with that, bro.
It's horseshit. Like, it's really the producer's fault. Like, they get these people's names attached, like Lenzi and Savini, and they're like, we're making this movie, and they're like, yeah, fuck it, I'll direct it if you get the money, and then their name's plastered all over the fucking thing. They don't even know about it, and then all of a sudden everybody's like, why aren't you making that movie? He's like, what movie? What are you talking about?
Dude, do you ever, like, I mean, this is kind of crazy. Like, is there people out there that can just do this and do you think their intention was to just make a quick buck? Or do you think they actually felt like they were going to make the film?
No, because Charlie Band will be doing it now.
Oh, dying. Warehouse boxes everywhere right now.
Absolutely not, dude. I mean, you put Tom Savini's name in there. Do you think he's trying to scam people? Fuck no.
No. But like Dave said, I think they just go to Tom Savini and they're like, "Hey, we're gonna try this, make this movie. Will you direct it?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And then like that's just like it. That's all they're involved.
And then like 2 weeks later, or like 10 years later, somebody's like, "How come Nightmare City was never made?" He's like, "What are you talking about? Leave me alone."
I don't know what you're.
Yeah, he agreed to direct that shit while he was
about.
doing fucking chin-ups or some shit. I can just see Savini doing
there
that.
is shit that like that too. The horror fans are like, Tom Savini was mean to me, and you walk up to him like, "Hey, Tom, I'm your biggest fan," like screaming in his face and shit, probably.
Yeah,
dude, that happened to what's his name? Listen to this. Bill Moseley. When I met Bill Moseley at a convention I went to, I asked him about what was the deal with that. Remember, there was a rumor he was going to be in that Manson girls thing or something. He was going to play Manson.
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
Well, he told me the story. It was the guy. He said he was going to do it, and whatever it was, the guy ended up putting up some type of fundraiser for it, or a Kickstarter, or whatever the hell it was at the time, and then nothing ever happened. So Moseley had to call the guy and threaten him with a cease and desist. I said, I want to be removed from this project. He found out that it wasn't going to happen, and the guy was just trying to make money off his name. Yeah. So
right.
I guess it can happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of scum in Hollywood, right? In the film producing world.
That's indie world, man. People are like, the indie film world, man. They're all best friends, and they like on the micro budget world. Half these guys don't like each other. It's like anywhere else.
Well, it's competitive, right? It's also competitive too.
It's not even. Yeah, well,
it makes sense.
The production company behind the Nightmare City one was Monster Works, Monster with an A, and then Works with an X Entertainment, based out of Los Angeles.
Can't we all just give Dustin Mills $10 million to make a movie, and we'll get like 40 movies, and it'll be awesome?
He would just make 40 movies.
Because he makes really decent movies for the amount of money he puts into them, though. I could see him making 10 really good movies for that. 100%.
I was going to say, I'd rather have 10 really, right, exactly. $1 million budgets. Yeah.
All
How
right.
many movies you guys got planned? Like 30 now? Exploding Heads? Number 15 movies?
Every week there's a new one talking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they should do. They should just start a Patreon instead of doing an Indiegogo. And then what they can do is they can release videos each month and say, hey, keep people abreast. Say, this is what we're doing, and yada, yada.
That's what Indiegogo is, though. Like, they do have that feature where you can release videos. And
you go to the Indiegogo page, they literally have, like, trailers of information all the time. It's weird.
I don't trust.
But make it a monthly subscription so you could stop. If a few months go by and you're donating $10 a month for 3 months, and they don't put out a video or any news or anything.
Oh, could you imagine?
Say, well,
they would just prolong production for years, man. You're paying like for fucking 36 months. It's like, why not just fucking keep adding up the money?
Yeah, can I get an update? Yeah, here's a fake finger remade. That's the same fake finger you showed me yesterday. No, that was the right index finger. This is the left one. Oh, okay. I guess I'll keep donating.
I mean, there needs to be some sort of intervention from like Indiegogo and stuff like that. They need to provide updates. Like
the only thing they'll step in and stop is fucking if a movie has like sexual like conduct like they don't like. Just Dustin was doing a movie. I don't remember if it was Kickstarter, Indiegogo. It was the Hornet Sting and the Hell It's Caused sequel. And fucking they canceled that because it had like the plot was really kind of dark and they thought it was like some sex fucking trafficking thing or something. So they fucking shut it down and refunded everybody their money, even though it was fully funded.
Mm-hmm.
That somebody should make a YouTube video, like one of the bigger YouTubes, about like films that never happened but got their funding from Indiegogo.
Why? How can they do that when they're blogging at like fucking Walmart shit?
Yeah,
that's what people like to watch. That's just what they like to watch, man. People are like, I don't want to go shopping myself. What's at Walmart? Go down the candy aisle for me, bro, man. They got Snickers? Cool, man. I like Snickers.
Right.
They just want to watch people shop. That's what people do now. They fucking interactively like live their lives vicariously through other people.
Wow. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no fucking information on this in the last 5 years.
There's so much shit that nobody puts any information out, but we have so much information about the same shit over and over again. Even when we talk about movies, like there's so much movies and music that's not covered, yet we hear the same shit over and over again about other shit. Like there's so many weird movies. I'm like, I look up and nobody has anything to say about them.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that's your Nightmare City update too.
I still want to see that movie.
Can we get an update on that Clive?
I'm such a big fan of the original. I love the original film so much.
Christ sequel.
Yeah.
Was that their Indiegogo?
Oh, we don't even
What
need the original
man?
one.
I'm so they left that a cliffhanger. What happens to Jesus? Does he come back or not?
Of course, the Jew would be like, "Where's the sequel to Passion of the Christ?" Out of all people on here, right? Jesus.
Made by the most Never mind.
All right, guys, that is.
I think he stopped because he didn't know how to say the word.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mel Gibson said he was sorry and he meant it. Okay.
All
right. Once again, that is Dario Argento updates and knowledge.
Well, speaking of looking to the future, I mean, I'm going to really reveal something that Dario told me today, that he is actually working on a new Giallo. And if you are familiar with one of the films that he never got made because of major sort of like court problems and legal problems with the Cecchigori studio, it's called Occhiali Neri, which is black sunglasses essentially. And you always regretted never making that, and you were so close. And now it looks like the next year you are actually going to be doing it. And I think this is great news, I have to say. I mean, so,
I actualize the films because it was old. I write 20 years ago.
Yeah.
20 years ago.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered Funky Child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. All right, so moving into the featured reviews here on episode 195 and week 1 of Italian Horror Month. Dario Argento Volume 6 and the final Argento show.
Unless Black Glasses comes out.
AKA the Sandman Part 2. All right, so
franchise roundup.
So we are obviously at the end of Argento's filmography here. A little bit out of order because we did, the other trilogies and stuff. But starting in here, 2005, directed by Dario Argento. It's a film called Do You Like Hitchcock?
TV movie.
A TV movie from 2005. quick little synopsis. A college film student obsessed with the works of Alfred Hitchcock investigates a murder committed in an apartment building across from his and suspects that his seductive neighbor hired a girlfriend to commit the deed. So,
you know what I was thinking about while watching this movie? Because I was like,
Hitchcock?
start off. Well, no. One, how the hell did they get the rights to show all those fucking DVD covers in the video store? And
I don't
two,
think you need rights to do that.
no, you don't have to. You don't have to have rights to show pictures.
A store.
You have to have rights to
Right.
show clips.
It directly referenced Strangers
Unless-
on a Train, though. Maybe it's. Yeah, 'cause I don't
No,
know.
that's
Maybe
that's fine. No,
consider-
you can. No, you
That's
can
very
100%. You
You
can
can
100%
reference
reference movies in your own movies and
Scream
stuff.
does it, so.
Yeah, yeah.
The one problem that I have with this movie is I feel like Hitchcock draws out scenes way too fucking long.
Well,
And-
Hitchcock was dead.
I mean, Argento, I'm sorry. Like the bike chase scene, that scene like goes on for like forever. Like there's a shot of him.
That's horrible. That's the
Dude,
worst
There's like a
thing.
scene of
Dude,
him
it might
falling
even
over. There's
be-
like a shot of the guy standing in the balcony and he's looking at
that
it
guy
for like
standing on the
40
balcony
seconds.
for like 30 seconds. It's like,
That's
dude, get down
suspense,
there.
man. That's
I like
suspense.
that.
That's suspense.
No,
That was
if
so
Yeah, I liked it.
if you're a fan of
That guy's
Hitchcock,
such a bad actor.
if you're a fan of Hitchcock, man, Hitchcock would do certain things like that too. But I see what Argento was doing. He was just kind of overdoing it a little bit. But yeah, I agree. Actually, I don't know who said it. I think Dave said it. But the getaway scene there after he breaks his leg is really
Action's
tedious
so
to watch.
poorly filmed.
It is
So
actually.
poorly.
It's actually probably the worst scene. I agree. It's one of the worst. It's one of the
No,
worst scenes in the
definitely.
film. 100%.
It's a bad scene.
I like it.
Okay, so
I liked
basically,
it too.
this movie right here from 2005, Argento. Do you like Hitchcock? It's very self-explanatory. This is a love letter to Alfred Hitchcock films. Quite obviously, the synopsis gave that away. More specifically, this is basically a mashup of Rear Window, Strangers on a Train, and thrown in a little bit of Dial M for Murder. You know, if you're a fan of Hitchcock and you've seen those movies, this is actually quite enjoyable to watch to a certain degree. If you haven't seen those movies, this might just seem kind of like a throwaway thing to you.
You know what? I'll say this. I haven't seen Strangers on a Train or Dial M for Murder yet. I felt like I knew because they're pretty obvious about it, you know.
Same
I felt like I knew
the stories and I know what
Yeah,
happens in them.
exactly. Yeah, I know.
Well,
I
they
know.
talk about like what the plots are and all
Mm-hmm.
that.
Well, they've been ripped off so much, like
Yeah.
Throw Mama from the Train and shit, that this is like it's in the lexicon. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I actually,
So
you know, it's
it
funny.
actually did work.
I actually rewatched Dial M for Murder, and Strangers on a Train, both cuts actually, just a few months ago during the quarantine. Actually, I watched those again. I'm a huge Hitchcock fan, so that's why I actually really enjoy this movie. It's not, and going back to what I said earlier in the show, this is kind of the start of Argento not being overly original. This is literally those three movies mashed up, and he just kind of placed on his own, made a film out of this.
It's not awful though.
No.
It's actually more original than the other shit that he.
No. Well, I'm just saying it's you know, I mean, like what I'm saying though, it's the narratives of all these films just kind of mashed up, and I mean, it's not him being overly creative. He's taking all these elements and just kind of making a movie out of it. But you know, it's still pretty decently enjoyable, man. To be honest, like, what are your guys' thoughts on this one?
There's one thing about the movie that I do kind of like. He is making one statement, and he has stopped making statements for a while. It felt like. But his main statement in this movie to me is all film fans are voyeurs. And I feel like the film obsessed voyeur, you know what I mean? I do think that he's doing that because in the beginning, this character is a voyeur from the very beginning, spying in on the witches in the woods or whatever the fuck they are, all the way in his entire life. And he never learns his lesson. Even at the end, he goes back out to take another peek. And he's like, has this weird perversion. All film fans are voyeurs. And he's definitely making that statement.
Right. Yeah, I like that. I've
most.
always been a fan of the Rear Window setup, whether it's in Disturbia or Rear Window or Fright
Night.
Right. I've always liked it. It always works for me because I always can put myself in that position of the Burbs, you know, have that sort of neighbor where you're curious on them and you're just kind of spying on them and stuff like that. It always works for me. And this might be one of the, you know,
well, this makes sense that it would work for you. This would make sense that it would work for you because it should work for all of us because we're all voyeurs because we're horror film fans, right?
Yeah, like you just got to watch. You want to watch and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, that chick's pretty hot. I would watch her too.
We know you would.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to watch. Like across, if somebody's doing something semi-interesting and you catch a glimpse.
That's what I was going to say, though, too, because, you know, the angle of attack for him, he's kind of looking down into her patio. Like, how could you not just notice that? You know, obviously she's very good looking, but it's literally like when you go out in your patio or your deck or whatever you want to call it, you're looking right there. You know, it's the first thing.
Where do you find this nerd? This fucking casting choice.
Dude is
like
such
that,
a fucking...
I mean,
fucking dork.
He reminds me of me.
I was thinking the same thing. He does kind of remind me of Jeremy a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't get a hot girl like that. But...
The only difference, exactly. The difference is he has a girlfriend. So, you know.
I love the video store stuff. Like, just looking at all the titles. And it's funny because this is like the last time you could probably do a video store scene. Everything's DVD. And it's I see like Cradle to the Grave and stuff like that.
You actually don't see a lot of scenes in movies like this, man, that are like, you know, it's always throwback and it's always VHS stores and stuff. But this is like straight DVD.
Everything was overpriced too.
This is before Blu-ray. This is literally before Blu-ray.
Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's like $20 for fucking 3 rentals for a day. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking prick.
Yeah. Dude, I remember renting DVDs. They were like $7.50, man.
Oh,
here?
No.
Yeah,
but I love the product placements.
I don't know about like fucking the retro shit.
I don't know about you guys, but when you're watching those scenes, man, like I'm constantly looking for movies that I can recognize and shit. Obviously, the obvious, you know, the card player poster and stuff. But I mean, that's normal for filmmakers to throw their their posters, and it's totally 100% normal. But I even noticed that they threw in.
Especially because the card player had just come out, right?
But they even, like, if you look behind the clerk in one of the scenes, you can actually see the DVD for Scarlet Diva, which is Argento's film that she did. That was kind of cool. And there's lots of fucking things that I noticed in there, but I always love that shit. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really fun.
I saw that one.
Which one?
Session 9.
Session 9, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Session 9, yeah, that was clear in there.
Yeah.
When they first walk in.
Yeah.
Do you like this
how
movie,
about
Dave?
they're talking about Lynch? Remember they came in and she said, "Do you have some
Blue
type
Velvet.
of Lynch?" He goes, "No."
Blue Velvet. We got a
It
race.
was almost like he was insulting the one. He goes, "No, but I got the one of this." And he goes, "Nah, that's okay," or something.
I got Eraserhead
with all the features. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like he was taking a shot at Eraserhead. I don't know for sure, but I mean, why would he do that? You know?
No, he's just trying to up it. He's like,
right?
Yeah. He's just trying to up it. He's like, well, I don't have Blue Velvet, but I've got Eraserhead with all the features. You need to check it out, man.
It's only fucking $12.99, 12 pounds for a day.
Yeah, that would be euros over there. But
spoiler. I'm glad that guy got killed.
I mean, there's even like you know, the shower scene is sort of a Psycho reference. The ending is a Vertigo reference. I mean, he packed it full of Hitchcock.
I'm just saying. Cool, I'm just saying. The majority of the narrative was, you know, Rear Window, Strangers, and Dial.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there's definitely other nods to films in there. Of course, Psycho. That one's pretty obvious too. But
I like it. I think that it's cool that, you know, he's sort of you know, paid homage to one of his favorite filmmakers by making a film, you know, with it kind of ingrained inside of it.
You know, I like the fact in this film that they show the main character, you know, basically James Stewart's character in Rear Window. They talk about how he broke his foot and stuff. That's kind of why he's stuck up there, you know, doing the voyeur thing. But in this film, they actually show him breaking and shit. I think that's kind of cool. Even though the scene
it's 5 minutes too long.
Yeah, even though the scene after he breaks his fucking ankle is horrible. It's fucking horrible.
The guy's clearly running half speed, so he doesn't catch up quick enough.
You know what's actually kind of funny about that scene? You know what's actually kind of
funny?
There's
a reason for it, though.
Why?
There's a reason for it.
Because it was raining?
No, I'm saying, I mean, it's from one perspective, yeah, but I'm talking about that scene basically parallels the scene in the beginning with the two women. With him being yelled at and them.
Right.
I think that's why they drew it out that long. It was supposed to be like a comparison to that. So like, well, how can we make this longer? We want to have this guy yell things out to him like the women were in the beginning because it's basically set up the same way. So that was the whole thing that they did to parallel it. And I like that they found reasons, you know, the rain and everything else and the bike not starting. It worked for me. I guess you guys thought it was long. Well, GP.
Well, the budget.
Well,
maybe I'm just
honestly the biggest thing about the scene that annoyed me. Well, I'm definitely putting the spoiler intro for this.
Maybe I'm retarded, but what did the videos? Come on, JP. What did the video store guy have to do with it?
That's my problem. There you go.
I don't understand.
It doesn't make any sense.
In the whole thing.
What doesn't make sense?
I agree because. I'm sorry. You go ahead first, Jeremy. I apologize.
No, that's all. I was just confused about why he was involved in the first place.
It doesn't make sense that he would be involved, and I'll tell you why. Because it's okay. The strangers. Hopefully, I'm wrong. You guys are going to straighten me out, and I can bump the movie up. But this is what I got out of it. It's the strangers on a train deal. She's going to kill for her, and she's going to kill for her.
Yeah.
Okay. They have it worked out between each other. They don't need anybody else to know or be involved or anything else. I thought it was just a reason to throw something in at the end, a twist for the sake of an extra twist, which Argento kind of got real. He kind of got real happy doing that in the mid-'90s with Stendhal and on. It kind of became, I'm going to do a double twist. When you think this happened, I'm lying. He did it in Tenebrae as well. But I'm just saying, it seems like it just was thrown in for no reason. Like all of a sudden, like, okay, he joined in at the end. What is there to fucking join in on? What would they need him for to do anything?
He wanted to kill the suspect. He wanted to kill the guy who was looking into it. Like, they knew that guy was onto them. So she hired that guy to kill him.
That's what they're supposedly doing. But they don't show it, though. That's the problem in the film. Lead. Yeah.
That's what we think. At least I think.
Well, that's what you're led to believe in this, but they just don't show it. So you have to use your imagination and be like, okay, so this guy's obviously onto him, so this is what's going to happen. But it does seem very jarring, though.
I think they say it out loud. I think they say it out loud later.
Do they? I don't think so.
No, I was waiting.
I don't think it's ever mentioned, dude. I think you just have to kind of look at the situation and be like, okay, this is what has to have happened. Especially if you've seen Strangers, it kind of makes sense that would kind of happen. But yeah, I don't think it's mentioned though. I'm kind of with Dave on that.
I'm just a little bit retarded.
It is mentioned.
No, I mean,
they literally say that they hired this guy to go and kill the nerd.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, man.
He says something to him when he's banging his head in the tub.
Yeah.
And he goes, you couldn't just stay out of it. Or he says something like that. But literally, they say it to each other. And then when they're talking to the cop at the end of the movie, they just say, it looks like he was brought in later. But that's it. It's like a throwaway line. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I don't think that it's a good
That's why you have to assume that
thing like that. But yeah. I mean, I just assume, like, they're hot girls. He's clearly interested in them when he's working there. You know what I mean?
Haircut.
But
the whole problem with that situation is that he didn't know these girls. So why would they fucking come to him to do that? When especially since the clerk and the nerd
either, though.
But the clerk and the nerd were fucking kind of friends. Like, why would he fucking take this girl? Take the side of the girl to kill him over.
Why would the girls?
Yeah, but again, that you have to assume that. But I'm just saying, if you look at the core part here, man, the clerk and the nerd are actually fucking friends. So this guy's just gonna. This guy's
friends. He's working there.
Okay, what I mean by friends, you know what the fuck I mean. They're acquaintances. They're friendly in the store, kind of thing. But this guy is just literally going to take, the side of this girl and be like, oh. And jump on that whole board and be like, I'm going to go and fucking kill this guy.
You can make that same argument for why the girls would.
But you have to establish some minor situation.
When they just met each other.
I have the answer.
It doesn't make sense. I agree.
Well, hold on. I have the answer to this one. Those two girls met in the video shop.
Yes.
Okay. So that's where they became acquainted. And now, of course, they know that the clerk that runs the place, and they know that this guy, they come to find out that this guy is spying on them, as in, I guess the nerd will call him. So they come to find out that the nerd is spying on them. And like, okay, well, we got to do something about it. Well, when we get to do it, now they're going to look and they say, well, our buddy at the video store that we met, he seems to have a relationship with him. It's keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Let's get him to do him because he could probably get in his house if we offer it to him. Then it's easier than finding any.
And then we give him a blowjob.
But that's the thing. Like, what's he getting out of it? What's he getting out of it, though?
He's getting paid and he's getting laid.
But it's not. What are they? So we just assume that he's getting paid and getting laid because there's nothing shown. Like it looks like to the viewer. It looks to the viewer that he's literally just doing this. That's what I'm saying.
No. He says that they're paid. He says that they paid me. He goes, they included me in on this, and he goes, and I even fucked her. He said, so he got paid and laid.
Right. So I mean, is it stupid of somebody to kill somebody to get laid? Yeah, sure, but that it is explained.
Yes, it is.
I guess so. I guess there's nothing excuse.
Quite often,
especially if you own a video store and you charge people fucking €4 for a rent.
Dude, this is 2005, man. This is still the early stages of DVD, man. It makes sense. This is before Blu-ray. They were still charging up the ass.
European Union.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
When does he say in the movie that he was going to get to fuck her, or that he fucked her and shit?
As he was talking shit to him when he was killing him. right towards the end.
During
he
that,
was
okay.
talking all
You know,
kinds of
honestly,
shit to him.
Yeah.
He was, I even fucked her, he said.
Okay, I didn't even catch
Okay.
that. I didn't even catch that when he was banging his head against the fucking tub and shit. I was watching that, but
Best character.
So what do you guys think about the last scene where he's spying on the girl who's like naked and then she sees him? Like
he learned a lesson.
Yeah, is it just that? But what's up with her reaction? It's weird.
Well, she
was
liked
into it.
I know.
Yeah.
He didn't learn. He didn't learn his lesson because they showed a flashback where he's like looking in the fucking witch's den. Dude, just don't learn.
Right.
You know, once a voyeur, always a voyeur.
I like it.
Right?
Yeah. I like it.
But he does turn away. He finally does it, and he stops. He's like, okay, I'm going to watch. And then he goes, okay, that's enough. I've learned my lesson. That's what I got out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then they show the
Did you guys notice what she was reading, by the way?
What was she reading? A Giallo.
Yes, she was reading a Giallo. A good old-fashioned.
Yeah, I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Well, one of the Yellow Book ones?
Yeah.
You know, I always wondered, watching this film, because it was made for TV and stuff, do you think when they originally aired this on TV, did they have the gore in it? Because, like, the scene where her mother gets her head smashed in with the hammer, it's actually not bad. Like, it puts a fucking hole in her head, man. I was like, damn, dude.
I always wonder that because, you know, obviously if this was made for TV here, unless it was like HBO or something, it wouldn't have that. But in Italy, who knows what the...
Because there's nudity. Well, we all know.
But I mean, really, all the great
acceptable
plot points in here would be cut out. You know, I mean, the nudity and the gore and shit. Like,
some of those Fulci movies were made for TV, and they were violent as fuck. And I've heard stories where they're like, I made this for TV, and they're like, you can't show this on TV, and then they change it. But no, I think that violence like that is probably a little bit more acceptable.
This was nominated for the best TV movie in 2006.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what's fucked up.
I can see
this was supposed to be the
competition.
Yeah, exactly.
But it wasn't even picked up. This was supposed to be a 7-part series, and this was supposed to be the first part.
Fuck.
Well, I don't know if they're all supposed to be from Argento. It was supposed to be like a crime series.
It was Hitchcock, probably like a thriller Alfred Hitchcock presents type.
No, I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying that there was supposed to be a 7-part series about crime, and Argento did this first one. Was he commissioned to do the rest of them? I don't know, but.
It'd be cool if he's on Kickstarter.
Do you like Fulci?
Do you like Sandman?
Do you like Fulci?
Do you like Sandman?
Do you like black glasses?
Dude, no, I'm not even gonna say it. You guys know what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I will say one thing.
Much.
One thing about this movie that I fucking like highly enjoyed was
What, do you like having sex with your kid? There you go.
What?
Huh?
Like
saying about Argento. You're like
hot mom, by the way.
I actually don't even. What did I just hear?
I'm confused too.
Argento likes
to the Do You Like Hitchcock, but he was saying, do you like to have sex with my kid or something? I think he was making a reference to Argento.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, no, we'll get to that later again. Right? But no, the original score that was done by Pino Daniaggio, who has honestly done fucking like just ridiculous amounts of great movies.
Scores, right?
What's that?
He did a bunch of De Palma scores, right?
Oh, he did tons of De Palma films, and we
Argento
recently just did Carrie.
To him about De Palma all the time. He was like, "That De Palma ripped me off."
Yeah, I know. He did Dress to Kill and like Blowout and Carrie.
Argento doesn't like De Palma.
Yeah, he did Carrie, original Piranha. Fuck, it just goes on and on. Tourist Trap, like tons and tons of fucking movies. But the score again, going back to a TV film and having an original score like that is pretty fucking cool, man. You know?
Yeah.
So I'll give him props for doing that.
Scores are not bad.
Oh, Jeremy, you know what he did? He did Crawl Space in 1986 with Klaus Kinski. He did the music in that film. Yeah, but it just goes on and on. If you go through the filmography, it's fucking nuts. The films that he worked on, like American and Italian films and shit. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah,
give him props.
It was funny. Speaking of all those damn films, like some of the ones that were in there were weird. Like it's weird to see something like Elf in an Argento movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I saw Kill Bill as well. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you hating on Elf?
I don't know.
You hate Christmas too?
No,
It'd be better if it was Alf. I like Dario Argento's Alf.
I don't really have too much more on this. Do you guys?
No. Dave, moods?
It's a podcast.
Not a whole lot. No, I was thinking, but not really.
No. I enjoy it. No, what I have, I'll say when I give my rating. It's just a couple things. I enjoy it, though. I'll tell you that.
All right, Dave, we'll start with you then. You're the guest.
Okay, I do like it. This is only the second time I've seen this, and it was shot better than I remembered. Argento was still, framing shots well. Kino with the soundtrack is good. It's a good old fashioned classic Argento with a civilian who becomes an investigator. It ties back to some of his early work, and I like it for what it is. I wish there was more kills, but I'm pretty much engaged throughout the whole thing, and for just being one murder, that's impressive enough. I like it. I'm not thrilled with what happens at the end and having him be in there, the extra guy, but you guys kind of explained that. I guess I could see that. They wanted him to take care of him. But overall, it's good. For me, it's a 6.5.
All right, JP.
Yeah, I really dug this. I thought it was pretty fun. It felt like a TV movie, but had violence and nudity. And I was like, okay, this is like a better TV movie then. And I dig that. I think that it's a pretty easy watch. It doesn't feel like it drags like some of Argento's other films do from this era. I'm pretty okay with it. I expected it. I had low expectations for all three of these. And this one definitely exceeded my expectations. I'm also at a 6.5 out of 10.
Dave.
I didn't hate this one. I was not looking forward to watching these, to be honest, because after the card player, I was like, ugh. But
first time watch?
A couple cool things. Yeah, first time watch for me. When I hear movies are bad in the latter career for people, I tend not to watch them, or I don't rush to watch them. But I did enjoy that he did repeat some window horror. We got glass shattering window horror shit that he always does. Loves that stuff. Mm-hmm. And I thought the outside staircase, the glassed-in staircase or whatever, fire escape or whatever, I thought that looked pretty cool. It was a nice little set piece they used. So I'm coming in at a 6, which I would say is above average and worth checking out. And better than you probably would expect from its reputation.
Jeremy.
I'm at a 5.5.
Okay. I'm also in a 6.5. I just kind of wish they had Argento got a little bit more creative instead of kind of keeping it, very standard to what he was kind of, I don't want to say imitating, but using, Hitchcock's narratives and stuff. I wish he had have kind of involved a little bit more characters. I understand as a TV film budget was kind of constrained, but I wish he had have incorporated a little bit more characters and kind of threw a little bit more twists and turns into this and kills. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm leading into, because if you had have involved more characters, you had possibility, you would have had, you would have had the possibility of having more kills and stuff. But with this limited amount of characters, it really limited what you could do with the kills and stuff, right? I mean, we didn't even really get to see, the whole boss situation too, where it was kind of leaning towards, but not really, kind of thing. But I mean, it could have been a lot better, is what I'm saying, right? Just expand that narrative a little bit more and, put Argento's spin on these narratives that we've seen before. But, I still really enjoy this film, man. I give him props for having an original score, and there are some really good shots. You can see some Argento-ness in this movie quite a bit. It is a lot of Hitchcock, though. You can really, really see that he was really trying to imitate Hitchcock to a T and stuff. But, for what it is, for being such a later Argento film, I don't really know what the consensus is on the street with this one, but I've always kind of enjoyed this one. I think it's good, especially if you've seen the other Hitchcock films that it's doing. So, it's okay for what it is.
What's the rating?
I said 6.5.
6.5.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, 6.5. So, I think that seems appropriate, man. It's a decent watch. It's a decent watch, So, but I do recommend, though, if you're going to watch this film, to at least see all the other films first. It's more enjoyable, because you get to kind of pick out all those little Easter eggs and all those little things that he's alluding to with the other films and shit. So,
yeah, I'm not as familiar with Hitchcock as I should be, to be honest.
I think it helps. I honestly think it helps.
I would imagine it does.
Like the Dial M for Murder thing, man. Have you seen that one before?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so the whole key thing.
The birds.
So the whole key thing didn't really make sense to you when she went back to fucking get her key because she, didn't, the whole key thing is.
I mean, that's like a plot device that I've seen happen a bunch of times. You got to go back and cover your tracks and shit. But yeah. I didn't know.
Well, in her case, she put the wrong key in there and she had to go back to do it, kind of thing. But I mean, it's
they would have never caught her because no one would ever notice.
I know it is kind of.
She fucked up.
That's ridiculous. But I see what he's doing.
Well, no. I mean, you would exactly do that. You're like, fuck, I gotta go back because it would drive you nuts. But
of course,
the cops didn't. Nobody knew.
Yeah. True that. All right, so that is Do You Like Hitchcock from 2005.
The city of Milan is known for its beautiful women, but someone is preying on them.
All right, so moving into 2009, 4 years later, with Argento's next one called Giallo.
Yes.
That's
Giallo.
right. He got very, very creative with the title Giallo. We'll get into that in a minute.
Ugh.
Synopsis. In Italy, a woman fears her sister may have been kidnapped. Inspector Enzo fears it's worse. They team up to rescue her from a sadistic killer only known as Yellow. So it kind of gives it away right there.
Why do people hate this movie?
When this movie first came out, now everybody was expecting an actual Giallo because it's simply titled Giallo. Now, when you watch the movie, you quickly learn that this movie is called Giallo because Giallo is Italian for the word yellow, right? Mm-hmm. And which is actually alluding to the killer's skin color because essentially this movie is actually named after
hepatitis,
after somebody that has liver disease. It's a symptom of liver disease turning jaundice, which is yellow.
Right?
I don't think they say it may be hepatitis, but
no, they don't allude to it at all. And
they say jaundice.
No, they definitely
say hepatitis C.
I think they say jaundice.
Well, jaundice
but they also say hepatitis.
Jaundice is just the cause of liver disease. Yeah. See, you think I would be very sympathetic to this type of killer and stuff because I actually have liver disease myself. I have hemochromatosis. I'm not jaundice at all, as you can tell. It's a condition that's very easy to control and stuff. I just have to get blooded. Anyways, this isn't about me. But just knowing that, this killer had, this type of thing and everything that kind of went with it, I was like, okay, so, man, dudes, I don't even want to start with this one. Who wants to start with this film, man?
Why do you hate it so much?
This killer looks like Alice Cooper bloated. I swear, I was like
it looks like Rambo, washed up Rambo.
I literally thought he was going to take a mask off. I thought he was wearing makeup the whole movie, and the makeup was so bad. I thought he was wearing makeup, and he was going to have a reveal where he took it off.
Dude, the prosthetic is horrible.
Like, when's that coming off? Oh, it's not? That's how he looks? This is what we're going with?
Yeah.
I like the killer.
I don't know. I didn't hate it. Look fucked up.
Okay, so this movie right here is a great example for myself of Argento losing the ability to be original, man. I mean, this is on the coattails of all the fucking torture porn films that were coming out at the time. He didn't even try to get mysterious with this at all. I mean, the killer is shown so early in this film.
Yeah, it's not a mystery.
It's not a mystery at all. And that's fine.
Standards, it's not necessarily a Giallo. It has Giallo elements, but it's not a Giallo.
Well, this isn't a Giallo at all. This isn't a Giallo. This isn't a Giallo at all. It's basically an abduction, torture porn type film.
So what's wrong with that? Just because Argento directed it, that means that...
Yes, precisely, Jeremy. This is...
Why can't he do something different?
It's not different. Well, this is all part of the masses at the time. He was just conforming to everything that was coming out at the time. There's no originality in this film whatsoever, and it's not even good.
Originality is because that's like not true. This is his most original kill. This is one of his most original killers. He's completely different than
his original. Everybody has done this before.
What's that?
But everybody has done this before. This is a product of its time, and it's so.
Yeah, this Yellow Bastard from Sin City, by the way. So
yeah, but this came out. No,
there's nothing original about it. So this is Argento's most original killer. How? I mean, okay,
I'm saying
in Argento's world for sure.
What is his normal killer? It's just a random fucking dude. Or
half of the time it's a female. Shit.
Well, no, here's what's cool about his killers usually. In his movies, which is what I like the most, Bird with the Crystal Plumage has the best reveal of a killer, that she was assaulted at one point and then she sees a painting of that assault drawn on the wall and it triggers everything back. That's a great motive. It's fucked up and it's twisty and turny. Stenhall Syndrome also, I know a lot of people don't like it, has really cool weird motives and shit and everything like that. Now the Killer in Opera has bullshit. The Cat o' Nine Tails is awesome because it's the guy who actually fucking is worried about everybody thinking he's crazy, so he breaks into place to ruin the evidence that he could possibly be crazy, but he has to kill a bunch of people doing it, proving he's fucking crazy. So he was his own self-fulfilling prophecy. That shit is interesting. This is just some fucking weirdo guy. This is just some fucking...
It's a classic,
dude,
bullied and picked on.
Original killer.
I don't have a problem with that. It's just boring. The movie's boring. The dubbing sucks. And all the acting sucks except Brody, but he's poorly miscast.
I can't get on board with this original killer bullshit because this dude, his motives for why he's killing is retarded. It's so stupid. It's so cliche. It's so because he's literally killing beautiful women because he's ugly. That's essentially what it is.
That isn't that true to certain people.
But there's a way to do it better, man. You can be a little bit mysterious with it, man. They show this guy right in the beginning. It's fucking garbage, dude. It is absolute
I think
utter.
It's cool.
What's cool about it? There's no mystery to this. Okay, but again, going back to judging Argento films,
it doesn't need. It's not a mystery film, though.
Exactly. But you could,
so why does it have to be a mystery?
But you could possibly, create a little bit of mystery instead of just doing the masses type film, run of the mill bullshit. It's fucking torture porn.
But why can't it do that?
It doesn't need a mystery. It just needs to be good, and it's not either.
Just because his name's Dario Argento, it can't make a mainstream.
I don't.
Exactly, Jeremy. This guy's known for being creative, and he's not being creative here at all. That's what I'm judging.
He doesn't have any of his good filmmaking techniques.
There's no good elements to this movie.
You want just another Giallo?
I'm not saying you need to redo his Giallos. I'm saying you could take this torture porn aspect and still make a mystery out of it. Right? Okay. I think the way it's placed to us is garbage. They show him right away. It plays out like a standard torture porn type film. And honestly, dude, even those type of scenes and shit aren't even that good at all. Like, there's no real good tortures, no real good fucking gore in this at all. And that's kind of what he's alluding to. He's trying to make an American torture porn film here, and it just does not work. I agree, Dave. Brody completely miscast this. He's absolutely atrocious. He's fucking atrocious in this movie. His delivery is so goddamn bad. And you know what? And I don't fucking blame the producers for not giving him half his goddamn money after this movie was completed because he was so fucking terrible in it.
The female lead's actually awful too. At the end when she has that big moment, and freaks out on him.
You know who she is?
The worst acting I've ever seen.
That's Roman Polanski's wife.
It's worse than Wizard of War.
Yeah, that's Roman Polanski's wife. Yeah.
It's on the level of that acting. That one scene though, that one little freak out. But also, I think this movie's dubbed some of it, possibly. Or if it's not dubbed, I wish they went back to the old school Italian way of making movies because their dubbing was so great and their ADR was so perfect that I love the way aesthetically how all that shit sounds and looks.
Right.
But in these movies, they have a lot of people who are speaking not their native language in English, and it just sounds really fake. Like, if you are speaking a second language and you're trying to act and you don't really know the language, you come across as a piss poor actor, like how Van Damme or Dolph Lundgren would come off, or Arnold in the beginning of their career. And a lot of these actors in the latter day Italian movies come across like that. Instead of dumbing it, they speak in English or try to, and it sounds like dog shit. It's either that or the dubbing has got so bad that it fucking sucks now there, and it just don't have the money they used to. So these movies suffer immensely.
And it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense to be doing your movie with that dubbing and shit. The reason why they used to dub all those Italian films back in the day was because of the lack of money. So they would record their films without sound and then go do it later because it was cheaper to do the ADR after the fucking fact. We're in 2009 here, man. Record the shit with sound, do it properly, and just, whatever, man.
But I hate when they make foreign actors speak in English when it's their second language and they don't speak very well.
I've had problems with it.
Sounds so bad.
That's what that was my biggest problem with Imprint, the Takashi Miike Masters of Horror episode too, because they had these Japanese actors speaking English and it comes off as the worst acting in the fucking world because it's not their native language and it's just absolutely atrocious to listen to and watch. It's like, what the fuck am I doing?
It's like you're watching a bunch of people who are calling you to ask for fucking some service. Dude. It's bad.
Dude.
I think it's the same thing with acting is moods is like it just doesn't bother me like it does you guys.
This is different though. This seems like everybody's an alien.
Well, it's almost like a sound issue though. It comes off as being like a sound issue.
Yeah, this doesn't come across. And Brody's so miscast. I can't it.
I do
horrible.
100% agree with the Brody hate, because I thought he was
bad.
Especially and there's some dialogue fucking stupidities too. Like when he has the girl over his apartment and he's trying to act like this rogue cop who does shit his own way, and she's like, you have a partner, and he's like, no, I do better by myself. I'm like, then why the fuck are you tagging along with this bitch?
Dude, I will powerbomb Adrian Brody.
You know what I can't stand?
I pick him up and throw him on the ground.
You know what I can't stand about this movie is, well, pretty much everything, but the fucking story that they give the Enzo character, Adrian Brody's character. They give him this ridiculous backstory about how his mother was fucking killed in front of him and stuff. And then later on in life, he basically, well, not later on, but he hunts down this killer, becomes a vigilante killer, and kills the dude that fucking, killed his mother and stuff like that. Only to be exempted by by the cops. They know he did this shit. Anyways, he's reformed and becomes a fucking detective. And this is the reason why he basically does his detective work in the basement of the precinct and stuff. I'm like, this is complete and utter stupidity writing. There's no fucking way anybody that would ever kill somebody could become a cop. It's fucking bullshit, dude. It's such a stupid backstory.
I don't know the chief. I like that he spots him in the window and he's looking in there and he's watching him do it, and he's giving him the look like he stole an apple from a fruit stand, not that he just murdered someone viciously. He's like, what are you doing, kid? I like that actor, stupid.
The fact that Adrian Brody is tagging along with a civilian through the entire movie alone is unbelievable. So
it's actually kind of believable considering she's the sister of the girl, one of the girls that's went missing.
Even more reason to not let you involved in the investigation, because you're acting on emotion.
But he shouldn't have never been a cop. Right? He was a vigilante killer in the first place. There should be a screening process to be like, yo, you're a little bit fucked. He even admits the reason why he's downstairs is because he does things his own way and not by the book. It's like, come on, it's so unbelievable. Well, this is set in reality. Remember, this movie's set in our reality. This is not reality. If you have, dude,
I know, but so dumb. Every fucking Giallo has dumb shit like that.
That's really stupid.
I'm saying all these Italian films.
All Dario's movies do.
It's a major point to the film, though. They bring up his backstory multiple times in the film. They allude to this. They take away from their core fucking. I do like the one aspect of the killer. I do like is the fact that he's this taxi driver and he's fucking abducting people like that. I kind of like that. It's kind of scary when you really think about it. It's because there's one line in the film where he says, he's like, she got into the wrong cab, and I'm like, that's kind of haunting.
I wish
it could be anybody.
That.
It could be
I wish
anybody.
They would have played that up even more.
Exactly. There's missteps, man, and it's just. And honestly, dude, the only decent part of the whole torture part, the scene where he's jerking off to the Asian dead chick. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
I don't even remember
it's
that.
Twisted.
Yeah. It just kind of gets a little bit twisted at that point.
At least twice, I think, in the movie.
Dave Zee, Dave Zee hasn't said one word about this thing yet.
Sorry, I kind of got a little bit upset about this.
Yeah, I think we both did.
This one really gets me going, man. It's bad.
Not good.
Dave?
I'm not even going to attempt to try to change anybody's mind, or since you all are so passionate with your anger. I know I've been around the block enough on podcasts to know that when someone's that passionate, that nothing I can say is going to change their mind. But I will say this.
You could.
No, I'm not even going to try. All I'm going to say is this. I think the fact that it's our Argento movie, I don't think makes a difference to anything. I think it's if I used to show this to my wife and my brother and not tell them it has anything to do with Argento and say, here, sit down. This is the movie. What do you think of it? I don't think that I'm going to get this.
Dave, can I just intervene right now? Because if you're going to show somebody that's not truly a huge Argento fan, but they're going to take it for what it is. But look at yourself, though. You're a massive Argento fan. When you view this film, don't you kind of I don't like to directly compare directors' later work to their earlier stuff that's classic and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's still Argento's work. This movie has very little Argento in it. It doesn't really have that greatest cinematography. It doesn't have that Argento has no good lighting. It just feels generic. The whole film just feels super generic.
Argento to me is when they spot the dude in the hospital and they run down the steps and it's that big yellow building. That felt like a classic Giallo set piece to Cat and Nine Tails or something like that. So there was little glimmers of Argento in it. I know it's few and far between, but that is just an example.
But yeah,
and
okay.
The characters. He always has these quirky characters and unintentional comedy in his movies, and I see a little bit of that here. As far as what we see on the screen with the story, I don't see this being cast the silly stuff with the paintings and all that aside. I don't see this being significantly different than Stendhal syndrome, with a killer out there who kidnaps somebody and is killing some people. I don't necessarily see torture porn. This, to me, I do see some bad, not bad, in my opinion, some good kills. Like the things I have written down, I like this kill, and I like the hammer death is good. The kill of the mom is good. I saw a couple, I just see some kills going on, and this girl being kidnapped, and just like the other girl was kidnapped in Stendhal. I never once thought that it was anything like a product of its time, or
really?
that it was cashing in on torture porn. Now, I hear you say it. It just as I'm watching.
I think it's completely doomed.
I think that it definitely has a porn influence.
Oh, it's cashing in big time on the time, man. Because look, it's using Adrian Brody in there too. It's supposed to be appealing to American audiences, which was very popular. The torture porn was very popularized by, I would say Eli Roth kind of thing, right? I mean, there was a lot of movies made in this time period that were just like this. And I'm watching Argento going, "Are you fucking kidding me, dude?" Like, no, like you shouldn't. Like, if you want to do a torture porn, do it with your own spin. Be Argento about it. This just feels very.
I think it is Argento's own.
I agree.
It's a mystery.
I don't think so at all.
Crime mystery, like that is.
But it's not a mystery.
But what's the mystery? Where's the mystery?
Not a mystery to the audience, but the characters. It's a mystery to. They're piecing together.
There's good plot points in here about the taxi driver abducting beautiful women. Like, he's killing foreign. Like, there's a motive here. Like, or I mean, he has a theme. Like, he's killing. He's not just abducting beautiful women. He's abducting foreign women. Like, so there's a little bit of smartness to there, but it doesn't. It just, that's where it ends. That's where it fucking ends, dude. Like, there's never a moment in this film where I'm like, oh shit, really? That was a good twist and turn. Like, no, nothing.
I had trouble getting into it. I had trouble paying attention or even caring.
The characters are so really goddamn boring in this.
Yeah, I was into it too. I didn't.
I have no problem.
To me, this is better than Do You Like Hitchcock?
I agree.
What? I like it.
What the fuck? Seriously? No.
Hey, Moods, do you get bored? I get bored out of my
mind.
Dude,
boring ass characters, horrible.
The music's good.
I really like the killer. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, this is when I was watching it, I was like, this is a lot different than what Argento does with his killers. Like, he's trying to make him more disturbing, which I guess Stendhal would be the only film where I feel like the killer is like disturbing.
Oh, that killer's fucked up.
This is like Stendhal to me. That's what I'm saying.
No, but Stendhal is so much better than this movie, and I'm not even a big fan of Stendhal.
I agree with that, but
better than
Argento's.
But when you talk about the later Argentos, I think it's better than The Card Player. It's better than Phantom of the Opera. It's better than
not for me.
Hitchcock.
Nope, not for me. No.
Like this, to me, this is an Argento movie. Like, if this movie was to come out in the United States with just a random name on the fucking, you would not see a movie like this. To me, only Argento could do a movie like this. I can't see just this movie dropping as a direct to DVD at the time, fucking mystery murder tale.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that.
To me, this has to be an Argento movie. Yeah, I can't see anyone else making a movie.
I don't
like
see this at all. At least me and Dave are on this. I don't see this at all, man. To me, it's just very fly by the numbers, very generic, man.
I don't see similarities to Argento either. I think The Card Player and Giallo and Dracula 3D are the least Argento movies.
I will give you that The Card Player was very by the numbers thrillery. Because The Card Player was like Kiss the Girls or Along Came a Spider type shit. I'll give you that. That's the problem with that movie. It's very generic.
Well,
but
the thing is,
I don't get that here. I feel it's different.
Usually his movies don't actually follow the killer very long, so you don't see that. You know the psychology, but you never see the killer. Like in Deep Red, they'll show the dolls and other things. You get hints at who the killer is and their psychology, but you never see them. You see a lot of point of views and stuff like that. And I guess
those are Giallos. This is
he's Giallo. He's clever in the saying that calling it Giallo and it's not Giallo. Like, I know it's like a 2-second joke.
But it still makes sense.
He named the movie after a fucking symptom of liver disease. Like,
it's a joke. It's a joke, but it's a 2-second joke for an hour and 40-minute movie.
I thought it was cool, man. I like the killer with the yellow skin and his reason for killing.
Dude, the worst makeup effects ever on his face.
You know who that guy is, right?
He's so fake looking.
It's so bad. You can see underneath his chin. You can see the prosthetic on it, man. It's so goddamn bad. It's fucking unbelievably bad.
He just looks sickly to me. I think he's
even the scene where he's sliding down the fucking at the end of the film where he's sliding down and he's cutting his hands and shit like that. I'm like, oh, dude. Oh, that scene just looks fucking terrible.
Oh, that's great. Oh, when he's cutting his hands, I love that shot.
Cool. Oh, the idea behind there, his hands sliding down the broken glass is awesome and shit, but man, it just looks so fucking bad, dude. Like, at least it wasn't CG'd.
Somebody said he looked like Rambo. And
I said you guys know who the actor is, right?
He looks like the Lost.
You know who the killer is?
Who plays the killer? Yeah, who does play the killer?
You guys don't know who it is?
No, I can't tell that.
Oh, yeah, no, I know Adrian Brody played the killer. Yeah. No,
are you fucking serious?
I'm tripping balls on that.
I didn't even notice.
He has two horrible performances in one movie.
No, that killer's performance was not bad. Fuck off.
Bad.
No, I completely was tripping balls.
Dude, one of my first lines here is killer is a bad actor. So the prosthetics
must have worked if you didn't know it was a fucking Adrian Brody then.
You can fucking put Play-Doh on somebody's face and I won't be able to tell who it is either. It's fucking who plays Clayface in the fucking movie if they made Clayface?
Dude, I literally even have it written down here. Adrian Brody plays the killer because his fucking voice in it is just ridiculous, man. All the
killer looks like Alice Cooper, makes me laugh. Brody is miscast. Rehash of Argento, but boring. Killer is actually yellow? Question mark. Revenge for being deformed. Score is professional. Looks all right. Killer is a bad actor. Needs a stunt coordinator. Female lead sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you suck.
Yeah, I do suck.
No, I mean, look, I don't think it's a fucking amazing movie,
I didn't say it either. I don't think it's a great movie, but...
honestly, this is the one I always was not looking forward to. Not Dracula 3D, not Do You Like Hitchcock, this one.
I think you guys are watching this with your fucking goggles on, man.
It looked like a crime thriller, and I was like, a 2009 crime thriller with Adrian Brody just seemed fucking stupid to me. I didn't expect for it to have like more of a hard. This is like more horror than most of his, crime films. Because you have the uncanny with the yellow skin. It's more monstrous, and you have the whole torture aspect, which I agree it wasn't done great, but it still added a level that I never thought I would see in an Argento film. And when I was watching it, I was like really into this film because it was just not what I was expecting. It was so much different from the standard shit that you've been getting from Argento during this time, all from anything after Stendhal. And to me, I thought it was cool, man. I did not expect to like this one at all, but I did.
I'm fucking blown away right now. Absolutely floored.
They don't.
Dude, everything after Stendhal was different. You can't
camera work. If he doesn't have it, his movies suck. He needs the visual style to look great. If he doesn't have his crew, his movies are worthless. I'm sorry.
I agree. This is a garbage product, man.
You're putting his films to a really high standard, and I get it because it's Argento.
But you have to because it is Argento. That's the argument.
His stories are his movies. His mental illness themes, and his stuff are his movies, and his visual appeal. Everybody knows Italian films are mostly visual. When he doesn't have his camera styles, there's no fucking thing here. There's nothing here.
Exactly.
So you're saying he can't
100%.
direct an episode of fucking Hill Street Blues and it happens to be good and you're going to hate it because it's Argento?
I wouldn't. I'm not saying that. I'm saying his movies need a certain budget, and when he doesn't have it, he can't make what he wants to make. His movies stand out to me. When that fucking scene in Tenebrae comes by, that camera comes down, it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. And also when fucking Phenomenon... I don't think
it's a budget issue, dude. I just think he lost his touch. I really do. I just think by this time...
Well, he lost his touch here because it's not original. It's a fucking American fucking eyes torture porn film.
I don't think it's about originality either, because, what makes
it is about originality. This is fly by the numbers.
It's not all his fault. Italy stopped making movies like they used to. Like, if you gave Fulci this money at this time, too, he couldn't make a movie either, like, that he used to.
Dude, when you have somebody that has such original films for so long, and then you cut something like this, like, straight fucking pulled from the batch of, like, 10 million fucking torture porn films, come on, man. There's nothing here that's even redeemable. There's nothing redeemable,
objective about, like, who's attached to it. it doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? When I'm judging the movie.
It doesn't either. But guess what? There's nothing here for me. There's nothing here for me.
And
he doesn't have the visual story.
How do you not though, man? Argento is Argento.
I'd fall asleep during this if it wasn't Argento.
But that's what I like about it. That Argento, he can't be put in a box. After Stendhal, after that time period, look at everything that he came out with after that, and every movie is different. Every fucking style. Jennifer is nothing like fucking Peltz. Peltz is nothing like the fucking Card Player. The Card Player is nothing like fucking this. Phantom of the Opera is nothing like fucking Trauma. You know what I'm saying?
Phantom of the Opera is
a lot like his.
But there's a reason for that too. He doesn't have his.
But he explores. He does different things. You can't just say Argento can only do fucking, fantasy shit like Suspiria or fucking Giallos, and that's all he's good for.
The fantasy.
We never said anything like that.
I'm not saying you guys are.
He needs the technical aspects for me. That's what I'm interested in. I like the mental illness storylines, and I like the.
I love that stuff too. But
you can be different with every film, Dave. You can be different with every fucking film and shit, but still try to be original. This shit is not remotely original. There's nothing original about this.
He can't adapt on a budget, man. He can't adapt
even the narrative.
Jennifer, he did though. He adapted well with that.
Yeah.
I'm just
I like Jennifer
movie, and he happened to direct it. That's all I'm saying. I watched the movie.
You're right.
I give the rating whatever it is, regardless of it. Argento directed it, Craven, or fucking or Dave. It doesn't matter. I watched it.
I think it plays into it who directs it though too.
So
yeah, that movie cost $500, and it was my first movie.
I'm just saying, I watched the movie and I give it a rating. Regardless, it's not I'm not going to change it any side or the other.
I agree.
But you don't think you're being a little bit biased though, Dave, when it comes to like you're saying you're just watching the movie and judging it based on the movie and stuff like that. But in the back of your mind, Argento's your favorite director, so isn't it kind of a tad bit biased? You know, I love Argento like the next person. He's one of my favorite directors in the world. But this movie to me is garbage. I'm just calling it how I see it, man.
But it
I always wanted to love this movie, man. But there's nothing here. Like the whole narrative is fucking shitty, man. I mean, I shouldn't say the whole thing. There's aspects of it I do kind of like, but
it doesn't feel that much different than like a Four Flies on Grey Velvet to me. It's just a fucking.
What? Dude,
this
is why I watch Italian cinema, because I love the aesthetic Italian cinema, like the way shit's shot, you know, the atmospheres, all that type of shit, man.
I'm talking about narratively.
I don't care narratively as much sometimes about his movies.
I'm a visual sound person.
Nobody ever did.
I'm a visual sound person.
Too. I love visual too, but I don't expect Mother of Tears to look. I'm not happy about it. But Mother of Tears looked radically different than Suspiria and Inferno, and I just accepted it for what it is. But I still like.
But you know why? Because he had a totally different crew on those films.
Yeah, I know that's the problem. Italian films change. You can't stop it. Like you can't.
But it's the same thing here. He still has.
I don't like most Italian movies after 2000. Period. They suck.
I understand that.
The only Italian films I can really dig now are fucking Necrostorm films, man, because it's a totally different type of style.
Yeah.
It just happens to be from Italy, but it's not vintage Italy.
Yeah, I mean, the Italian films of today or anything after, you know, the 80s are fucking completely different looking. You know what I mean? So I get that, but like for me, I don't need every film to. Would I prefer it? Yes, absolutely. If he could make a film in 2005 look like a film from 1980, like Inferno or something, which I just watched, that is so beautiful and the colors are awesome and stuff like that. Great, that's cool. But at the same time, I'm taking this film for what it is, not what it isn't.
Well, I'm not worried about that. Honestly, here's what I like to look at directors, and what interests me in their work is their whole body of work. It paints a story, and that's one little piece. I like that. That's what I'm into. Yeah. And also, the fact is, it's like a fighter. Okay, so if you rely on your reflexes, if you're like a guy who's fast, your reflexes are the first to go. You're no longer a good fighter. And he was always aesthetics. He always put aesthetics over everything, Nightmare Logic and stuff. And he doesn't have it because he doesn't have the crew and the money and the Italian. It's not his fault the movie sucks. I really don't think it is exactly. Because if he would have had his own crew, he probably could have went in there. The story would have been flat, but we would have been like, at least it looks pretty. It would have been bumped up at least a star.
See, the thing is, man, with Do You Like Hitchcock? It really doesn't have any similarities to a lot of Argento stuff from the past, and I like that movie.
Style-wise, yeah.
I like that movie because I kind of dig what he did with it. I like the mashup. I like that he took the time. I love love letters. You know, it's ironic because I hate romance. I don't even like love, but I love love letters. It's kind of fucked up. But, you know, when you take Giallo, you know, I'm willing to give this a fair shot here, but there's nothing to offer in this film at all for myself. There's nothing here. And I'm not just putting on a pedestal because, you know, it's Argento and stuff. I'm expecting fucking, you know, plumage. I'm expecting Suspiria, Inferno. I'm not expecting that at all. I just want something else from this too. And, you know, obviously, you know, I'm judging the way it's perceived to me too. And I don't see any originality whatsoever in this. I feel like Argento is making this movie to stay relevant. And that's a big fucking
film. That's his job. He's just making movies, you know. I don't know if he had any passion in this one. It doesn't feel like it, you know. I don't know.
But I just feel like Argento is a lot more smarter than, you know, just making a straight kind of torture porn with, you know, this police investigative thing and stuff like that. I think he could have done it a lot better.
To me, it is smarter. Like I think that I don't think that it's just that. I think that I like the story. I think that I get that you don't.
But they try to be sympathetic to the Brody character, to the Enzo character, you know, giving them this backstory that they go back to it like 3-4 times in the film and stuff, and it's completely and utterly ridiculous.
Honestly, dude,
it's so stupid that they keep doing this.
Somebody like me often thinks that a lot of these Italian films, their backstories are fucking ridiculous a lot of times.
Yeah, but this one's so unbelievable,
and I just have accepted them over the years because I think that, dude, there's tons of fucking Italian movies that have nonsensical bullshit. It's just that this one feels more American, so you expect more out of it.
Well, that's part of the problem, JP. That's part of the problem.
Have the aesthetics, which makes the Italian movies great.
That's the exact problem. Thank you, Dave.
You guys just watched a fucking Card Player last show, which was 2 movies ago. By that point, and now we're 40 years into this guy's career. After you've seen the Card Player a couple years earlier, I don't know what else you're expecting from the man 40 years into his career.
I didn't expect the aesthetic. I expected a shit movie like I got, just like the Card Player.
Right, exactly.
I didn't expect anything. I knew what I was going to get. That's why I didn't want to watch it.
Right. Okay, I mean, you know, to add to that, I mean, I'm not expecting a great movie either when I watched this years ago either, but I'm also expecting a little bit more from the narrative. If I'm not going to get the aesthetic and I'm not going to get the cinematography and the awesome music and stuff, at least have something that I can be drawn in narrative wise. Characters are boring.
I get that. I mean, you guys made your point on the fact that you did not like where the story went. You didn't like
absolutely not
about it.
I hate the story. I just hate it.
What separates us, I guess. That's it.
That's where the difference is here, because I like the opening with the cab driving. I know, Moods, you said you
very opera. It reminds me of opera in the beginning.
Yeah, and then I like.
Well, it's because it's literally in an opera.
Right.
and here I like this aspect too that we didn't bring up. I like that the woman knows that he has the girl, so she's trying to negotiate with him, and Adrian Brody with his bullheadedness doesn't care about that, and she's really, and there's that scene where she's trying to you know, we got to be careful, we can't just kill him because what if she's buried in a hole somewhere or something like that, you know what I mean? I like that dynamic between them two there, and I don't like Adrian Brody in this film. I think that he was miscast, but I did like that angle. The thing that I hated about this movie more than anything is they ruined the end by the police officer finding the car. I would have loved if it just ended with, we don't, like, she's gone, you know what I mean? They never found her, or at least the fade cut to black to where you don't know if they found her or not.
Did they? They didn't.
That's what they did. That is how it ended. You just
no, they found her.
What's that?
Cop walked by it. He passed
the
it.
Cop walks by it.
No, he stops and sees the blood coming out of the car.
No,
we see the blood as the viewer.
We see it. He doesn't.
It's a great ending.
Okay. Then I guess I like it.
It's fucking great.
That ending is great. I think that ending is phenomenal because I like.
If there was a post credit, I was like, what?
No, I thought he looks down at. He says, "Wait a minute," and he hears the pounding. Why the fuck did he just walk away then?
Because he didn't hear it.
He thought he heard it, but he.
Oh, okay, like, okay.
Yeah,
well, so I really like that. Then that's cool. So at the end of the day, you know, the differences of opinion here are that you guys thought the story was shit. I liked it. I don't see a way that's one of those things where it's subjective, you know. It's just like, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. There's really no.
I didn't even hate the story. I just hate how it unfolded. I thought it was boring and, like I said, I need something.
I thought killer. I thought he was freaky looking and you know, monstrous, which is what I want out of people who are abducting, you know, girls. Sometimes it's cool to just be a regular looking guy like fucking. American Psycho Christian Bale, but you know, sometimes I like.
You know what I feel like? You know what I feel like the killer Adrian Brody in this film?
He's so bad in it.
Honestly, dude, if you molded his face, man, you could sell it as like a sequel to fucking Halloween 3. You know, like
the witch.
Like that's a new mask. That's a new Halloween mask you could market, man. It's
no, that's Zelda from Pet Sematary mask.
Yeah, right. Fuck, that make us bad though.
All right.
It's so bad.
I'm done with it. I'm sorry, I talked too much on that one. I'm done.
Yeah, I feel like I was yelling a lot.
You guys were.
You're lying.
I get worked up, man, because I don't want to see Argento make shitty ass movies like this, and it drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't expect anything out of it. I got exactly what I expected.
So it was the first time watch for you too. So I was hoping I was gonna like it more because I've seen it years ago, and I was very, very underwhelmed. But I think I hated it more this time.
The camp stuff was kind of cool, though. I do like that. It would never work now because everybody has cell phones and GPS and shit. So that would never work now. But it worked then. It was cool.
And also, like, most trunks you can fucking open from the inside now, too, which is a point.
They definitely in the last 10 years started putting that in there. I mean, this is 2009. I mean, cell phones should have been a thing. But
do you think they were trying to do like a Mick from Wolf Creek 2 where he hates foreigners, so he's trying to kill them?
No, I just feel like he was just being fucking overly selfish because he was an ugly fuck and just.
Well, he thought
maybe
see
that's part of the
no relation in the area.
And they have no.
Well, that's where they try to get clever with it, and I get that, but it's like, dude, you're just killing people because you're ugly. Fuck, dude, that's not cool.
Well, I mean, most of the time when people kill, it's not cool. Like, usually their motivations are kind of
shitty.
I would rather just have no motive than, oh, I'm ugly as fuck, I'm going to kill beautiful women. Like, dude.
Well, even if you have no motive, there's a motive. They just don't want to talk about it.
Sure.
All right, let's get I guess I go first on this one. I know I'm going to blow your shitters out because I really enjoyed this movie. It was definitely my favorite of the three to watch. And honestly, besides Sleepless, I liked it most out of the last year's picks too.
What the fuck?
Which I mean, what the fuck, dude? It's fucking.
I'm just so blown away by this. I'm just so blown.
I can understand that.
I feel like these guys watched it with their Argento goggles on and be like, I got to give this one a good rating. It's an Argento film. But
I don't know how low I could go on Survival of the Dead, so I better not talk shit.
Anyways, I know I shouldn't be hypocritical when it comes to that.
But again, for me, this was a first time watch too. Maybe the problems that Moods had, it might be exacerbated. Fucking if I watch it again,
nailed it.
Yeah, that was a Jeremyism.
That's twice tonight. You did it earlier today too.
I got that. Yeah.
Okay,
when you were reading the Argento Italian interview.
I think I remember. I might have fucked up something. Okay, so yeah, we will go with a 7 out of 10. Reactions?
I don't care.
I expected more out of that.
I mean,
I'm holding in.
Dave, what were you saying?
Excuse me, man.
Did you just say 7 out of 10?
I didn't know. I like the movie. I gave it 10.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, dude. I'm fucking sorry. I couldn't hold it in. All right. Oh, Dave.
Jeremy. Dave? Is it Dave after?
I don't know what's going on.
Dave went first last time.
I went second last time.
No, I'm talking Mr. Parker.
Oh, okay.
I think he was after JP.
Old man.
I have it between two ratings. And I'm only going to go with this rating because the next one, I don't want to keep them there. Fucking 4 out of 10.
Higher than
it's not as good as Freddy's Dead, so I got to go lower than that. But it's close.
I agree. It's not. No, it's better. I don't know.
It's not.
I like Freddy's Dead.
Dude, I don't even know where that comparison comes in.
You have to give Freddy's Dead over a 7 now because you gave this a 7.
Oh my god, no!
It's a bit high.
You're coming in at
I
7
did have
on
Freddy's Dead at a
7
7 before I watched it again.
Dude, I'm legitimately a self-proclaimed fucking Freddy fanboy, and I'm not coming anywhere near a 7 on that fucking film.
Yeah, because I'm more of a fan than you.
Dude, fucking seriously, dude.
I also love part 2, which you don't. I
legitimately no, dude. Do you ever fucking listen to me? We've had this conversation a couple times actually now. since I said I've watched that movie like 3 times the last couple years, and I legitimately love that film as a standalone film. I said it's bad as a sequel to the original film.
Right, but it made my top 10 and it didn't make yours. I'm the bigger Freddy fan.
JP Stories checks out. JP's the number 1 Freddy fan.
Me cozy.
Just like I'm a bigger Friday fan than Dave Zee because he doesn't like half the series.
I can't even
because I'm not a
that.
fucking blind fanboy. Everything I watch and I give a rating at the end regardless of fucking what series it's from, who directed it, who stars in it. It doesn't. I take every movie individually. That's why. What's wrong with being an honest podcaster?
Me too, though.
Dude,
I just like them all.
Being 100, we're always 100% on here. Maybe not.
No moods. I'm talking to JP because he busts my balls about Friday the 13th because I rate a couple of them below a 5. He's like, you're not as big a fan. I go, I can't help it. If I think 8 and 9 are fucking 4 to 10, that's what I'm going to give them. I can't say because Jason's in them and it's because it's part of this franchise. It's an automatic.
They're good movies.
Do you have part 10 over 5?
But they're not.
You have part 10 over 5?
Yeah, I have 6, 7, and 10, all the same rating. 6 out of 10, all of them.
See, 10 is the only one that I put at a 5.
Yeah, I put fucking 4. I put 8 at a 4, and I put fucking 9 at a 2.5.
No way, 8 is a 4,
dude. I wouldn't actually even go that low on Mad Hatter, man.
I hate 8.
I know part 8 is a turd, but there's
I want to love it.
Just take it as a standalone slasher, though, and it's like if you took it as a standalone slasher, just a random slasher, you would be like, oh, that was a fun slasher.
Yeah.
Nothing happens in it. You can pick that movie apart regardless of what franchise it's in.
Yeah. Nothing happens in any of them. It's all just fucking slasher kills, man.
I mean,
that's
like I said, my biggest complaint with Freddy 2 is that like I feel like they just kind of jumped the shark there. I think that would have been a great narrative point to put later on into the franchise instead of the second one because you just built this, all these rules and stuff, and then they broke all the rules right away. And I'm like, no, man, that's why part 3 works so good as a sequel to part 1. But we'll get into that later when we do the franchise.
All right.
Jeremy or Dave Zee, right? Or Moods?
It's Jeremy.
I kind of liked it too, to be honest with you.
Jeremy, do you have anything to say about
it?
Well,
honestly, be honest. If you're higher than a 7, then...
Dude, I'm not higher than a 7. All you gotta do is go look at my letterbox. I don't change my rating.
6.5, I think.
No, this is why I don't rate my films on Letterboxd.
All, you do change your ratings because you've told me, I've called you out and was like, you had it as
but I don't change them from like a 6 to a 3 just because Moods and Dave doesn't like the movie. I listen to what you guys have to say, and then if I go down a point or two, you do it all the time too.
Yeah, I go down.
Your opinion can change on a movie. Like if Dave Zee came in and said something like about this movie because he's like, I mean, I'm willing to change. I'm not going to stand firm on a rating.
I've literally done it live.
I gave it a 6. I think it's fine. I don't understand why all the hate about it. I just don't get it.
I think I just look for different things in Italian movies.
Well, I think that we also said our piece with it, though. It's
right, we don't need to go down that bridge again.
It's good because I'm fucking tired of yelling. Seriously.
Then stop it.
Fuck you. Coming from this guy, he's fucking yelling the whole goddamn show.
Stop it, he says.
Excuse me. Fucker.
Oh, shit.
Excuse. All right. Dave.
Oh, Dave.
Yeah.
Wait, Moods, did you rate? Moods, you would be next.
Oh, yeah, I am next. I'm with the fucking penis prowler, man. 4 to 10. I already said what I needed to say about it.
I expected lower than that from you guys, honestly.
No, because I mean, I did say there was things.
So you do think it's better than the card player, then?
Yes.
What did I give the card player?
You gave it 3.5.
You gave it.
I think it is better in card player. I'll have to double check my Letterboxd ranking.
I can't remember. Did I not? Maybe I give the card player 3. I don't know.
You did give it 3.5.
Gave it a 3.
Yep. So yeah. Like I said, man, there's certain things I did like the taxi thing, but man, dude, this one it falls flat on its face for myself, man. But
it has a better ending than the card player.
It definitely does. Oh my god, the ending of the car player. Ooh.
Congratulations, you're pregnant.
Ooh, that is what is the
the fucking stupid piece of
what
shit.
What is with that, right? Oh shit. Okay, is that everybody? Oh no, Dave's left.
Okay. Yeah. I like it. I like the killer. I like his MO. I like what he's doing. I like that he freaking really gives that girl a hard time towards the end, because how stupid is she? Why would she's being held prisoner and she keeps harassing him. You're ugly. You're disgusting. Just keep your fucking mouth shut. Maybe he'll let you go. But no, instead, he cuts off her finger and says, fuck you. I'm like, good. Why doesn't she shut up? I mean, this girl would drive me nuts. But again, I still see Argentoisms in here. There's unintentional comedy a certain way. There's those quirky characters a certain way. There's just certain little things. Maybe it's just Italian cinema and not just Argento that I'm lumping in with. But I still feel like I'm watching Italian cinema when I'm watching this movie. I just have that feel. The kills are good. I enjoy it. It's nothing special, but I dig it, and he still hasn't let me down all this time in. That's why he's the best. I've never watched an Argento movie, and when it was over, said it was bad, and it continues. And it's not because I'm a fanboy, because as you just heard, it's like Friday the 13th. If a movie's bad, I'll watch it, and I'll say it's bad. But
right, and that's your favorite thing above everything else in horror, so
100%, yeah. So, and yes, Argento is my favorite, but this is why he's my favorite, because he hasn't let me down. But anyway, it's 6.5.
All right, so that is Giallo from 2009.
You do not know what he is capable of. He is evil. Do you hear me, Van Helsing? Evil!
All right, so moving into the final film here on Dario Argento, Volume 6 from 2012. It is Dracula.
3D.
Wow. I never, I usually don't pre-read these synopsises on here, but this is really not even a synopsis, but I'm going to read it because it's absolutely stupid even to write this. Argento stars in horror legend Dario Argento's sexy spin on the classic tale about the sharp-toothed count who craves human blood. Okay, so if you're not familiar with the Dracula story from Bram Stoker, I don't know what else to say. I mean, this is legitimately just a remake of the story. Yeah. Minorly different, but it's pretty much the same. Thoughts on Dracula 3D, guys?
It sucks.
Okay, explain.
I mean, if I thought Phantom of the Opera sucked, like, Jesus Christ. I don't know.
It's so weird.
This movie is such a conundrum because
I just thought, like, the effects were fucking shitty.
Oh, the CGI was some of the worst ever.
Right.
So
bad CGI. Yes.
It might even have some of the worst CGI ever. I mean, okay, let's just put it this way.
Some of the wolf is the worst in the movie.
The lady's head getting lit on fire. Like, Jesus Christ.
That scene sucked. Yeah.
There's got to be 6 or 7 horrendous scenes, but you got to remember, man, this is 2012. CG should be good at this point. Right. And also going back to that actual pivotal point here. This is one of the reasons why Argento wanted to tackle the Dracula stories, because he felt like he could really kind of elevate the story and do a lot more things because of the invention of CG. So I'm not sure what went wrong here, but it definitely did. It definitely did, because that's the worst part about this movie, in my opinion.
He's always been bad with CGI.
Right, and that's what I was
never
going to
done
say.
well with it. Ever.
Is you have this pretty fucking dope set piece, and like the setting is good, and the clothing doesn't look cheap, that cheap. It looks
the wardrobes are fantastic.
This movie had some money behind it. This was a $12 million film.
Yeah.
Same with Phantom of the Opera. Like, Phantom of the Opera looks great. The sets and shit. I think it looks good.
This looks like the most expensive film Argento's had since the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude. Hands down, for a period piece, I think that the sets, locations, the wardrobes, everything is really fucking good in this, man.
It is.
It's really good. But he didn't elevate, and like, he wanted to change things. He wanted to bring a different kind of spin on the whole Dracula story and stuff. But all the elements are here, just not really done as good. I mean, one of my biggest gripes with the film, though, is really the misuse of
Rutger Hauer?
Of Rutger Hauer, of Van Helsing in the film.
I was thinking that too when I was watching.
I'm thinking if you wanted to change the narrative a little bit and incorporate him a little bit earlier into the film, build the character and incorporate his story.
They only had him for a couple days, it had to have.
Of course. And he doesn't come into the film until about 30, maybe 40 minutes left, but he's just underutilized. It's kind of a shame.
Yeah,
It's a
he's
big,
not
big
set up well.
No, it's not set up well at all. And in fact, he shows up in this film out of the blue.
Yeah.
Like pretty much out of the fucking blue, which is very odd. It's very odd how they incorporate the character. It's like he's just there all of a sudden. I'm like, what the fuck, man? This is really crazy. But
I don't even think watching it in 3D would have saved all the gimmicks. Like watching 3D movies in 2D a lot of the time, especially from this era, it's gonna look extra shitty. But I
The
even think watching
cinematography is good in this movie too.
I think even watching it in 3D.
The practical effects when they're there aren't bad either.
The
gory,
praying mantis,
kind of fun.
with the practicals they use on the praying mantis. First of all, I actually think the praying mantis is one of the better CG effects.
I would agree. I thought it was going to look way worse because people were always making fun of it, but it's one of the better looking CGI effects.
You know what one of the oddest things is in the film is the scene where the bullet to the jaw, where it's completely CG, but then it's practical with the blood and gore coming out the top. That's
and you know what
the
else
weirdest
is
scene,
fucking,
man.
Dude, when they slice their arms or something, the CG, it is fucking horrible. I'm like, you couldn't practical that?
Dude, in the 90s, it looked better than that.
Yeah.
I swear, dude. It really, really does. Okay. We're from the top of this
misled.
movie.
You know what happened here? Because when they were making this movie, I was watching the certain things at the time, and they released little clips and little shots, and they showed some of this CG stuff, and at the end of it, they said, "Don't worry, this is not what the final film is going to look like."
No. I mentioned this in our chat, Dave. So that's you're kind of right, but you're kind of wrong. What they released a trailer of the film, and none of the effects were actually done, and that might be what you're remembering, or you could be remembering something different. So it was like outlines of it looked worse than it does now, but it was even a earlier version of the
how
effects.
can something look worse than what it already is?
Because they were like half done. The effects were half done, and a banner would pop up at the bottom when the effects were on screen, like, don't worry, these aren't finished yet. But here's the thing. What I think happened, my theory on this, is I think that they had this money, that it was a big investment. They were rushing the film because why would you ever release a trailer that's supposed to get people excited without the effects finished? To me, that says you're rushing the movie.
Or don't include the effects in the shot.
Right, exactly. Because you would.
You don't even have to do that.
Somebody who does that work, the effects work, through CGI, they would never want to let an unfinished product be seen because it's misrepresentative of the work. So to me, when they're releasing a trailer with the effects not done yet, to me that means they probably sped up the whole effects to get out to release because of the investment. That is my theory on it, because I don't think Argento could have possibly expected the effects to look that bad. I don't think he would have agreed to it.
That's what I'm saying. He was misled. That's all there is to it.
Right. Because that really is, if you have good effects in this movie, I think it's a lot stronger. Because
absolutely, man, absolutely.
Shape-shifting angle, like, because we know Dracula's a shapeshifter, but it's not done that much in the films other than like bats and stuff. I love the
smoke too a lot.
What's that?
He turns to smoke a lot.
Right. I love the praying mantis transformation, like the concept behind it. I think that's cool. It's like, it's freaky and weird, you know what I mean?
To a degree. There's a problem with it, though. There's one problem with it. And I hate to be the guy to pick on something, but I got to call it like I see it. In every other transformation, everything he transforms into is its actual size. Why wouldn't he change it to a giant?
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point, actually.
He wants to kill them with the fucking.
But Dracula could transform to actual animals. He never.
But I guess it's not actually a rule, though, too.
Wanted to. Why be
but it's not a rule either.
I don't know, man, because it looks
not really
cool.
A rule.
Looks like PlayStation 1 graphics. I can tell you that much.
I saw clip art running at you. Like, what the fuck?
Man, this movie had me cracking up, actually, when I was watching it last night. It was like, the scene where Lucy, played by Dario Argento, she gets fucking, bit and stuff like that.
Oh, right? Bite marks look horrible.
Oh, the bite marks look horrible. But then she says something on the lines of like, oh, don't worry, it's just a case of influenza. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, man, you just got bit by a bat. You got COVID-19, bitch.
Like, what is influenza? Did that exist back in the time of this film?
That's just the flu. That's just the
flu. It's just flu. It's just the fucking flu. They knew about that shit back in the day. But I'm like, how ironic is that? She gets bit by technically what we all know is vampires. Vampires are generally bats kind of thing, and that's where this whole thing is apparently originated from. You got COVID-19.
Dude, watching Aja in this film, to this day, dude, I just don't get it. It's weird. I don't understand it. It
again with the
weird.
tits, right?
Right,
yeah.
and
that's why I said earlier that when we were talking about Hitchcock.
Yeah, I don't like joking about it though because Aja seems kind of messed up at times. So like, I don't like to insinuate that. You know what I mean?
Are we 100% sure that like Argento's on the set directing the scenes where she's taking her tops off? Like, has that ever been confirmed? I'm being honest here, man. Like,
I don't know.
Like, we don't
even
know
if it's
this.
not though. It's just weird to me.
Yeah,
I can't get past
the footage too. Like, what's he gonna tell the assistant director? He's like, "Now make sure my daughter's tits are perky." Like,
well, for sure.
Whatever.
Maybe he didn't want her to be an actress. Maybe he didn't want her to get involved in a film. You know, that happens a lot. Someone's in a profession, they don't want their kid to follow the same thing. And he was like, okay, bitch, if you're going to do this, I'm going to fucking make it real hard for you.
I think
you know what, man? You know what, Dave? You know what, Dave? I've had this. I've had this theory for years about, you know, the reason why Dario probably kind of puts Aja out there and, you know, does shit like that is because he fucking kind of hated fucking, you know, his wife.
Yeah,
and
maybe,
you know she's,
yeah.
you know, like, and the reason, like, there was a big reason why, like, he used to kill her in all the fucking films, right? Like Nicolodi, like, he used to kill her in all these vicious ways because, you know, he kind of had it out for her, right? And like, their shit didn't end well and stuff, right?
Now,
Dario Nicolodi, like,
with the kid though, why take it out on your kid?
Here's my theory,
but you gotta understand,
right?
you gotta understand, Jeremy, man. She's a product. He sees. Dario in or Nicolodi in fucking Aja, right? So you know, maybe that's part of it. I don't know. It's just a theory I've had for a long time. I'm like, who else would put their daughter on screen and show their tits and stuff?
I know.
The only way that I could justify it is he's so detached from regular life that he lives, breathes, and executes as a filmmaker, and he just wants to respect her as an actress. When we're working, you're an actress. That's the only thing I could think. You know what I mean? Like, he takes her as just another actress.
I think he was also very busy throughout their life. Very busy, so he didn't have that close attachment to him.
She was probably raised by like a fucking nanny or something.
Yeah, he wasn't very close to him, I don't think. And plus, his daughter, the oldest one, was in movies beforehand, and she just stopped doing it because she didn't want to. He's hard on his kids. He was hard on his kids.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. So, but it is always like every time it's jarring. I'm just like, you know.
I don't know about you guys, man, but like, this is actually the first time I've seen the movie in full. I realized when I was watching this movie this time where it cut off. It was basically about 30 minutes in. I'd seen about the first 30 minutes.
Me too. I turned it off. I laughed a couple times. I was like, this isn't as bad. Then I got the CGI and I started laughing. And
I didn't turn it off due to, you know, me. I generally don't do that with movies. Everybody knows I'll torture myself to the end of it. But yeah, it was like a first time watch for me. But the first thing I noticed in this movie was the fact that, you know, the score is done by Claudio Simonetti. It's a nice little reunion to have Simonetti doing the music to the film and stuff. But fuck me if I didn't notice that it sounds exactly like a fucking Full Moon movie. Like, his score sounds 100%. Full Moon. It's absolutely,
especially when you think about the Full Moon films that were shot in Romania and stuff like that, dude. It reminds you of that.
It fucking feels like you're watching a Full Moon movie. I'm like, this is so bizarre,
did you guys, man. On the Blu-ray, there is an hour and 9-minute documentary on the making of, and I watched about 10 minutes of it. Boy, were they taking this movie 100% serious. So, like, I really do think the CGI was really a fuck up by the studio and the producers, man. I think they just didn't pick. They either rushed it or didn't want to pay somebody good enough to do it and was just like, fuck it, we're putting it out. You know what I mean? We have a lot of money tied up into it. It was a $12 million film. You know what I mean?
They had to get their money back.
I think they rushed it out to get their return on investment, sold it to IFC Midnight and whatever, you know, wherever else they showed it and things like that. I think that this is, for the cinematography and the direction and the music and everything is decent about this movie. on the surface. And the CGI, I mean, the story to me is a little too basic for.
Well, it's the Dracula story, just changed around.
The same thing we keep saying. Yeah.
It's pretty much the same thing as the original story. Yeah.
Faithful. It's kind of faithful. They changed some things around with Renfield. They changed that around. They add some characters. They change around what happens to Harker. I'm pretty familiar with the story. I read the book, and I've seen about 1 million renditions of Dracula. Watched all the Hammer ones. Seen some Universal ones. So it's somewhat close. It's more faithful than one would expect. Kind of like Just Franco's Count Dracula, but it's not completely faithful. But some of the changes they made were cool.
And another reason why I think the cinematography was good, the cinematography on this one is this is his third collaboration with Argento. The other two, Suspiria and Tenebrae. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of really good shots within the the castle and the kind of the village areas and shit like that. So you can definitely see some, maybe not straight correlations and contrast to those films, but it's better than the previous couple films for sure.
Dude, it tries to be epic, which it kind of like makes it kind of fucks it up because it's trying to be this big, epic, dramatic movie, and it's so poorly acted, it just makes it funny. But then after about 20 minutes of laughing at it, I just get really bored and don't want to watch it anymore.
It's too long. You could cut at least
like an hour and 50 minutes
out of it.
Fucking long.
See, I kind of disagree with the direction. I mean, I don't know if it's just the way, like, maybe they only had Rutger Hauer for, like, like Dave probably said, like 2 days on the film.
25 minutes.
Man, it just feels like he's there and he has no connection with anybody on that film. He's delivering his lines like, get the fuck out of here. I need to get the fuck out of here kind of thing. And I'm like,
connection with a bottle of whiskey on
it feels like it's such a fucking waste of such a great actor. And so it could be such a good part in the movie. Man, it's such a
Helsing. Why
dude,
did they waste him?
Rutger Hauer playing Van Helsing could have been fucking epic. You introduce somebody like of that stature earlier in the film, and you develop that shit, and you go epic with that, man. Fucking
be cozy,
dude. Like
they also didn't include Dr. Seward, Tex, the Prince. They didn't include a lot of the characters from Dracula.
One thing,
of course,
it
kept it pretty basic.
Is Van Helsing? This is the first time in a major film that he was actually played by a Dutchman, and in the original novel he was Dutch. So
nice.
They actually used the Dutchman.
I wonder if Argento was. I wonder if he was hip to that, man, and that's why he cast him.
Rutger Hauer also played Dracula in Dracula fucking 3. The
one from the early 2000s?
Dracula
the Miramax?
Oh, shit, really?
Yeah.
The Miramax ones?
Yeah. It's from 2005, so I'm sure we'll see that later.
No, I won't.
Yeah.
I would have liked to watch this in 3D.
Yeah, I would have too.
I think it would have
absolutely.
I think it would have helped.
Because it doesn't hurt. It's not.
I like the concepts of the transformations. They just suck.
The wolves, man.
The wolf is the worst.
I like the fact that
it looks like a 1995 PC game.
I think that's what his big change was to Dracula, right? Was that he could shapeshift into all the shit, and that's where he's like, oh, the CG could totally make this thing believable and awesome, man. But good lord, how about that Tiana's tits, though, man? Fuck. Oof.
Oh man, Tanya's so hot. Ooh, they all are.
Damn titties are fucking nice as shit, dude. Man, dude, that's very memorable from the film, man. God damn, dude. I was like, whoa. Damn. Really nice.
It's kind of unfortunate for Argento to go out on this one because you just feel like he maybe unlike Giallo and do you like maybe Giallo and like the card player and stuff, it felt like he was more passionate about this project. Dracula was very important to him as an influence, and even in like the special features, like he seems very passionate about this project. So it kind of sucks.
They boned him.
It seems like I don't think it was poorly directed at all. I really do think that this could have been a good going out note for Argento, and it's just a big mess up.
Yeah, I think the acting would have helped the direction a little bit, though. The acting at parts is pretty fucking poor.
Which is rough. The story is
it makes it
basic.
feel like yeah, for sure. Yeah,
the story is a little too basic for me, in terms of like not deviating from the source. And then I I don't know. I think that everybody coming to Dracula instead of Dracula going to everybody else is a bit of a weird choice, because Dracula leaves Transylvania and goes to England in the original story, right? Yeah. But everybody's coming to him here, and it feels weird.
Again, that's where he tried to change things. But I think one of the coolest scenes in the film actually is when Dracula basically massacres everybody that was betraying him and stuff.
That was cool.
That scene's actually not too bad. I mean, there's a couple moments of pretty bad CG in there, but for the most part, it's actually probably one of the most memorable scenes of the film, besides the titties on Tiana. So,
and that lame ass bald dude's in that scene, and he's in all three of these movies being lame.
Right.
And he dies in all three of them, I think.
Isn't that fucking hilarious?
No, he's so died in the first one.
But man, dude, like when he fucking just lops off that dude's head, I'm like, yeah,
awesome.
That was pretty awesome.
Yep, that whole scene.
Dude, when he's like climbing up the castle wall outside.
Oh yeah.
I just chuckled.
That's actually
I liked it.
Dracula.
What's that?
That's actually from the book.
You know what fucking scene? My favorite scene in the movie, which is actually quite quick, and it's not even that like extravagant, but it just looks really fucking awesome and very gothic and shit, man, is the funeral scene for Lucy. Mm-hmm. Like when that scene is fucking shot awesome, man. It's kind of stoic a little bit, but it's just, oh man, it has really great atmosphere. I think it's one of the best scenes in the film, and it's very quick, but
this movie is like insanely notorious for being like a steaming pile of shit. But I honestly I'm not saying
you know what it is though, man. Really everybody judges this movie based on the fucking CG itself. Right. They're not seeing that there's a lot of good elements. Like, I mean, like still I said, Simonotti's music is fucking sounds like Full Moon and shit like that. But I mean, the actual sets and locations and it fucking looks pretty damn good, man. Underdeveloped. I mean, I actually
liked the movie. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think it was like amazing or anything, but I liked it. To me, the worst part about it is
it's not my word. It's not my least favorite.
Too long, man.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, for a movie that's not really the greatest thing in the world, for an hour and 50 minutes, it actually kind of flew by for myself, man. I don't know why it did, but I didn't feel like I was watching an almost 2-hour film. Oddly enough, it's very strange.
I really think that making it an hour and 15 minutes, or sorry, an hour. Is it hour 50?
Yeah, 50. It's hour 50.
Yeah.
Instead of 2 hours, greatly improves its watchability. Like an extra 10 minutes, I feel like would have felt like a 2-hour movie.
Oh man,
it feels like a 2-hour movie.
Maybe like a 10-minute fucking scene of Dracula. Or those effects on Dracula change. Oh my god, dude! What's with the fucking very last shot in the film? Right, with the fucking wolf coming out of there. Like, come on, dudes.
What were you saying,
terrible.
Dude, that scene is so fucking stupid, man. Oh, it's like the worst shit ever, man. Oh my god, it just makes me shake my head and go, why would you even bother?
It was a 3D gag. It was a fucking 3D trick. That's all it was. That's the problem.
Exactly. It's straight.
Yeah, because you just see everything that's a gimmick. Like the one dude's like pointing his stick and
the
shit,
narrative,
like,
it's so dumb. It just really dumbs it down even more. It dumbs it down so much.
It's gimmicky,
And that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I'm not a big fan of 3D, because it is a super bad gimmick, and like most of the time it does not work. And especially, there's nothing worse than watching films, 3D films in 2D, and you see those gimmicks, and they just seem so much fucking worse, right? Like the shit in the beginning of the film, you're like, oh, well, that was obviously done for 3D, kind of thing. You're like, oh, fuck this, it doesn't work.
Fucking flies throughout the whole movie, those little flies flying around. That's all for fucking 3D.
I will say though,
the thing about 3D for me though, real quick, is I don't like the stuff jumping out at me. For me, the appeal of 3D is always the depth of field when you can look into the movie. It's not about the stuff flying at you, and it's that's distracting. I just like being able to see inside the movie.
A good point.
That's what I like about 3D.
Yeah,
like modern 3D. Modern 3D is great. Like I can go watch the new Star Wars movie that comes out and watch it in 3D and completely appreciate it. But then when that movie comes out on Blu-ray and I watch Star Wars, I'm not noticing anything like, oh yeah, that was done for 3D. It's not the way it works. It's all about
because they're using the depth. Yeah, they're using it for depth,
like
right?
The exactly. I like the depth.
Yep. Yeah. So much better that way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everybody plays off that whole William Castle thing, man. You got to have those fucking gimmicks to sell shit, and it's like you don't.
It's fun if there was no such thing as home viewing. If we were going to the movies together to watch the movie for the event of a William Castle thing, and nobody was thinking about rewatching it on your home on your couch, then it's great. But
I agree on that. Yeah.
You know what I think helped this? You know what I think really helped this film though, man? I'm watching this shit on Blu-ray going, fuck me, man. This Blu-ray transfer is like ridiculously sick. It looked amazing.
Oh yeah.
So, like the whole set pieces of the period pieces, man, just look fucking great, man. I was like, damn. But it was helping.
Here's another thing about this movie is, like, why make it 3D whenever you're probably not going through theatrical with this, right? Like, did they plan to have a wide theatrical release?
I would assume that's
they might have.
Who makes a 3D film for fucking video?
David Sterling.
I would assume that this was probably marketed to be a theatrical film, man. Like, why? Like, you raise a good point, though. Like, why would you ever do this type of gimmick for home video when people couldn't ever appreciate it in the form it's supposed to be in, right?
It came out October 4th through the 6th, and it was in 6 theaters where it made $3,000 in the U.S. And then worldwide it made $643,000.
What the fuck? Like,
out of a $10 million budget.
That's horrible.
Well, people had 3D TVs back in the day, so maybe.
Back in the day, this is 2012, dude.
Yeah,
right.
8 years ago, 3D
now
was a lot more popular than they were.
This
back
actually
then.
didn't come out in the U.S. until 2013, which was around when 3D was like sort of just.
Well, that was actually probably the big time.
Just starting to die.
Yeah. That's actually when we started the podcast, because I remember this film was like new when we started the podcast. How weird is that, right? This film was new when we started the podcast.
Yeah.
So strange. So
Time
yeah.
for my favorite question.
One more comment. The guy who plays Dracula is actually the killer in Stenhall Syndrome and the captain in King Kong 2005.
That actually makes me raise the question, man. What did you guys think of his performance as Dracula?
Man,
I thought he was great.
Really?
You know what he reminded me of? He reminded me of the first time I saw Mads Mikkelsen playing Hannibal, and I had to adjust to it after an episode or two, and then I ended up loving it. And that's kind of how I feel with him. When he first comes on the screen and I see the way he looks and the way he talks, I'm like, not like the Draculas I've seen before. But as it went on, I grew to love the way he talks and seduces, and just his overall, just the way he presents himself. I thought it was really good.
I thought he was
much
okay.
Better than Renfield.
Yeah, I thought he was okay. Like, he wasn't horrible or nothing.
He's not the worst Dracula, and he's a good actor. I really like him in Stenhall.
Yeah, I thought he was okay.
I thought he was alright. I wasn't crazy.
I think the worst Dracula I've ever seen is the one from Van Helsing.
I've actually never seen it.
I like that
so
movie.
many years ago.
See, I'm a
like
Christopher
that
Lee
movie.
fan. I'm a Christopher Lee. I think Christopher Lee is the best Dracula because
I'm with Moods.
Oh.
Christopher Lee is my Dracula.
Yeah, Lee's the shit, man.
I much
Dude, he's the
prefer the
best.
Lee Dracula to any version of Dracula I've ever seen.
I really like the Dracula in Monster Squad meeting adjourned. I think he's really good.
Monsters are nice.
I do like him. I think he's really good.
Or I'll go with like a Nosferatu style Dracula.
Yeah, that one's terrifying.
Like Radu, one of the best.
Oh,
Radu's he's the best part of the movie. I like Radu. He's really
cool. I thought you were gonna hate.
Fuck,
for a
shut
second.
up, man. That location Romania is
There's
amazing.
no movie. Radu is very cool looking.
No, there is a movie because it's shot in Romania and it's awesome.
Without Radu, there's no movie there. I'm telling you.
Your fucking hatred for
subspecies. I don't hate it, but the movie pines on how cool Radu is. Like anything else, that would just
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
one of the best Draculas ever. Yeah.
They based the fucking dude off of. He got a franchise.
Right.
Uh-huh.
I would need to watch number 2. I guarantee number 2 is like
2 and 3 are better than 1.
Yeah, I know. I've heard that for years.
Actually, part 3 I think is the best one. To be
2
honest,
and 3 are 4 here's that.
4 was made many years later. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, to answer Jeremy's question, ratings.
I believe it is.
That wasn't really an answer, was it? That was more of questioning Jeremy's question.
Question of the question.
Yeah, question of a question right there.
Is Dave?
Did I go first? I never went first?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, this is, I mean, there's some cool shit about it, but it's his worst movie. Like, it's too long. And, like, yes, I get it. But, like, after 20, like, you're like, oh, man, this is actually decent. And then it starts, the acting and the CGI comes in. And then by that point, like, you start laughing at it. But then after 20 minutes, I'm not into laughing at an hour and 50-minute movie by myself. So after that point, it becomes boring. 3.5 out of 10.
3.5.
Holy fuck.
Jeremy.
I'm at 3.5 too.
Okay, Moods.
There's a lot of points in this film that I actually do like, and I'm not going to conform to it being its his worst film, because in my opinion, it's not his worst film. I think the last one I think is worse than this one, and The Card Player sucks fucking balls and cock. I think this one has a lot of good points, man. I mean, again, I don't know why I always have to explain this, but I'm a visual person. I love good aesthetics. I like good visuals and cinematography and stuff. I think there's a lot of good elements to this film. It does have a little bit of pacing issues at times, and I think there's moments in this film where it really does lull a little bit. And they really fucked up with the Van Helsing character and stuff. And obviously the CG is fucking absolute garbage. But again, costume, cinematography, music is good because I like those full moon scores. There is good points to this. I think it's pretty fucking average at the end of the day, and I'm going to come in at a 5 out of 10.
Okay. I believe that is Dave.
Okay, I actually like it. I recently watched Horror of Dracula, Hammer Dracula, a couple weeks ago.
I'm assuming for the 5th or 15th time?
No, for the first. I finally...
No, you haven't.
Dude,
really?
I bought all of the Hammer Draculas over the course of the last 3 months, and I'm going to watch them all, and I started with the first one.
All 9 of them?
My mind is blown right now because, like, the Lee fucking Hammer films I've seen those movies, so I love them. I would love to do all of them, man.
I'm watching them all.
Yeah, we should do a Hammer.
I'm not doing that.
Why?
Because I already did fucking 60 Hammer movies last year. I'm not doing it again.
You're right, Dave. You
guys can do it. I'm not going to do it, though.
God, I love those movies.
I'll do it anytime because I'm going through them now because I knew it was a blind spot. When I was young, Hammer movies with all their dialogue, it was just too much for me. They didn't interest me. I wasn't into period pieces, and I wasn't into British movies. So I had 3 fucking strikes against it. Now I'm at the age now and the maturity level where I'm into it. And so now I started watching that. So I watched Horror of Dracula. I watched the original Dracula last year. I watched Bram Stoker's Dracula for the first time 2 years ago. And I will tell you this, all of them, every incarnation of Dracula moves slow for me at one time or another. This movie included. I wish this one was a little shorter, but I'm not surprised that it moves slow because as much as I like the other Dracula movies, I have that same complaint with them. They do move a little too slow. I'm not so much into the Van Helsing. I'm not so much even into the Van Helsing character. I'm more just about the heel. I'm more about Dracula being badass. I don't even need the Van Helsing character. I understand why he's there, but it's not like a big thing with me. Even if it is Peter Cushing, it's fine. That's not important to me. But what is important to me is the character of Dracula. He looks good. This, for being a late Argento film, it does look good. There's something dreamlike about some of the scenery sometimes. The colors that are used a little bit. It's shot well overall. Yes, there's unnecessary CGI and bullshit and those usual obligatory 3D shots that they don't need. But there's some good stuff. It's sexy. You got 3 really attractive women. And I dig it. Of course, I'm not going to blow it too hard. It's only so good, but it's good enough for me. I've watched it 3 times. Am I going to revisit it very soon? No, but I'm not opposed to watching it again. And he's still the man. This is my lowest rated movie by him. It's tied lowest rating, and it's 6 out of 10.
Okay. Have you ever seen The Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires?
No.
That's number 9.
Yeah, that would be like the end of the Hammer fucking Dracula films.
Man, that's not in it though.
Oh, see, no. I only bought the Lee ones.
That one is. It's part of the series.
No, the reason why I ask that is because it's like a mashup of like Shaw Brothers and Hammer. It's amazing.
It's one of the best ones, hands down.
It is fucking the most entertaining. Like, honestly, dude, it's got to be overall the most entertaining film.
It made my top 10 because we did the Hammer year, 60 Hammer movies. It made my top 10.
Oh, for real? Wow. Dude, that's amazing because it's it's the last one that was released in, I think, 74.
It's one of the last Hammer ones. The last Hammer one is To the Devil a Daughter, which I don't like.
Yeah, I meant the last one in the
To the Devil a Daughter is fucking boring.
It's terrible.
But actually, some of the earlier 70s Hammer films are amazing. But yeah. Anyways, I highly recommend that.
I really like Taste the Blood of Dracula.
That one's one of my favorites because it's the rich guys.
Actually, probably might even be my favorite.
that one and Legend are my two favorites.
Yeah, those
and
are pretty much my
Bride's
two favorites.
Too.
You know what would have helped this movie? If they would have left the priest out of it. He really was unnecessary, and he probably took up 10 minutes of time. They could have gone completely without the priest and just focused on Van Helsing doing it on his own.
I also like Dracula Has Risen from the Grave. That's the other one.
Renfield sucks in the movie, though, too, man.
Yeah, he's wasted. I do like in the beginning when he's in the graveyard and he ends up killing the one guy who's trying to dig up his daughter, too. That was cool because the split head. That was cool.
Yeah, well, actually, we forgot to mention that. Yeah, totally.
I feel like I went a little harsh on this now.
I think so.
On the practical effects. I think I could bump this up to a 4 because now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, which one would I rather watch? I think I'd rather watch this over Giallo.
What the fuck?
That wasn't me.
Any fucking day over Giallo. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm going to switch them. I'm going to bump this up to a 4. And
nice.
I think I'm going to move Card Player in the last spot.
Yeah, and you know, my rating of 5 out of 10, man. I'm like, again, I'm not going to tell people not to watch this. You know, like, honestly,
it gets shit on.
The things I've always heard about this movie,
it's like a 2 out of 10,
dude. Like ones, I've seen reviews where it's like a 0. Like there's nothing I'm like, how the fuck is there nothing redeemable? Did you not watch the movie? Like, look at the movie. It looks amazing.
Empty Man looks good, and JP doesn't think so. So
what do you think looks good?
The Empty Man.
You keep bringing the Empty Man up. This is like the 10th time you brought this up now. It's crazy.
It's the worst movie I've seen in theater ever.
It's 2 hours and 20 minutes. And it's not good. I'm not watching it.
2 hours and 20 minutes, dude. 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, that was the one you guys were talking about. I heard that. Okay.
All right. So, before we move on here, man, that is going to be the end of.
I never rated.
Oh, oh shit! You didn't. Fuck.
No. I give it a 5.5 out of 10. 5.5 out of 10.
5.5. Okay.
That CGI's holding me back.
I think it's just a smidge above average.
JP, what's your lowest rated Argento film? Now that you've seen them all,
I will tell you in a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to rank them.
So that is going to do it for Dracula 3D from 2012.
Hey yo, it's about that time for the 22 Shots crew to get buck wild and do what we do. You got that fatty in hands, so throw us a few, and we gon' hit your ass up with a bonus review. Yeah.
Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna basically just rank our own personal Dario Argento ranking, filmography ranking. So, Jeremy.
15 Dracula 3D, 14
15.
Wait, we're going from the
17.
We're not going round table, we're each doing our full list.
Yeah, just do the full list.
Okay.
It's 18 though, right?
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy probably hadn't seen all of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
He wasn't on all the.
Yeah, this is just the episode, the ones that I've reviewed on the show.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jeremy. I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
15 Dracula 3D, 14 The Phantom of the Opera, 13 Trauma, 12 Hitchcock, 11 The Card Player, 10 Giallo, 9 Four Flies, 8 Senthal Syndrome, 7 Opera, 6 Phenomena, 5 Sleepless, 4 Suspiria, 3 Tenebrae, 2 Deep Red, and 1 The Bird with the Crystal Plumage.
Sleepless is really high.
Mine is so different than Jeremy.
Mine's
I think all of ours are going to be completely different. That's cool.
I was surprised
that's
how
why
high
I wanted to do this.
player.
That's why I wanted to do this, because I figured that these would be so vastly different.
Wow.
Dave, how about you go next?
I'll go next. You want me to go next?
Yeah.
Okay, I switched it up on the bottom just at that last conversation. The bottom is number 18, The Card Player. Number 17, Giallo. Number 16, Dracula 3D. 15, Phantom of the Opera. 14, Do You Like Hitchcock? Now, I have not seen this movie in forever, but it's trauma. So I gave it the benefit of the doubt and put it above Do You Like Hitchcock because I imagine aesthetically and gore-wise it'd be better, but I don't know if that's fact. So this, after that one, is 13, Mother of Tears, which has been a long time too, but I remember the opening being really gory and cool, but I don't know if it will hold up. And we're not doing the Masters of Horror either, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can put them in whatever.
So, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. I guess after that, I won't put the Masters of Horror, the shorts in there. So that's 11 is Sleepless, which I actually really like. Number 10 is Opera, which I recently rewatched, and I thought it had amazing cinematography. No, man, it didn't work as well for me. I don't know what it was. Number 9 is Four Flies on Grey Velvet. Number 8, Cat O' Nine Tails. Number 7, Deep Red. Number 6, which is I'm going to take a lot of shit for this one, but I really like this one. I've seen this one a lot. Stendhal Syndrome. Number 5, The Bird with the Crystal Plumage. Number 4, Inferno. Number 3, and now these next 3, the 2, 3, 4, I could switch them. They could jump around. So we have 4, Inferno. 3, Phenomenon. 2, Suspiria. Number 1, Tenebrae. I love Tenebrae. It's one of my all-time favorite movies.
Nice.
The top 5, I think, are all matches, by the way.
All right. JP?
Yeah, okay, so number 20 for me, the worst, and Dave asked me what my worst rated one was. It was a 5.5 with The Card Player. But in retrospect, I honestly might give it under that, because I think it's the weakest for sure. But yeah, 5.5 for The Card Player is my bottom. Right above
5.5 or 4?
5.5, but I would consider going lower on rewatch probably.
But still, this one director, you've seen 18 movies and you have not given anything below average. I bet there's no other director you could say that about.
I know that's a fair point. You're
right? And 18 movies, not just like 8 or 9. I told you. Okay, I'm happy to hear that.
Work out that way, huh? Yeah. But number 19, Dracula 3D. Number 18, Phantom of the Opera. I feel like these films are like interchangeable with just they remind me of each other because it's classic stories. But dude, Phantom of the Opera is just so funny to me. 17, I don't remember this film at all. Like Dave, trauma. I remember I liked it, but I don't remember much about it at all. It's probably out of all the films the one loosest in my memory. 16, Do You Like Hitchcock? 15, Giallo, told you it was better. 14, we have Pelts. Again, don't really remember much about it, so I just kind of stuck it somewhere. Number 13, The Mother of Tears. Now, we're getting into the part where I really like all these movies, and Mother of Tears is the one I do really like it, despite it being not like the other two Mother's films. Number 12, Cat O' Nine Tails. Number 11, Four Flies on Grey Velvet. I think those are interchangeable. I can't remember which one's which too much. Number 10, Sleepless. I actually really dig Sleepless. Number 9, Deep Red. I do think it's a good movie. I think it's a great movie. I just think it's overrated in Argento's filmography because everybody has it like top 3.
Where did you have that again, Deep Red?
Number 9.
I had it at 7. So
yeah. Number 8, The Bird with the Crystal Plumage. Another one that I think Jeremy blows way too hard because there's a cheat in the movie. The twist is a cheat. Number 7 is Jennifer. Love Jennifer. It's probably one of my favorite things Argento has done. It's super digestible. I watched it earlier today. Number 6, Inferno. Climbed way high on my list. It is beautiful. Pretty amazing. Breaking into the top 5, we have Phenomena. Made my 85 list. Number 4, like Dave, probably going to get some hate, but I absolutely love this movie. It's one of my favorites, obviously. It made my 96 list, and that is the Stendhal Syndrome.
Good shit. I love that movie. That's my 6. So.
Yep. Number 3, Dave is wrong. He might be right about Stendhal, but he's wrong about Opera because Opera.
I think I am wrong about Opera. I just had a bad reviewing. I'm not lying. I was like,
hey man, isn't it a favorite list? Come on.
Right, but his favorite's wrong. He should have. He just doesn't. He just doesn't know it yet.
My list is better. It might change.
My number 2, and this honestly, I probably could swap between the number 1, and that's Tenebrae. I think they're both pretty amazing. Obviously, Suspiria number 1. I think both, and that made my 82 list. You know, so any year that we've covered an Argento film besides like 2000. Actually, no, I don't think we did any year where I haven't had an Argento film in my top 10. So yeah, that's mine. I'm sure it's a lot different than Moods' and Dave's, and yeah, those are the only 2 left.
Dave.
Okay, I just threw in the 2. What do you call it? It's the Masters of Horror. But they're not really going to be numbered. I'll just tell you where they would be because it would fuck up my shit if I tried to do it the other way. So, okay, number 18, The Card Player, 6 out of 10. So in other words, everything is 6 out of 10 or higher because he's the motherfucking man. Okay, number 17, Dracula. Number 16, Phantom of the Opera. Number 15, Giallo. Number 14, Do You Like Hitchcock? Number 13, Trauma. After that, I would have Pelts.
Okay.
Yeah, and then 12, Mother of Tears. 11, Stendhal Syndrome. And now we're in the top 10. 10 would be Sleepless. I'd have Jennifer right about the same spot there. 9, Phenomena. 8, Inferno. 7, Cat o' Nine Tails. 6, Bird with the Crystal Plumage. Number 5 is Tenebrae. Number 4 is 4 Flies on Grey Velvet. Number 3 is Opera. 2, Deep Red. And 1 by a country mile, Suspiria.
Cool. Okay, so I went the extra mile here, and I'm actually ranking all 22. That's including the 4 short films. I went out of my way and watched The Tram last night, so again, so I included all the short ones and I just ranked them like that. So it is what it is. Number 22, The Card Player.
Right. So are we unanimous? No, Jeremy didn't have it.
I had Dracula 3D.
Yeah, Card Player is definitely his worst to me.
Rethinking about it, man, I was like, no, fuck that movie. I'm never watching that.
It is.
The ending just makes me laugh, and the fucking it's a bad movie.
It's a generic thriller, you know.
Yeah.
Techno thriller too, and those don't age well. Techno thrillers never age well.
Oh man, the fucking poker scene. Oh my god, it's so bad. Number 21.
Mood, you're pregnant.
Me cozy, you're pregnant.
All right, number 21, Giallo. We just talked about it. I don't like it. Number 20, Phantom of the Opera. 19, Dracula 3D. 18, Trauma. 17, Mother of Tears. Number 16 is The Black Cat from Two Evil Eyes. Number 15, The Stendhal Syndrome. I know I'm going to catch some hate on that. I'm not a big fan of it.
Not many people like it as much as me.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's, okay. Number 14, Pelts. 13, Sleepless. 12, Do You Like Hitchcock? 11, Jennifer. Into the top 10, The Tram. Check it out, peeps. It's a really good episode. Number 9, The Cat o' Nine Tails. Number 8, Four Flies on Grey Velvet. 7.
So you like Four Flies better than Cat 2 then?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
I had
also?
I had them right next to each other.
I got a Cat above Four Flies.
You should watch
It's kind of
Four Flies
funny
again, man. It's fucking great.
It's funny how these all lump
I like
together
both
because
of them.
like 9 is Cat, 8 is Four Flies, and number 7 is The Bird with the Crystal Plumage. So it's that,
I agree.
that animal trilogy all in kind of a row. Number 6, Opera. Number 5, Phenomena. Number 4, which might surprise some people because I always champion. I think this might be his best movie, but it's my favorite list. Deep Red. Number 3, Tenebrae. Number 2, Inferno, and number 1, Suspiria.
Interesting. I think a lot of people do consider Deep Red his best movie. I think if you don't go Deep Red objectively, it's probably Tenebrae.
I love Tenebrae, but I also had Two Evil Eyes on my list, but I didn't mention them. Two Evil Eyes and Jennifer, which I've seen both of those. They're actually after 11. They would be 12 and 13. I have Two Evil Eyes and then Jennifer. I both like both of those too. The Harvey Keitel segment, Black Hats, I really like it. It's pretty good.
I honestly don't think that Suspiria and Inferno are a big surprise for people 1 and 2 for myself, just because of the visuals and, you know, just the way the films are. Like, I love that shit, right?
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Blue Underground got to get on that Inferno 4K.
Yeah, Inferno is totally underrated. That's his most underrated movie.
It is, man. I always gravitate to it, man. If I'm watching Argento shit, like Inferno is something I always go back to, man.
I could switch Suspiria, Phenomena, and Inferno as my number 2. Like it depends, you know. And Suspiria is objectively, like, I got it at a 9.5 on Letterboxd, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, if I was ever on a show, that's a 10 out of 10 because there's nothing like it. Like, it's gotta.
Yeah,
be.
I bumped my rating.
Historically, it's a 10 out of 10. Objectively, it's a 10 out of 10. Subjectively, I'm like 9.95. It's like, dude, no, it's a fucking 10. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, honestly, man, the top 6-7 films are so hard to rank. Like, they are so good. Like, this guy literally has like an amazing top 10. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think that Argento is definitely one of the best horror directors ever. And you know what? I'm very curious to see where they end up in everybody's
wait.
In if we ever did a like top directors list or something.
You guys need to see The Tram. It's cool. It's cool stuff.
Man, I have to now. It's that high with you.
Well,
I love it, man. It's great.
That's another thing that I haven't seen from Argento. The other would be Two Evil Eyes. So I still have something to get to.
I prefer
it's
Argento's
good, but not
over
great.
Romero's. I prefer Argento's story in that over Romero's, actually.
Yeah.
I like both, but Argento's is better.
I mean, if I was to take, a direct comparison to Argento's Black Cat and Fulci's, Fulci wins.
What about Martino's and Luigi Cozzi's Black Cat? Everybody has a Black Cat. And
I've never seen Cozzi's, actually, believe it or not.
I just got it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've always known about it.
It's actually the Brother movie.
Yeah, well, apparently, right? Yeah, I've never seen it because it never had a good release before at all. Like, I don't even think it ever really had a release. So,
and
Sergio Martinez is the best one.
I like that one. That's the Your Vice, right?
But the Bela Lugosi Boris Karloff movie from like early 30s. That shit is amazing. That's one of the best movies, man. Fuck, that shit's amazing. Like, for that time to do what they were doing is crazy, man. That's a great.
You know what I love about Italian Horror Month?
Your Vice, I love it, man. You guys know, I'm sure everyone's probably heard the episode, but I'm a big fan of Sergio. I think Martino is probably one of the best Giallo directors of all time. He's right up there. He's done 6, in my opinion, he did 6 great Giallos. So.
Yeah, and what do we have next week?
Luigi
Cozzi. And that's going to be featuring the...
Jerry the Ginger. My fucking enemy.
Wow. Nice.
He's back.
Nice.
You don't have to work or anything, Jeremy?
I don't know. Maybe. Who knows?
Oh, well, it might be just Moods and Dave and Jerry then. Because I might not be here, but I'm going to...
So anyways, the films are The Killer Must Kill Again from 1975, Contamination, the classic Aliens ripoff, and, of course, Paganini Horror from 1989.
I don't want to watch the Paganini Horror again.
It's worth watching just for Donald Pleasance being shit-faced and hamming up his performance.
Little devils. I wanted the movie.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
What'd you say, Dave?
What are the
Paganini Horror, Contamination,
and The Killer Must Kill Again.
The Killer Must Kill Again.
I actually own Paganini Horror and never watched it.
It's ridiculous.
Is it?
Yeah,
it is ridiculous, man. But I'm looking forward to The Killer Must Kill Again because
me too. I've
never seen it either. So
I'm wondering if early Cozzi is actually like a little bit more classier instead of like this cheese-tastic shit he made later on, which there's nothing wrong with that. They're entertaining. All his movies.
I'm assuming it probably is, man. I mean, this is still. I mean, 75 was kind of.
Is this your pick, Moods?
Yeah, this is kind of past the, I guess the heyday of Giallos, I guess. So I 75. I don't know, but.
I want to say something that's a little off. Like we were talking about it earlier, and it got stuck in my head. So on Two Evil Eyes, when Harvey Keitel is fucking like doing the cat thing, and he's like, meh, meh. It's so goddamn stupid when he's meowing. Remember that? It's like, I'm a cat, meow.
Dude,
Literally,
Keitel was fucked up there.
Like a fucking cat angrily.
He was totally fucked up when he did that shit, probably.
Like, it's Mr. fucking White from Reservoir Dogs meowing.
Yep. I love Keitel, man. He's amazing.
Crazy.
I love making the thumbnails for Italian Horror Month because it's fucking super easy. They're already done.
We're gonna say our goodbyes.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, man. That is gonna conclude episode 195, first week of Italian Horror Month, Volume 6. Thank you, Dave to the Z, for coming back on, man. Oh, absolutely,
Anytime.
man. Anytime, man. Maybe you can convince some of your comrades to come by the show every once in a while. So
I'll try, no doubt.
we miss them around here, man. We definitely miss them. So
for sure, we gotta have a word. We gotta get a big show again, though, with all of us. That'd be great. Like all of us now.
We could come on
here.
your show one time.
That'd be
You
awesome.
never
You know how
had all of us. You've only had
hard
me.
to get you guys. You guys are fucking hard to get every time. It never works out that way.
I forgot that you were actually on there, GP. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, I was on episode 22.
Yeah, that's right, man. Let's go.
We'll do something.
But yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, again, big ups for coming on the show, man. It felt appropriate, man. Argento being your guys. So
good show.
It was a fucking hella fun show, man. Really, really fun.
It was scoozy for the length, though.
Scoozy.
It was scoozy. Scoozy.
I think we came up with a new fucking reoccurring thing.
Dude, from years to come, Italian, mi scusi. So good, man. All right, guys. I think we're out of here, man. I was going to say JP. Jeremy, take us out.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode 195 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror Podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moods himself, you could do so at youtube.com/Mood616, Mr. Sir Psycho Sexy himself. All right. If you want to follow JP, a.k.a. Taylor Swift's number 2 biggest fan, you could do so at youtube.com/double.
What did he say? I missed it.
It was fucking funny. That was funny as hell.
Taylor Swift's number 2 fan.
Who's number 2 fan?
Taylor Swift.
Oh, you're Taylor Swift's number 2 fan.
That was funny.
So as you can follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESRoller22. If you want to listen to the Exploding Heads podcast, you can do so at patreon.com/Exploding Heads podcast. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
All right. So as you can follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/22 Shots podcast. Join us on the Facebook page, facebook.com, search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. You can leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. And you can leave us an email at 22 shots of moods and horror at gmail.com. It's 22 shots of moods and horror at gmail.com. And please support the Patreon to get the sand sucked out of my vagina. Patreon.com/22 shots podcast. And as a Black Friday sale, we will be doing 22 shots t-shirts for $5 off, $20 shipped. So get yourself a 22 shots of moods and horror t-shirt. Okay, that is it. Goodbye, everybody.
Deuces.
Scoozy says.
I'm trying to make the best of a bad situation. I don't need to hear crap from a bunch of hippie freaks living in denial. Screw you guys. I'm going home.